Ma, can you hear me? If you can hear me, say boo. Boo, boo, boo. Boo, 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 boo. Boo! Hello everyone! Welcome to my YouTube and Twitch channels. My name is Auregalia Aruri. You can call me Aruri, and I'm a wind-up down Vtuber. Hello! Booyah! Hello everybody. Welcome in. Thank you Razorgon for the realistic knocking. I was in the toilet. I went to pee. And then I came back and then someone in the chat, who was it? Oh, oops. Why am I bigger? Why am I bigger? Someone's at the door. Fabian said someone's at the door. And Pomelo was like, someone's in the wall. And I was like, what? Oops. And then I read Twitch chat and I was like, ah, I see. Booba jump scare. The real jump scare is the booba. I love it when it claps because that's how it should be. You know, booba moves together. Listen here, VTuber riggers. Boobas clap. Alright, anyways, unhinged. Hello everybody. Welcome in. Hey. Okay. 1 second. Alright, I wanna apologize once again for the last stream that I did, the horror storytelling stream. The stream ended suddenly, abruptly, because there was a blackout in my house. Okay, there was a lot more backstory to that, but anyways, let's just say there was a blackout, and I couldn't get my stream to come on, so I decided to just end it. And my electricity came back in the morning. Oh Jesus Christ! Razor God! Welcome back for being a crankhead. Yay! Thank you. So that was my last horror storytelling stream. So we didn't get to finish some of the stories actually. So we'll be continuing them today. It's okay, they're short stories, so it's okay if you didn't watch that stream, okay? Yeah, let's see if this stream is gonna get cursed. I promise you I'm not doing any of this, okay? I don't like... This is what I call low quality stream, because if I can't wrap it up properly, it makes me feel less professional. I don't like unprofessional streams. I like to be able to say goodbye and then have an end, you know, the end stream scene, like, oh, thanks for coming, and then winding down, and then end the stream. That's what I like for my streams. I feel like that's a high quality stream. That means I started, right? I did my stream, and then I wrap it up. But I hate it when my streams crash. Because I can't say goodbye. I don't like that. I don't like that. I can't say goodbye. I can't say thank you. I don't like that at all. Low quality stream. No me gusta. Yeah. Yes. So there's that. High effort, high energy, yet low quality. Yeah, I don't like when the stream is not like wrapped up. I don't like that. So rest assured, I would never intentionally end my stream halfway for no goddamn reason, okay? So far, I've not ended my stream because someone pissed me off or like I was so... my mood was killed by the chat or anything. I've never done that before. Some people have. Some people see some like racist comment and they don't, instead of like calling them out, they just like say I've had enough and then they just end their streams. I've never done that shit. I kind of just call them out and push through. So yeah. Yes, exactly, Kai. Look, let me show you. Otsu, just kidding. Look at the top left corner. It says winding down. Yeah. Or this one says hang in there. You know what I mean? Yeah, so, you know. Only the starting soon one doesn't have a pun, but I don't think it needs one. Maybe I'll think of something. Maybe I'll be like cranking up. Please wait. Something like that. When I do get a new starting soon screen, but yeah. Cranking up and then winding down. I think that's kind of cute. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Call them out. I know, right? Some people, you know what? Sometimes they don't really know it. Not every racist commenter know that they're being racist, right? Sometimes people are not aware of the context of or like I guess the way they come off, so they don't know they're being racist, or the way they're raised, how it's so normalized in their family that they don't know that's racist. Sometimes it's good to call them out or educate them so they be like, oh, okay, I guess that is racist, instead of just be like, bye. Unless they're going, because I'm Chinese, right? If they go like ching chong ling long, I'm like, bye bitch. You know that's wrong. You know you shouldn't do that. Why do I keep shrinking, bro? Anyways, Japanese words as the be right back. Nobody will be able to read it unless they're Japanese or know Japanese. All right. So tomorrow I have a stream. This is quite a unique, special stream because I've never done something like this before. Have you guys heard of this game called Rust? I've never played this game before. I mean, yesterday I loaded in to like see what it was like and see if I could join a faction and set up the stream. But yeah, so basically Rust is a survival, I think it's more like realistic survival game. Oh, Jesus. Razor God! Welcome back for 10 months. Spooky Scary Aruri sends shivers down our spine. Spooky Scary Aruri gives nightmares tonight. Spooky Scary Aruri narrates with a scare. We'll shake and shudder in horror when we're in these horror streams because you keep jump scaring us. But thank you. I think that's a song, right? Okay, this is not VR Rust, but it is RP Rust. So this is a role-playing channel. Yeah, role-playing server, I guess. This is not public. This is a private server. They have, I don't know, so many people participating. And everybody's role-playing. So number one, I've never played Rust before. Number two, I've never role-played in a game before. The last time I did role-playing was on Facebook. With a bunch of other role-players. And we pretended like we're celebrities, but like we didn't catfish or anything. We weren't talking to fans or anything. We were just like pretending like, oh my god, I'm Crystal from FX, you know, like talking to like, I don't know, Kai or something. Anyways, so Rust is a survival multiplayer open world game. And you die a hella many times in this game. Every time you die, you respawn at a different place. So it's a pain in the ass. But it is pretty fun. And if you watch other people stream Rust or play Rust, the characters are naked after they die. So, but I have the censorship thing on. So like, hopefully, you know, YouTube doesn't go like, bonk, you know, but yeah, I'll be role-playing in this server. It's only for 5 days. Today's day 2. I will not be streaming it today. I'll be streaming it tomorrow. Participating as a role player. I'll be role-playing as Linda. Yeah. Alright, let me bonk that bot real quick. Gone. 7 ways to die. I don't know if I like Rust yet, but it's pretty fun. I think I'm not saying that I don't like it yet. So I'm just trying to ease into it. I don't know anything yet, right? Yeah. So I'll be playing this tomorrow with a lot of VTubers. They are all gonna be role playing. So I'll have to get to know them because I don't know most of these people. I was invited and I was like, okay. But I don't know most of them. Even the person who invited me, I just met them for the first time. So I was like, okay. Yeah, it's always fun to meet new people, right? Yeah. Linda, listen, Linda. Yeah. It is an invite-only server, and I'm honored to be invited. So I will be there tomorrow. I'll stream it. And yeah, I think you'll see me role-playing for the first time on stream and also playing Rust. Yeah. Placed or claimed are allowed. Okay. He asked the ghost in the background to stop moving the wooden piece. No, cannot. Actually, you can see her, by the way. She peeks her head out sometimes. Maybe if I come here, you see her. Yep, there she is. There she is. Her name's Stephanie. Hi, Stephanie. Stephanie is the one at the bottom, by the way. How much would you know about them if you all roleplay? So I have to get to know them in the roleplaying form because I have to roleplay with them. Yeah. So if it's VTubing, you can just like look them up and watch their streams to know, you know, their personality. But if they're role playing as somebody, that's entirely new because it's only in this server. Yeah. Big bouncy mommy figure. Every woman looks the same in this game. It's so annoying. Started naked too. Yes, we do. So yeah, I have censorship on. So you know, you don't get excited. Oh, Doc! Alright, Stephanie, is that you knocking on my door? Welcome in, Doc. You're not late. Yeah. Did you see it? Okay, when I first loaded into Rust, I saw the vajayjay. I did see the vajayjay. But you know what? It's not okay. Educational stream. Okay, YouTube. You don't see the hoo-ha immediately because it has like pubic hair. So like the hoo-ha is kind of covered by bush. President Bush. I'm sorry. It's covered by bush. Okay. But still you see the tatas and everything. But I censored it. Yeah. And the horky there. So, ayo. Yeah. So yeah, that's that. Don't worry, I censored it so you can't see it on stream. Don't get excited. Don't get excited, children. Move the whoopies, so show me maybe. Alright. Down to the shreds. It's pretty detailed, this game. Okay, let's take a quick attendance. I want to start reading some horror stories. Also, I'm sick, so like don't mind me if I blink too much. My eyes are burning. That's what she said. Alright, if you are here, say Ghosty question mark? Ghosty, is that you question mark? Ghost? Question mark? I'm gonna drink my tea. I have strawberry tea. Oh, delicioso. All right. Let me take attendance. Okay. Let's see. We have Poko님, 어서오세요. We have Rogue Ranger Roger. We have Fabian. We have Shrimp. What the heck? Sorry, my earphones are acting up. My headphones. With Fabian, with Shrimp, with Zaito, we have Ami. With Aaron Kelly. Aruri, I think you got me sick. Oh no! That's what you get for sticking around. It's the Aruri cluster. Welcome in. I still don't know if it's COVID. I gotta wait till tomorrow to take the test. But yeah. We have Mr. Wolf. We have Enza. YouTuber being sick, this ain't new, no. We have problems with Jesus. We have Puk. I love your cute name. Puk. 신우님, 어서오세요. 빵사타. We have Night Bunny. Hello, Night Bunny. Lots of VTubers are sick. Bizarre. It's the sick weather right now. Like, everybody's getting sick. Everybody and the grandmas are getting sick. So you guys gotta stay healthy, okay? You guys gotta stay healthy so we can get healthy too. Otherwise, cluster with cluster is not gonna help anybody. We have Zaloa. Hold on. All right. I have a cold. Oh, you should sleep it off. It might help. Like, drink heaps of water and sleep it off. With 80. I already followed part 1 and missed this stream. Ayo. Shrimp sick, crankhead cluster, ikuzo. Not like this. Goldie A, so big. You mean my boob? I'm sorry. You mean these? I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. You mean my peep? Sorry. I'm so sorry. What's wrong with me? With Eagle Vision. Hello. Rogue Ranger Roger said, crank that sickness. Who you gonna call? Ghostbusters. Hello, Inakirita. I'm just dishing out all. Like, imagine if I whipped out all of them at once. We have Pomelia. The candle is big. Honestly, you're right. That's a chunk. That's a girthy candle. That's a thick ass candle. Is that why they keep peeking at it? Stephanie, stick your head back in. Stephanie's in the back. Look at her. Mouth wide open, like, oh, that's the biggest candle I've ever seen. Big personality, of course. All right. I'm gonna go on Twitch. We have Doc who says multitask YouTube and Twitch. Hey, thank you. You the MVP. Thank you, thank you. Zenos, thank you for the lurk. We have Step Ladder. Fabian Trader went to YouTube. Ayo. We have Zaloa here as well. We have Sexuna. We have Razor Gone. Where the sheep bros at? We have Kai. Ghosty question mark. We have Atlas Gatekeeper. Ghost T. T-E-A. Oh my god. We have Mercenary BDU. Scrolling. Glad you were able to find a friendly group. They sound really... Yeah! I found out that the group name is called Suckers. So I guess I'm a part of Suckers now. So in this role-playing server, there's factions, right? Groups. And my group that I was adopted into is called Suckers. So I'm a part of the Sucker gang. Suckers. Yeah. Ria's Grammar, thank you for the lurk. And thank you for the follow, Niente? Niente? Yeah. And Zawardo, thank you for the lurk. Okay. Alrighty. Arion, gamble all, and lost every single one of your points. Here, let me give you a raffle. Sing mode? You want me to do sing mode? What song do you want? I can't play it because I'm on YouTube. And what did I do? Alright. Are you sick? As always. Hello, Japanese name. Welcome in. I'm sorry, I can't read. I can't read Japanese. Alright, what song do you want? I'll sing for 5 minutes. Before we start, I'm gonna sneeze again. Nope, false alarm. What should I sing? Does a sneeze count as a song? Could be, it could. Miss Ningguang, welcome in. I recommend pineapple. Okay. PPAP lyrics. This was almost. This song was almost the Gangnam Style. Almost. All right. Okay. PPAP. I have a pen. I have an apple. Apple pen. I have a pen. I have pineapple. Pineapple pen. Is that how it goes? I don't remember. It's been so long. Is it because you know Chinese you can't read Japanese? No, wait, what? No. If you speak Chinese, if you can read Chinese, you can read kanji. Yeah, but this is like hiragana, katakana stuff, which I can't read. Apple pen. I don't know how to sing it. I don't know how to sing this song. It's been a long time. What else? Oh, I know. Chippy, 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 chippy. Okay. Chippy, chippy, chapa, chapa, dooby, dooby, daba, laba, majikomi, dooby, dooby, doo, 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 doo. Chippy, chippy, chapa, chapa, dooby, dooby. I'm over it. I'm over it. Also, I forgot to mute the BGM. Okay. What do you want? Jar of Heart? Where's Jar of Heart? Christina Perry. This I know. Only the chorus. Oh no, wait. Actually, maybe I do know. I'll try. I know I can't take one more step towards you, 'cause all that's waiting is regret. Don't you know I'm not your ghost anymore? You lost the love I love the most. How do you sing this part? Anyways, who do you think you are? Running around leaving scars, collecting your jar of hearts, tearing love apart. You're gonna catch a cold from the eyes inside your soul. So don't come back from me. Who do you think you are? Thank you. Thank you very much. Shika noko noko koshi. I don't even know that one. I never heard of the original. I don't know how do you sing this part. The love I love the most. Oh, I know. Don't you know I'm not your ghost anymore? You lost the love I love the most. I learned to live half a life. Now you want me one more time. Who do you think you are? Running around leaving scars, collecting your jar of hearts, tearing love apart. You're gonna catch a cold from the eyes inside your soul. So don't come back from me. Who do you think you are? Yay! Alright, that's it. Good times. Thank you for redeeming Sing Stream. Thank you. Yes. Welcome, Chigu. Oh my god, long time no see, Sensei. How are you? Oh my god. How are you doing? I thought about you the other day. I was like, I wonder where this guy went. I haven't seen him in a while. Did I do it? I missed you. Oh my gosh, what were you? You were just chatting? Were you playing any games? Hello, welcome Raiders. My name is Aruri. I'm a wind-up doll VTuber. This is supposed to be a horror storytelling stream, but we haven't started. Because someone claimed for me to sing, so I just did. Yeah, welcome in. Hello. You remember me? Of course I do. What do you mean? I remember almost everybody that I met. I only don't remember them unless, I don't know, I guess if they really don't talk to me. If someone's like, I met you that one time. I'm like, did you talk to me? They're like, no. I'm like, okay. Then I don't remember you. But yeah, I can't believe I remember that song. It's been like forever. Alright, welcome in, Doppelgangers. Hello, Alwyn. Sorry, I didn't get to say hello. I was singing. 80 said game over. Alright. You playing Pokemon? You're opening Pokemon cards. Hi, Mio! Sai's laughing. Pokemon cards, huh? Oh, is it the little packet and you open it and see which one you got? Oh my god, that is so... It's like, if you get a shiny one, you're like, ooh! You know those cards sell for a lot? You can make big money. People buy those cards, yeah. Chocoma88, howdy, partner! Howdy! Welcome in. Alright, let's come over here. So guys, we're doing horror storytelling stream. It was not a karaoke, okay? Who do you think you are? Thinking this is a karaoke stream. Okay, spoopy music back on. By the way, we are on Reddit No Sleep as always. And last week I read this story halfway or something. Honestly, I don't remember where we stopped. I remember I was talking about like big booty girls and then the stream died suddenly because there was a blackout. Shocker. Taskaru. Wanna hear Yo Mama Joe? Alright. Hit me with it. Give kiss. Thank you. Yeah. Was gonna, for old time's sake, request Taeyang's wedding dress. Ooh. See, I don't know if I remember how to sing that, because I remember how to sing Eyes, Nose, Lips, but wedding dress, ooh, I'm gonna have to, like, listen to it again. Yeah, blackout be like, no horny. So, I don't remember. You know what? I'll read this story again, just to see if we finished it. It's a long fucking one. But anyways, these are a bunch of short stories. So, this person, can I zoom out real quick? Alright, this person It's a search and rescue officer for the U.S. Forest Service, and they have some stories to tell. This is part 2. So if you don't know what a search and rescue officer is, basically if someone gets lost in the jungle, in the forest, if some children goes missing when they went camping, blah, 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 they call up the search and rescue officers, because sometimes you go hiking up a trail, you fall off. And say if your leg broke or you got lost, these people go and they rescue you. And the rule of thumb is stay where you are. You're not supposed to wander around, because if you do, you're gonna get even more lost. Yeah. So there's that. Okay, I think the story was this one. That's a lot of words. Don't worry, I'll read it out. You can just listen. Listen, Linda, listen. Yeah. Protagonists literally have a mental issue than the actual ghost involved. These are not, so the horror stories that I'm reading are not always supernatural. Oh yeah, no problem, Chigu. Eat well. Eat well. Eat well, sensei. Hope you enjoy your dinner. Thank you again for the raid. Yo mama's so fat when she fall, no one laughed, but the sidewalk was cracking up. Oh shit! Yo, that was so mean. I love it. You know who else cracked up? Me. So mean. I love it. All right. Wait a minute. They got good luck. Oh my god. When people say break a leg, they didn't mean literally. You have a good stream tonight. Thank you. All right. Hidden door you find often. Hidden door you find often? I don't remember that. Yo mama joke? Yeah. Here, let me show you. This is by Chocoman88. It was so funny. Woo, 4 times in a row. Woo! Alright, we start reading, okay? Hidden stairs? Oh yeah, hidden stairs. I think that means we read this already then. Alright, I'll read this one then. Oh yeah, I think this was the one. Bless you, thank you. Okay, let's read some horror story. One of my first jobs as a trainee was a search op for a 4-year-old kid that had gotten separated from his mom. This was one of those cases where we knew we were going to find him because the dogs were on a strong scent trail. We saw clear signs that he was in the area. Oh wait, no. I think this one we already read it, right? Actually, no, it's not. Sorry, my bad. My bad. We saw clear signs that he was in the area. We ended up finding him in a berry patch about half a mile from where he had last been seen. Kid wasn't even aware that he wandered that far. One of the vets brought him back, which I was glad for because I'm not really good with kids and I find it hard to talk to them and keep them company. As my trainer and I headed back, she decided to take me on a detour to show me one of the hot spots where we tend to find missing people. It's a natural dip in the land near a popular trail, and people will usually move downhill because it's easier. We hike out there, it's a few miles away, and we get there in about an hour or so. As we're walking around the area, and she's pointing out places she's found people in the past, I see something in the distance. Oh shit. Now this area we're in is about 8 miles from the main parking area, though there's back roads you can take to get closer if you don't want to hike that far. But we're on a state protected land, which means there can't be any kind of commercial or residential development out here. The most you see is a fire tower or a makeshift shelter that homeless people think they can get away with building. But I can see from here that whatever this thing is has straight edges. And if there's one thing you learn quickly, is that nature rarely makes straight lines. I pointed out, but she doesn't say anything. She just hangs back and let me wander over and check it out. I get within about 20 feet of it, and all the hair on the back of my neck stands up. It's a staircase in the middle of the fucking woods. In the proper context, it would literally be the most benign thing ever. It's just a normal staircase with a beige carpet and about 10 steps tall. But instead of being in a house where it obviously should be, it's out here in the middle of the woods. The sides aren't carpeted, obviously, and I can see the wood it's made of. It's almost like a video game glitch where the house has failed to load completely and the stairs are the only thing visible. I stand there and it's like my brain is working overtime to try and make sense of what I'm seeing. My trainer comes and stands next to me. She just stands there casually, looking at it as if it's the least interesting thing in the world. I ask her what the fuck this thing is doing here, and she just chuckles. Get used to it, rookie. You're gonna see a lot of them. I start to move closer, but she grasps my arm hard. I wouldn't do that, she said. Her voice is casual, but her grip is tight. And I just stand there looking at her. You're gonna see them all the time, but don't go near them. Don't touch them. Don't go up them. Just ignore them. I start to ask her about it, but something in the way she's looking at me tells me it's best if I don't. We ended up moving on, and the subject doesn't come up again for the rest of my training. She was right though. I'd say about every 5th call I go on, I end up running across a set of stairs. Sometimes they're relatively close to the path, maybe within 2 or 3 miles. Sometimes they're 20, 30 miles out, literally in the middle of nowhere, and I only find them during the broadest searches or training weekends. They're usually in good condition, but sometimes it looks like they've been out there for miles. All different kinds, all different sizes. The biggest I've ever saw looked like they came out of a turn-of-the-century mansion, and they were at least 10 feet wide with steps leading up at least 15 or 20 feet. I've tried talking about it with people, but they just gave the same response my trainer did. It's normal, don't worry about it, they're not a big deal, but don't go close to them or up them. When the trainer asks me about it now, I give them the same response. I don't really know what else to tell them. I'm really hoping that someday I get a better answer, but it hasn't happened yet. I think I was telling you guys about the stairs, right? What did I sneeze when you sneeze? It's the Aruri cluster, Razor God. They're trolling the simulation we live in. You know, people actually use this as a proof to say that we live in a simulation. They're saying like there's a glitch in the simulation and caused all these stairs to spawn in the forest, or causing the house to not spawn but only the stairs. Yeah, we do be glitching. You know what? I think people shouldn't touch it or go up it. Maybe because it might crumble, right? If it's there for so long. But when I googled it, if you Google like stairs in forests, you see a lot. You see a lot of photos, a lot of them. I think you can probably see how they're like, gateway to like hell or whatever, like the portal for demons or whatever. Yeah. Spiral. Yes, there are also some that are spiral stairs. Bless you, thank you. Yeah. Yeah. Simulation graphic card is at its limit. Imagine trying to run planet Earth. What kind of graphics card do you need? You know what I mean? Like, bro. Ooh. Highway to Hell. It sounds like a song. Yeah. But you know, spiral stairs, they do save a lot of space because it's just one cylinder. So you save a lot of ground space. Yeah. Inform us what's inside. I don't go out, be it in the jungle, in the woods. You know, I'm allergic to mosquitoes. So if I go there, you bet I'm like having allergy flares everywhere. Yeah. CPU power needed. Literally, the stairs in the forest. Who put that there? Yeah, we don't know. That's the thing. And there's a lot of them. Yeah. I wonder if they're escalators. Maybe not. Because then it doesn't make sense. They would probably need like electricity. Imagine demons be like, we're gonna need escalators. Because we're modernized now. Yeah, that would be hilarious. TwitchTuber twitching. Hi, Xander. Welcome in. Yeah, when I drink water and when I stand up, my model twitches. But it is very interesting. This is not the first and only time I've heard of people seeing stairs in the forest. I remember reading about it before. So it's a mystery for sure. Yeah. Ain't that normal? We don't go into the... I think normal people don't just go into the woods, right? Unless you go camping all the time. Or if you have the habit of going, I guess, fishing, then you have to go to like a lake or a pond or something. I don't know. I think most people, I would say most people don't really wander into the woods for no reason. Yeah. Most people kind of live far away, at least in Southeast Asia. Like we don't just willy-nilly go there unless we live in the suburbs. I guess not suburbs, but like the villages, question mark. Alien ship lands on the stairs because it's not stairs. It's an attachment for the ship and charger. It's like an electric charger for like electric cars, except it's for spaceships. Maybe the spaceship is so tall, right? They need something to stand on to walk down instead of just jumping down. And they're like, let's make something that doesn't look too out of place so we don't, get sussed out. Let's make some human-looking stairs. Like earth stairs. Next to the staircase in the woods, you think the house once was there, it was destroyed, but it's just stairs. That's something. It is just plain stairs. Here, let me see if I can find it for you. It is just plain old stairs. Yeah. Stairs in woods. Looky. Literally just stairs in the woods. Yeah. They lead to nowhere. Not these ones. Yeah, something like this. Yep. Stairs in the woods phenomenon. How random. This one leads to a lake. Lake of the lake. Lake of the lake. Yeah, mystery solved. Oh yeah? I guess they solved the mystery? So, I wonder if during the World War, someone bombed it, right? Because, back in the day, people don't be claiming no land, right? They just like, oh, this is my place now. This is my house. I'm going to build my castle here, right? And then, like, boom, a bomb just, blows it up, but the stairs are the most sturdiest thing in the house, maybe. And so, like, the house is gone, but the stairs are there. I don't know. That's just my theory. This kid's gonna die, bro. Yeah, right? Abandoned bunkers. There could be, like, underground tunnels. Yeah. But yeah, lots of stairs in the woods. Not these ones. These ones are for hiking. But yeah. Interesting stuff. Anyways. Nature can take over the rubbles. Yeah, that's what I feel like. Maybe that's the mystery. Fun fact, there's a lot of abandoned bunkers from World War II in sea forest. Yeah. In Penang, we have one in Batu Maung. It's called the War Museum. You can go there and it's like a war museum. You can see where the army would sleep, and lots of people died there, by the way. So when you go there, it's like really chilly. I had a fever when I went there and got home. Anyways, there are tunnels that you can go in and take a tour in. It's like only for one person. It's pretty narrow, and you crawl around, I guess. Yeah, and you gotta squeeze your way through. So if you're a little chunky, you might get stuck. They won't recommend you to go in. Yeah. Yeah, war museum. I went there when I was in high school, and my friend has claustrophobia. So she was like, I can't go in, I'm claustrophobic. So she sat outside, and because I was feeling really sick, I was fine, by the way. We took the bus there. So I was fine when I got there, and we're just walking around talking. But the longer I was there, the more sick I got. And then I eventually was just like, I feel really unwell. So I sat there with her. I didn't get to go into the tunnel. Yeah. You're chunky. If you're chunky, you can't go in because it's a little hole. And you can go underground. Like, there's only one way in and one way out. But instead of crawling the whole stretch, they have another exit, also a crawl hole. If you halfway through, if you want to get out, you can get out from there. Yeah. Fear of Santa Claus. In war, you can't be chunky. That's true. But you have no choice. If you get drafted, you gotta go. Even if you're chunky, it doesn't. You know what I mean? I have to die in a cool way. Thank you. Yeah. Imagine getting stuck in there, and then everybody behind you can't go anywhere because it's just that narrow. Yeah. Feels like a horror place. Yeah. They see something over there. Yeah, there's always something over there. Yeah, you know, on my island, Penang Island, because this used to be okay. So Penang used to be the headquarters of the Japanese military back in World War II. World War II, they decided to set camp in Penang. In some of my friends' schools, they say that sometimes too early in the morning, like maybe 5:36, they would see soldiers, headless soldiers, marching around in their they would have like a field, right? Yeah, they would see that, and they say like it's so normal. So many people see it to the point where even my teachers are like, I mean, their teachers are like, yeah, it's so normal. And my school, my teachers tell us, tell all the students to never come to school too early. Yeah, when it's too dark. Like they're like, don't come to school too early. Yeah, come at around like 6:45 or like 7 earliest. Yeah, it's wild. Yeah, it's really scary. Maybe they're handsome. That's why they want to do a face reveal. Oh wait, they don't have heads. Yeah, they were decapitated. Yeah. Fort Drum at Philippines Manila Bay. It was built in open waters, shaped like a battleship, fully reinforced concrete. Fort Drum. Why is it called Drum? Do people hear drum? Headless Japanese. So we don't know if this one was Japanese though. Yeah. Penang Rifle Range area has a lot of that story too. Rifle. Oh, passing ball. Right. They have a huge cemetery in the back. So I don't know, man. I mean, the rifle range is. I think I talked about this on stream before. There's a place in Penang called the Rifle Range, or I guess direct translation would be the Crossfire Range, or like I guess shooting range. I don't know. Shooting war range. Let's place, right? It's because that little hill. There used to be people just going at it at war. Yeah, and then behind it is just a whole cemetery. Yep. This island might just be haunted, y'all. Yeah. Parang temba. Yeah. Scary as hell, bro. Ghosts definitely exist. Yeah. School has weird. This is not a school rule though, but the teachers say it. It's not in the school rules where you can't come into school at like 6:30 or something, but the teachers say, please don't come in so early. You're not, it's not a good thing. They don't say it's not safe. If they say it's not safe, I'd be like, oh, maybe you get like kidnapped or something. I don't know. But no, they're like, it's not good for you to come. It's like, what are you trying to say? You're not trying to, because teachers can't tell you that there's a ghost, right? But they'll just tell you like, just don't go to this area, don't come in, and blah. Yeah. Don't be late, but don't come too early. Yeah. Happy Independence. Oh, Filipino Independence Day. Hey, happy Independence Day, Philippines. Let's go. Freedom. Yeah. I didn't know it was Independence Day today. Thank you for letting us know, Eagle Vision. Oh, that's nice. So school holiday today, huh? Likes to hang out at school. I don't know. It's wild. Okay. Hi, Laser with me. No school, no work. Alright, let's read the next one. I think this is the last one. This is the last short story for this post. There's another one that was less spooky and more sad. A young man went missing late in winter when realistically no one should be going that far out onto the trails. We closed a lot of them, but some remain open all year round. Unless there's a shit show of snow, we didn't opt for him. But we had about 6 feet of snow on the ground. It was an unusually heavy snow year, and we knew it wasn't likely that we'd find him until spring when the thaw came. Oh shit. Sure enough, when the first big thaw came, a hiker reported a body a little ways off the main trail. We found him at the base of a tree in a pile of melted snow. I knew right away what had happened, and it scared the living shit out of me. Most of you who ski or snowboard or spend any amount of time on a mountain will probably guess too. When the snow falls, it doesn't collect as thick in the areas beneath the branches. It happens most with fir trees because they have sort of a close umbrella shape. So what end up with is a space around the base of the tree that's filled with a mixture of loose powdery snow, air, and branches. They're called tree wells, and they're not immediately obvious if you don't know what you're looking for. We put up signs in the welcome center, big ones letting people know how dangerous they are, but every year that we get an unusual amount of snow, at least one person doesn't read them or doesn't take the warning seriously, and we find out about it in spring. My best guess is that this young man was hiking, got tired, or maybe a cramp from walking in the deep snow. He went to go sit at the base of a tree, not knowing that there was a tree well, and fell in. He got stuck with his feet up, and the surrounding snow caved in around him. Unable to free himself, he suffocated. It's called snow immersion suffocation, and it doesn't usually happen except in really deep snow. But if you get stuck in a weird position like this guy did, even 6 feet of snow can be lethal. What scared me the most was imagine how he must have struggled, upside down in the freezing cold. He didn't die quickly. The snow would have formed a dense, heavy pile on top of him. It would have been literally impossible to get out. As it got harder to breathe, he would have known what was happening. I can't even imagine what he was thinking in his last moments. Oh, this is the last one. What? Okay, I don't know. I've never had this heavy snow. I've never been to a place with this heavy snow. When I went to China as a kid, I remember it was snowing a lot, but it was at most like maybe half of my ankle, right? Yeah, halfway down my like it was never like full body or anything. So like I never been to a place like Canada, right, where the snow is like, I don't know, 5 feet tall. Like heck, I'm 5'2". I would have died. Yeah. Found a worse way to die today. Hello Harold, welcome in. Private Kane, welcome in. So I don't know. Sounds like a tragedy than creepiness. I think it's more like when it sinks in on you, wondering about how somebody struggled in their last moments. That one's like, it's tough, man. Connie, welcome in. 5'2". I'm short, bro. I'm 5'2", bro. Yeah, I'm 158 centimeters. Hi, Mati-kun. Sorry, late. What did I miss? Yeah, a very tragic story about how this guy got stuck in a what do you call it? Tree well, and suffocated. This is so sad. Yeah. At least see snow in the fridge. Honestly, same. Southeast Asian gang be like, we look at ice and be like, snow. Yeah. So what happened was, I'm assuming, from what I understand, is they're under a tree when it snows really heavily. It creates like air and snow. So it's called a tree well. And if you don't know and you sit down, you might fall in, most likely head first like this guy. If you sit down, if you fall in, like if you step on it and you fall in, you probably head up, right? This guy sat. And then he sunk in, so his head was down and his legs were up. And yeah, like and he was trapped there. So you like try not, just fucking stay home when it's snowing. All right, guys, don't be all hiking and stuff. Like you go find a gym with a treadmill if you want to exercise. Okay. No such freeze on sea. Southeast Asia be like cuddleable. You think 5'2" isn't short? Interesting. To Asians, I think I'm okay. But, like, to foreigners, I'm pretty short. Yeah. Okay, snow is fun. Just don't go in the woods for no dang reason. Thank you, Fancy. Thank you. This is snow gets hit by golf ball size ice ball. I've never experienced hail in Malaysia. Yeah, I did when I was in Korea. It was like little pebbles of ice. Kind of like someone crushed up ice, and instead of blending it into like really small pieces, they just decided to throw it. Yeah, that was like the first time I experienced hail. It wasn't scary though. It was just like tick 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 on my window. I was like, what the fuck? Yeah. Yum 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 yum. Just don't ski right next to the tree. Or don't take a rest right next to a tree. This guy must have skied and got tired and he decided to sit under a tree. Isn't it kind of dangerous though? Because snow would pile up on the leaves, right? And if you accidentally shake the tree, wouldn't it like dump it on you? Like the whole thing falls down on you? It's kind of like you being buried under sand. Yeah. Posture check, thank you. Was it fun It wasn't fun get pelted by those. Some are huge. Yeah. Hi, Warren. How's the story going? There's a tragedy. It's a tragic one, unfortunately. Even though it's heavy. Yeah, snow is really heavy. So if imagine like a whole bunch just gets dumped on you, you probably just, pass out or something. Yeah. It's what she said. An instant grave. It's like getting hit on the head with something heavy. Yeah. Like someone threw a bike on your head, like a motorbike. Like just dump it straight down your head. Alright, let's read the next one. A lot of my less outdoorsy friends want to know if I've seen the goat man while I've been out on calls. What the fuck? Unfortunately, or I guess fortunately, I've never had anything quite like that happen. I guess the closest was the whole black-eyed man thing, but I didn't see anything. However, there was this one call where I had something kind of similar happen, but I'm not sure I'm willing to chalk it up to the goat man. We got a report that an older woman had fainted along one of the trails and needed assistance on getting back down to the main area. We hike up to where she's at, and her husband is just beside himself. He runs, well, I guess more jogs to us and tells us that he was a little ways off the trail looking at something when his wife starts screaming behind him. He runs back to her and she's passed out on the trail. We get her on a backboard, and as we're getting her down to the welcome center, she comes to and starts screaming again. I calm her down and ask her what happened. I can't remember verbatim what she said, but essentially what happened was this. She'd been waiting for her husband when she started hearing this really strange sound. She said it sounded sort of like a cat, but it was off somehow, and she couldn't quite figure out why. She went a little ahead to try and hear it better, and it sounded like it was coming closer. She said the closer it got, the more uneasy she was, until she finally figured out what was wrong. I do remember this next part, because it was so weird that I don't think I could ever forget if I tried. She said it wasn't a cat, it was a man, saying the word meow over and over, just meow, 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 but it wasn't a man. It couldn't have been, because I've never heard a man make this voice buzz like that. Brr, brr, brr. I thought my hearing aid was going out, but it wasn't. I adjusted it, and it still sounded all buzzy. Hearing aid? How old are you, lady? She must be in her, like, freaking 80s. It was awful. He was coming closer, but I couldn't see him. And the closer he got, the more scared I was. The last thing I remember was a shape coming out of the trees. I guess that's when I fainted. Now, obviously, I'm a little perplexed as to why a guy would be out in the fucking woods chanting meow meow at people when you're trying to be a nekomimi, man. So once we get down the mountain, I tell my superior that I'm gonna go search the area to see if I can find anything. He gives me the go ahead, and I grab the radio and hike back to where she fainted. I don't see anyone, so I just keep going about a mile more, and when I head back, I go off the trail to see if I can figure out where she saw him coming from. It's almost sunset by this point, and I don't have any desire to be out at night alone. So I just sort of write it off and make a mental note to check it out again tomorrow. But as I'm heading back, I start to hear something in the distance. I stop. And then I call out for anyone in the distance area to identify themselves. Identify yourself. The sound didn't come closer or get louder, but it sounded exactly like a man saying meow meow in this really odd monotone. Oh, meow. Odd monotone. Meow. Meow. As comical as it makes it sound, it almost sounds like the guy on South Park with the electrolarynx. What is an electrolarynx? Ned. I go off the trail in the direction I think it's coming from, but I never seem to get closer. It's almost like it's coming from all directions. Eventually, it just sort of fades out, and I ended up going back to the welcome center. I didn't get any further reports like that, and even though I went back to that area, I never heard that exact sound again. I suppose it could have been some stupid kid out there fucking with people, but even then I have to admit it was all weird. Meow. Meow. Bro is practicing to be a voice actor. He was trying to practice to be a voice actor for a Nekopara male version, okay? For his kawaii metal band. Yeah, he was trying to audition for the Nekopara male voice actor role, okay? Jado on the call. Jado's meow is so cute. Like, my heart goes, aww. Yeah. Oh my god, Atlas, you lost everything. I I guess goats do kind of sound like cats, right? Meh. Meh. Do goats sound like that? Meh. No, actually, no. Goats sound like Kevin Hart. Yeah, they go, hey. Yeah, goats sound like Kevin Hart when he's panicky. They go, hey. Yeah, I think sheep sounds like meh, right? Sheep be like meh. Yeah. Yeah, that's what goats sound like, I feel. At least the goats that I've seen on the internet. I've never met a goat in real life. Yeah. Can be my mother though, she's mad at me. Ants! Ants! Yeah. I don't know. But she saw a shadow though. Yeah. She said she saw a shadow and then she passed the fuck out. Anyway, why was her husband leaving her alone in the woods to go see something? I would be like, baby girl, do you want to come with me? Let's go look at something together. Yeah. You seen a real goat before? Cats meek sound similar to a goat's bleat. Meek sound. Oh, yeah, you mean when they see birds on the window, they go, They chirp though, right? Don't sound like cat, Aruri. They don't sound like cats. I think sheep sound like cat. Meh, meh, meh. I don't know. Ronaldo? Is Ronaldo the sheep on the internet? There was this girl, she has like a talking goat. Yeah. Shadow of the cat goat, man. Maybe the goat was trying to, I don't know, roleplay as something else. Ronaldo is the goat. Jeez Louise. Alright, let's read. So this kind of turned to a massive wall of text. Oh, part 3 is up. Alright, we'll see if we stumble upon it. By the way, you remember Veristyle? They had the really, like, the really intense story about the whole, like, how the grandpa keeps time skipping. Oh, no, Veristyle is the one with the fucking tree and everything. I had to watch a girl on the CCTV that thing. Yeah. I watched a girl on the CCTV and then something. That was a lot. But you know what? It's so many parts. I'm not gonna read it. This one's the first one. If you want to read it, please read it. This is part 1 of 4. This is the first story. Okay. What the fuck was that sound? All right. And this is the ghost tree. This is part 3. So the one that we read was the second one. Yeah. My job was to look at a girl on the CCTV or something. My job was to what is it called? Watch a girl on a CCTV. Yeah, this was part 1 of 6, by the way. I'm not gonna read this because I remember reading that series and the story just kept going on and on. And I was like, bro. Now this one, M59 Gar. This one is the one who wrote about the whatchamacallit, my brain's farting. The grandpa one where he keeps time skipping. Yeah. Because a creature was in his brain. Yeah. Anyways, I want to go pee, guys. Oh, that's good to know, Sheriff Pumpkin. Welcome in. Did you do it? What did it cost? Everything. Can't follow up at the end of the story. It wasn't even the end of the story when it was... The end of story wasn't the end of story because there's more. There's this is the episode 3, I guess, than part 1 of 6. So, yeah, but I'm not gonna read that one. It's too long. I feel bad for the new people who just came in because they don't know what the context is about. So I'm not gonna be reading this. Feel free to read it yourself if you have time. The Alzheimer's one. Yes, this is the Alzheimer's writer. That sounds so bad. They don't have Alzheimer's, but they wrote about Alzheimer's. Ronaldo or Messi? I don't watch football. Or soccer, whatever. Okay, I'm gonna go take a quick toilet break. We'll be back 3 to 5 minutes. I'm also gonna go heat up more hot water for my tea. All right, be right back, guys. Real quick, real quick. I'm back. I'm back. I didn't get to make hot water because I was like, it's taking too long. It's still boiling though. I mean, I have a kettle on. It'll turn off by itself. But I got tired of waiting. Oh my god. Okay. Stars, planes, chicken, light rope, golden one. What could it be? Huh? Stars, planes, chicken, light rope, golden one. Are you high? It reminded me of that one time someone was smoking weed and they came in my chat and they talked and I was like, I don't understand what you're saying, bro. Call! I love me some chimkin. Yeah. Razor God, thank you so much for coming. Oh, it's got it. It is almost 10:30, eh? Hope you washed your hands. Yeah, you want to smell them and rub it all over your nose. What? Okay, which one do you guys want to read? There's so many. This guy is a really good writer, but I think we'll just read one. Let's read this one. I think this one will be interesting. I'll just read one, I think. Yeah, we'll just read one from my fucking lisp making me whistle. I'll just read one from this guy and then we'll move on to the other stories. Yeah, because I have so many. Remember, I opened all his tabs and I still haven't closed it since that day. Maybe I'll try my bong next stream. Yo, I'll be interested to see what you're trying to say. Like, it's funny to try and decipher, but most of the time I couldn't make out what this guy was saying. Alright. I was fighting my boredom. Well, at least you didn't spam, so I appreciate that. Yeah. I appreciate it. Alright. We're reading another one from M59 Gar. The title says, I was told that everyone I'd served with in the military died shortly after I left. Today, I saw one of my old squad mates, homeless, digging through the trash behind a convenience store. He had an unbelievable story to tell. The Purge. What does this mean? I'm reading out to you guys if any of you still check these old email addresses because I think we've been lied to. I'm hoping some of you might know something or have some context you can ask to find out more. I'll start at the beginning. Lied to. I saw Higgins out back of a 7-Eleven rooting through the dumpster. Yes, that Higgins, the quiet one. He was a sorry sight, like most these days. But he was better than dead. He saw me, and I know he recognized me. He ran and ducked into the aft streets. I thought, I'm not stupid. I'm not going back there. And I did just go home, but it gnawed at me seeing him like that. He was dirty, haggard, and hungry, but he wasn't dead. I didn't sleep that night. I simply lay in bed and stared at the ceiling, trying not to wake any of my roommates. I was confused at first, and then suspicious, and then angry. How long has it been? 4 years? 5? They told us that everyone in that brigade had died, but Higgins didn't. Maybe Higgins left too? I don't know. This is why I don't gotcha, bro. Here's another raffle. I gotta sneeze, guys. Woo! Time to take my pills. Oh my god. At some point, I stopped counting my sneezes. You know what I mean? Because sometimes in one day, I would be sneezing 10 times. Not 10 times, 100 times. Literally, I'm not even exaggerating. 100 times a day. Listen, at the start of the stream until now, I probably have sneezed over 10 times. So think about the whole day. Oh, sweet Jesus. Right. Bless you. Thank you. Do you ever just sneeze just once? For me, it's always 2 or more, never just 1. I hardly sneeze only once. Yeah. I don't know why. Sneeze machine gun. I'm like, don't come close to me. I have a sneeze machine and I'm not afraid to use it. 2 sets of 50 sneeze reps. If I sneeze 50 times in a row, I probably have a concussion. Yeah. Okay. If they lied about him, what are the chances that the rest was a lie too? It was strange, suddenly having a purpose again. I was exhausted, but I felt clear. I managed to carefully step my way across the room as soon as the sun came up without waking anyone. I didn't even mind the crowd outside. Some kid offered to sell me 1 dozen of makeshift crushing fist action figures he'd made, and I actually gave him $1. It just didn't matter. Something in me had snapped, and I was just done. Sorry, I was cracking my bones. With futilely trying to scrimp and save for a future that would never come. I've never seen this word before. Scrimp? Scrimp? Shrimp? Isn't a brigade quite sizable? I think so. And they said that everybody in the brigade died. Yeah. Oops, sorry. Plasma sneezing gun, that's me. I've been employed the last few years as a bodyguard for a Richie. His name's Ethan. He's not the worst as Richies go. Richies, huh? He's an asshole though. I had to go to work before anything else, and go to work I did. This time though, I was a new man. I kept my face stoned but my ears sharp. He and his Richie friends lounged by the pool for hours that day. Their topics of conversation, aside from group drama, revolved mainly around some dramatic trial of the decade I couldn't care less about. Those annoying screeching sounds that, quote, somebody should do something about, and a crushing fist-themed party they were going to attend later that week. I don't think they know anything. Their days are filled with ennui and bullshit. Ennui? New word learned. Ennui. Inui? How do you pronounce this? Ennui. Ennui? Inui. Anyways. But somebody knows something. They have to. Ethan always said that he'd help me out if I ever wanted to get back into the military. I don't know if he really meant it, but I brought it up with him at the end of my shift. He grinned, puffed a cigar, and promised he'd talk to somebody. I don't know if he will, but it wasn't a refusal. I went back to the aft streets that night. Higgins had seemed weak and hungry. He couldn't have gone far, but that didn't mean the search would be easy. There were thousands of them down there, among the rubble of the latest earthquake, and he didn't want to be found. Sounds like Banui, not gonna lie. That's true. Banui. Okay. Means boredom. Anui. 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 A feeling of weariness and dissatisfaction. Okay, thank you. Weariness, dissatisfaction. Ennui. And ennui. Ennui. Ennui means boredom. Lack of occupation and excitement. Interesting. Ennui. 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 Sounds like Banui. It took me until midnight to find him, catch him, and force the story out of him. He didn't want to tell me, and he said he'd get in trouble if he did. But how could his situation get any worse? What is this mystery? Aruri. Okay. This is a conversation then. After you left, Thompson, everything went to shit. I haven't told anyone what happened, not in the least, because I don't want them to know I'm here. I'd rather be homeless in the first world than set up like a king out there in the Doomlands, eh? What, are they Canadians? Okay, geez, relax. You left, you quit, I get it. Any man would have done the same, but we were still out there in the desert, the Middle East, or thereabouts. I can't believe it's been almost 5 years. I remember that morning like it happened earlier today. We woke up, we did the rounds, we went on patrol, and there it was. Darkness, right out there in the goddamn sand. Miles wide, just sitting there, like a landlocked black mountain. Now, there's already been some questionable orders from the Brigadier General. You know, a recent subtle anger, a bit of disdain. But he'd always done right by us. We trusted him. Still, it didn't make sense. He ordered us into that shit to capture some oil well or something. He figured the rebels that controlled it at the time had hightailed it because of the darkness. Yeah, that much made sense. But if everyone else had run away, why were we fucking walking into it? UAVs that flew into dark that flew in went dark almost instantly, but they eventually popped out the other side unharmed, having recorded nothing but blackness. Near as the techs could figure, the darkness wasn't dangerous itself. It just limited EM to a 10-foot radius somehow. Yeah, we were classic tough guys back then. We didn't give a damn about the darkness. It was the unknown source that kept us up that first night when we camped near the godforsaken place. The source, or whatever might have lurked inside. Still, we talked ourselves into it, the whole macho military thing, you know? The brigadier general had a plan. We were gonna set up a web of men, lights, and radio relays, each within 10 feet of each other. It sounded like it might work. It was cold in there, damn cold, compared to the desert heat that we'd grown accustomed to suffering. Turns out it's hard to heat a place that gets no sunlight, no infrared, and no radiation of any kind. It was only convection and conduction along air and sand that kept it barely survivable. I was behind maybe 200 guys when I finally walked into the ink, with the 3,000 more coming in after me. The lights and relays worked, but kept it. Wait, what? The lights and relays worked and kept it lit and loud, but there was still a perfectly dark sphere around each bulb. I couldn't see the next light until I was within 10 feet of it. That's why we'd set them up 8 feet apart. It was eerie as hell seeing spheres of safety blink into existence as I approached across the sand, and eerie still to look back and see men and equipment I'd left behind vanish into nothingness. We'd step out a few feet, begin setting up gear, and pray the rest of the world didn't somehow leave us behind in these few 10 seconds before the radio came online. You ever heard of a radio with no static? No ambient background noise? There's none of that crackle you expect by instinct. It was just this keening silence. I remember staring at my radio with the sensation that I was falling into an endless blackness, an absolute lack of sound and infinite noiseless echo that somehow still seemed to have some latent awareness behind it. What? Sounds like Aruri when you have a stuffy nose. Anyway. Okay. So far we know that in the Middle East, right, there is a black sphere? Am I getting that right? Are you guys interpreting the same thing? There's like a dark black place, a ball, right? And they're trying to go into it, and it was so dark. Yeah. Pitch black forest road. Eats the headlights. That's scary as hell. No moonlight? I guess if the woods are so crowded that it might just block out all of the moonlight, right? Hi Darius, welcome in. The darkness of desert. Huh, but they're saying they went into the ink, so I'm assuming it's a place inside of the desert. Yeah. Isn't that kind of eerie though? Imagine like dead silence, bro. Because, you ever been to a hotel that is so quiet? Like, you ever been to a hotel that has no other sound? And it's just not even AC sound, nothing. It's just so silent, right? Eventually, at least for me, if it's too quiet, I can't sleep. Because I start hearing this sound that's like really sharp in the silence. And it kills my brain, bro. I just can't sleep because that's all I hear. I need like ambient noise. I need like wind sound or something, like something soft even, just to like break the silence. Yeah. Just on the fan. No, sometimes the AC are so quiet. It's so silent. Yeah. That's why I always watch streams. Yeah, for me, I always sleep with a fan on. Even though I have the AC on, the fan will always be on. I like feeling wind when I sleep. I like feeling air circulation when I sleep. I can't sleep in a still room with no airflow or anything. Yeah, is that weird? I know some people sleep with like ocean sounds. Yeah. More oil worth, who knows, right? Because like you could be stumbling upon a really big oil land. Yeah. Sleep with the TV on. Oh, Fabian, you know, Google YouTube this kind of a video. It's a kind of like an ASMR type video, but it's actually playing oldie music with someone in the next room. Yeah, the title is something like that. Listening to oldies while people are talking in the next room. It sounds really cozy, trust. It's like you're in your room and the soft oldies musics are is like playing. It's really soft, like 50s 60s music is playing, and then you hear people like softly chatting with each other in the next room. It feels so comfy. Yeah, you do rainy sounds or go on ASMR stuff. Works for me. Yeah, honestly, same. I listen to ASMR to sleep a lot. Listening to power metal, Darius is like, nothing will wake me up. Yeah. Doesn't fan disturb the laminar flow of AC and make it more harder to chill the room? Not for me, because I don't know what kind of house you have. For me, my rooms are really small in my apartments because I live in an apartment. So if you turn the AC on and you turn the fan on, you don't need to turn the AC as cold because the room gets really cold really easily. Yeah. And like obviously don't leave any windows, doors open. Then the whole room gets really cold easily. Yeah, and then I turn it off when it's too cold. I turn the AC off when it's too cold. I just leave the fan on. I'm like, yes. Yeah. Listening to X while your parents are arguing. Ayo? Yeah, that'd be hilarious. Electric bills go high. Yeah, but I can't sleep when it's too hot. Yeah, I'm a cold sleeper. I need the room to be really cold. Not really cold, but it needs to be chilly. Then only I can sleep. I cannot, no matter what, sleep when it's too hot. I just can't stay asleep. I sweat. I'm like rolling around. I'm like, ah! Yeah. I just get naked. I can't. I don't live alone, bro. Yeah, if I lived alone, I would be. When I lived alone in Korea, I would just be with my underwear and then like a t-shirt. Yeah. You don't like pillows? When dolls sweat, ayo. When dolls sweat, pee, and poop. Can't wait for the Aura with the Among Us reveal. Love the bouncy Dero. Oh, thank you, Meow Nia. Here's his name, Dero. So tomorrow's gonna be the Rust stream, and then Men of Medan stream is gonna be after. So it will be exactly 1 week after my last Men of Medan stream, okay? Yeah. Oh, Lord. Alright, let's keep reading. I remember thinking there was every chance that men were dying all around, being snatched into darkness, being shot by rebels that had stumbled across us, or worse. But there I was, not hearing or seeing a thing. If you were more than 10 feet away, you might as well have not existed. The only assurances we had were the increasingly static field relay radio sounds. Doran, check. I remember it. Rothman, check. I raised my radio, then happy to be heard by anyone. Higgins, check. We waited 4 heartbeats. Instead of our local officer, the brigadier general's deep and harsh voice echoed over the comms. Sorkis, check in. We waited 2 more heartbeats. He spoke again. All mortar teams calculate Sorki's last location and prepare to fire on that position. I froze. What? Wait, what? Also, oh my god, Brigadier General sounds kind of hot. Deep and harsh voice. Oh my god. Oh my god, stop. Sorry, I have a thing for nice voices, okay? I'm fangirling. Okay. Anyways, all mortar teams calculate Sorkis' last location and prepare to fire in that position. What? Broken arrow? Enemy, so it makes sense to nuke that area. What if he was still alive? Given a direct order, 2 men in my light bubble did not freeze. Opening a few crates, they unpacked the mortar and checked their map and angles. A blast of static hit the radio. I'm here, Christ almighty, my radio just went out for... He cut back out. I sighed with relief, and the 2 men relaxed and began decommissioning the mortar. The next order immediately chilled us to the bones, far deeper than the ghastly cold of that place. All mortar teams share telemetry data from that last transmission and shell Sorkis' current location as soon as possible. What does shelling a place mean? Shoot it? I'm here, Christ almighty. My radio just went out for... He cut back out. All mortar teams share telemetry data from that last transmission and shell Sorkis' current location as soon as possible. Bombshell! Artillery shell! Bomb? That's fucking crazy. Like it's Wattpad smut. I remember staring at my radio again, this time for a far different reason. That had clearly been Sorkis' voice. Who did the Brigadier General think that had been? If it really wasn't him, what could possibly have faked his voice so quickly? Did the rebels have some new tack, or had he been under duress? What did the Brigadier General know that we didn't? The gruff voice came again. Sorkis, if you're out there, I suggest you move. If anyone encounters Sorkis, bring him out of the darkness zone as a potential enemy combatant. Do not touch him or allow him to speak. A heartbeat of silence followed as he let those orders sink in. Continue the check-ins. Shelling is with explosives. What? Sorkis, if you're out there, I suggest you move. If anyone encounters him, bring him out of the darkness zone as a potential enemy combatant. Do not touch him or allow him to speak. What is going on? Sam, welcome in. I was waiting for your next live, but I'm late. It's okay, it's okay. Welcome in. All right, I'll give you a TLDR since you just got here. So there's this place in the Middle East, and it's called the Ink, right? Oh, well, let's just call it the Ink. It's a place that is so dark, it is pitch black. So dark that there's no other sound. It is like silent. There's no other light reflecting off it, anything. And there's like thousands of military people went in a line, right? By groups, 8 feet apart. And they're trying to, I guess, explore the place because I think there's potential oil in that area. But unfortunately, their general was like checking in with them, and each team called their names except for this Sorkis guy, who didn't. And then when he finally did, he's like, oh my god, my radio just went out, and then it cut back out. And the general was like, you gotta bomb that place. And Sorkis, if you're there, you better come out. And if anybody sees him, do not touch him or allow him to speak. He's a potential enemy combatant. What the fuck? TLDR, oh, too long to read. Like if you're here late, I'll give you a quick rundown, okay? Yeah. We want lots of raffles. All right, you know what? How about this? Just for tonight, I'm gonna turn the raffles on more frequently, okay? Where is it? Where's my timers? Oh, there it is. Raffle usually is once every 20 minutes, but I think I'm gonna do once every 10 minutes, okay? Now, I don't want to see a single, haha, nobody has joined this raffle, otherwise I'm gonna turn that back to 20. Alright, anyways. Can YouTube have raffles too? Unfortunately not. Yeah. YouTube is not that bot friendly. The bots are like janky. Yeah. Unfortunately. Alright, I remember exchanging looks with the other guys. Smart tactics or paranoia? It was too soon to know. We sure as hell weren't going to be late on our check-ins. It was basically the most horrifying place imaginable. No other way to say it. It was becoming increasingly clear that we weren't being told the truth about the situation. For hours I stalked close to each light, moving forward 10 feet at a time with my squad. I had my gun up and ready, pointed at blank nothing. Lord help any lost soldiers that stumbled into our little bubble. There was no way in hell I'd have time to check what I was firing at. And there was no way in hell I'd have the focus to hold off in any case. It was freezing out there. As we crept along the sandy bottom of a pitch black ocean, I was sweating the whole time. I love your accent. Oh, thank you. I don't know what accent I have, honestly. I think it's a mixture of everything. A mixture of everything. Okay, among the constant chatter of static-filled check-ins, random nervous comments began making the rounds. The lieutenants made no move to stop us. Christ, if a guy couldn't crack a joke about inching forward through an otherworldly zone of darkness, how could anyone keep it together? Those tense mutterings turned into conversations and then speculations. The first grimly quiet true observation cut through all of that. I think I heard something growling. That immediately brought back all of my tension and I held my gun higher. I imagine many were doing the same. Out there in the darkness, there was a line of men and women advancing across the desert, but we couldn't see or hear each other. It occurred to many at the same time, I think, but Thompson, Christina, was the first to speak with authority. She muttered some sort of profanity and then told us, "Your light only extends 10 feet from its source. But if you're standing closer to the termination radius than the bulb, something that doesn't need light to see could be standing just beyond, watching you without being seen." Mild Southern, act Southern. Howdy. Wait, what? You know, she's true. Because, like, okay, imagine if this is a circle, right? If this is a circle where the light reaches, what if on the very edge, right next to where the light doesn't reach, something is there? There were girl soldiers. Yeah, there's actually a lot of female soldiers. Obviously more male than female, but lately we're having more and more female soldiers. Yeah. Night vision exists. Okay. A series of chaotic orders erupted on the radio, but the Brigadier General's calm fury cut through all of that. Every man on the front line, prepare to shine your personal flashlight forward on my order. If you see anything whatsoever, open fire. He cut back in quickly. Make sure you're pointing the right direction. This is fucked up. Because how do you know? Okay, it's like this. Do you know why people are like disorientated in underwater? Disoriented? What's the word? Disoriented? English is hard, right? Like underwater, because you don't know what way is up and what way is down. You know, especially if you swim really deep, when you don't really see the light anymore and it's just dark, you don't know what way is up and what way is down. Yeah. Right? Or is it space? Is it space or is it underwater? I don't remember. I think it was space. You don't know which way is towards Earth and which way is away from Earth. This is fucked up. This is like you don't know which way is front and which way is back. Because what if you're walking in the wrong direction? Underwater, you can still feel gravity. Maybe it's space then, right? You know what? I'm assuming they have a rope, right? First group with the rope, and then they keep walking away from where the rope is being pulled. Yeah. Disoriented. Oh, disoriented. Yeah. Oxygen cord. Or that, actually. I waited shivering from cold and terror, acutely aware of the growing weight of my gun. The men behind me backed up, moving closer to the light and drawing their weapons as well. We'd all felt watched for the last several hours, and muttered comments to each other about it. If there was something lurking right out there, if something had been right out there the entire time. Lord, I was going to unload every bullet I had into it. Even if they stand next to each other. Imagine if you sit down, right? And when you stand up again, you're like, was I facing this way before? I'm assuming they have a rope. Yeah. It was probably on the span of a few seconds, but it felt like an endless purgatory. I couldn't look away, couldn't drop my hands, couldn't wipe the sweat from my forehead. What was happening out there? Had he given the order? Had our radio gone out? If our radio had gone out, had something happened to the men behind us? If the links had been broken, what if we could never find our way back? Nobody was saying it, but that darkness had to have been supernatural, right? Which meant we were far and away out of our own league. We had been trained to fight human enemies, to hunt down terrorists and clear out rebels. That was just, oh fuck, shit's about to happen. Mark. I clicked my flashlight on without even thinking about it. I was so hyped up on adrenaline that I actually imagined I could see the flashlight's beam waving out, billowing back into the darkness in a cylinder slightly longer than the main bubble. It was only by weeks of ingrained training that my finger stopped with the trigger halfway depressed. I didn't do it, Mark. I did not. Another soldier stood opposite, facing me, weapon drawn, flashlight out with another team of scared men behind him, gathered around a main light. Had we gotten turned around? Had we somehow messed up our positions? Or did the darkness mess up navigation somehow? Or... I narrowed my eyes. I shouldn't have been able to see that far. How was the 10-foot sight limit being broken? Wait, what? It's my birthday tomorrow. Oh, Sam! Can you come back tomorrow? I'll sing you a birthday song. Sam, come drop by tomorrow. I'll sing you a birthday song. Yeah, dedicated for you. You can clip it if you want. Yeah, you can even turn it into a I don't know, ringtone or whatever. I give you permission. Yeah, just yell, brother. Here's the thing. What if it's not them? Fuck, what do you do? I shouldn't have been able to see that far. How was the 10-foot sight limit being broken? I looked closer. The uniforms were all the same, but so were the faces. It was a reflection. And as I stared, I saw a slight turbulence in that reflection. Little imperfections. Movement. It was something huge, something gigantic and mirrored my dick. Sorry. The best sense I could get of it was that it was some sort of reflective, enormous snake slithering by in the sand. Everything in me screamed at my fingers, begging me to pull the trigger. But some part of me asked, what could my gun do against something so huge? Humans could fall if penetrated by bullets, but this thing would only lash out in rage if it was really a living creature. I stepped back. The other men hadn't seen it. They had just been a foot or two behind me. Good. They wouldn't know to fire. Except everyone else on the front line might. God forgive me, I ran. I didn't have the time to think or plan or call out or make a transmission. I just ran. I saw the other guys look at me as I bolted past. And I could only hope that they understood. The light behind me blinked away and the light ahead of me blinked into existence. 10 soldiers stood guard, startled by my approach, but they lowered their weapons as they saw me. They too turned their heads in confusion and watched as I bolted past. The darkness may have stopped EM, but it didn't stop reverberations through the sand. I felt the first impact like it was one of these damn earthquakes. I had one chance to react, and spurred by a sudden mental image I had of what was happening, I instinctively chose to jump. Something enormous hit me from behind, crushing my backpack into me, and I tumbled up in the air over a slippery surface and back down on the sand. The protective sphere of light were all gone, and I had nothing but my flashlight. I saw nothing in a brief scan around me but bloodied sand and shattered equipment, and I had a broken arm for sure. I ditched my pack and forced my way to my feet on pure adrenaline. There was no radio, no light, no help, nothing. I'd been terrified of that very situation all night, all day, and it had actually happened. Which way? It was black, just black. That darkness haunts my nightmares still. Which way would you choose? There was something enormous out there, something snake-like or tentacled and mirrored for some goddamn reason. What was the point of the mirrored skin in absolute darkness? It didn't make sense. You know what's fucked up? When he looked forward, right, he saw his reflection. And he was like, what? And then it slithered past. So, like, that thing has mirror skin. Like, mirror flesh. Yeah. Hey, China, you're making giant snake movies. Joe Mama's so hot. Thank you for giving me the flower. And thank you for the follow. God is gamers. Hey, welcome in. That wasn't a reflection. It was the skin. It was the scales of something. Yeah. But all I could do was run, pick a direction, and pray. Would God hear me in such a place? Were prayers subject to the same 10-foot limits? One direction held some sort of horrific creatures that had just devastated our front line. One direction held my brigade and the brigadier general that had ordered us into the nightmare on the lie. One direction held the unknown and miles of darkness. I prayed for the third. I stumbled through the sand for hours, days. How could I know? I had some water left, but drank it all. I stopped to tie up my broken arm. After I was reasonably certain I wasn't about to be instantly killed by a giant lashing mirror flesh. All I could do was walk. And yeah, it occurred to me that the darkness might never end. All my macho tough guy shit was snuffed out of me by a single existence. And I would have cried if I could have spared the water. I just wanted to see someone, anyone, any human at all. The sun. Except I came out at nighttime. I almost didn't realize I'd escaped. It was still pitch black and ice cold, as it gets in the desert. I wandered so long that I became delirious, and then I woke up with some rebels. Sork cosmic horror. It's not something natural. I mean, we've seen lizards and, you know, like iguanas. They can like mimic colors, right? Like the chameleon. Who's to say that like snakes haven't evolved enough where they can reflect surfaces? You know, like they have mirror like scales. Thank you for the follow, Goddess Gamers. Thank you for the follow, Kotoki Solana. Welcome in. My anaconda don't. They've taken care of me, given me water and a place to sleep until I healed. That still doesn't make sense to me. But I was out. I guess God had actually heard me in there. Worst part though, the nightmare sins. Not born of that mirrored monstrosity, but of the sounds I heard walking through the dark zone while lost. Growling, a roar, and screeching like that goddamn sound we hear sometimes. The squealing truck sound. The hell was out there, I'll never know. They hounded me the entire trek, held off only by random shots from my gun. And they left mocking gifts for me every hour, limbs mostly from my squad mates. That's the thing, they knew which men I'd been with. These weren't just animals, they knew. And they got off on torturing me. What kind of mind would do that, Thompson? God. Bro. Can geckos do that too? I don't think so. Somewhere about 6 feet high. That's scary. A narcissist would have loved that thing. You're right, Risu. That is true. Excuse me, I got a burp. Alright. Yeah. narcissist people be like, oh my god, I look so good. Before dying. So what happened after? I asked, mortified. He just laughed dismissively. I went AWOL, jackass. Why do you think I'm here like this? I wasn't about to die in that icy hellhole. And that's why you're still alive, I realized aloud. You actually believe the cover story, he said, laughing again, this time with a hint of derisive madness. There's someone you should talk to over at Tescoy prison. Who? I demanded, gripping him by his ragged collar again. Is Christina alive too? Oh no, he replied slowly. Visible moisture welling up in his eyes. I should have figured out that's what you were about. Vasiliev killed her. That's why he's in Tescoy. Vasiliev? Any hopes I had were dashed completely. It was all I could do to fight down blind rage. Blaku? Vasiliev Blaku? I remember him from my battalion. I remember him as a prankster, a fool, and a clown. He was the youngest I knew in the service at the time, but it didn't make sense. Why? I ran into Doran a couple years back. He said Blaku led a mutiny, tried to kill the double-edged sword himself. My anger drained away at hearing that. I didn't know who that nickname referred to, but I did know her. Christina tried to do the right thing and stop him. I let go of his collar. He sighed unhappily. Yeah, she was a good person. The best even. Looking at the golden midnight sky, he shook his head. If Blaku had actually pulled it off, we might not be here now. What do you mean? He stared at me. Haven't you been watching? I shook my head. I don't watch TV, propaganda and rot. It's the trial of the decade, he replied, still not believing I hadn't seen anything about it. He looked up behind me, a giant television billboard that survived the latest earthquake when everything else in the poor sections of the city had fallen. It's everywhere, he breathed. The Brigadier General, the sword. We came to call him the double-edged sword behind closed doors because of his increasingly brutal tactics. Eventually, he went too far. He was the one who started all of this. He's the one who brought the crushing fist down upon us. Bro, Blaku is the general. Oh no, Blaku... No, wait. Blaku tried to kill the general. Yeah. What time tomorrow? Your next live? I want to be early. 9 p.m. GMT plus 8. Yeah. 9 p.m. GMT plus 8. Or SGT or MYT. There you go. My nerve jangled with uneven fire as I absorbed what he was saying. That was the trial? Putting the Brigadier General on trial for somehow bringing the crushing fist upon us? Every news network, hell, every channel and every overheard conversation, kids making action figures of the oncoming storm, TV soap operas using the end of everything as a plot point, science fiction novels running through various explanations and scenarios that their protagonists always eventually overcame, rich people having parties in mockeries of their fear. And I'd almost been there, right at the beginning of it all. If I hadn't left. But how could I have stayed? Not after what happened. I didn't have anything else to say to Higgins. Instead, I gave him a $5 bill, that's all I could spare, and apologized for my roughness. I left him there, in the aft streets, and he just walked slowly off the other way, almost immediately getting lost in the dirty and diseased crowd. I remember looking back as he passed by a mound of rubble and thinking, I'm never gonna see this man again. Who's crushing fists? I don't know what all these things mean. You're Meow Nya. What do you want to be called? You want to be called Meow Nya, or do you want to be called Cynical Risu? Pick one. Pick one, or I'm gonna call you by both. Choose your poison. But I didn't wish him luck silently. We'd been squad mates once. My time in the military seems like a long time ago. It seems like a long ago separate life, but I couldn't wish him ill for trying to survive, even if it meant I hadn't learned the truth until now. Doran, Blacku, and Higgins are all still alive, even though we were told they died. What the hell really happened? Our brigade commander is on trial for causing all of this, and a cover-up is claiming that everyone we knew died in the sand out there. That's why I'm emailing you guys. I need to know what happened to Christina and the rest of the men and women we knew. I can't investigate anymore myself because Ethan came through. When I got home, a letter was waiting for me. I'd been reinstated, and they're sending me out tomorrow. It's suspiciously fast, but it might be a chance to get out there and ask more questions. I need someone to go to Teskoi as a favor to me. I have no intention of going up there to ask Vasiliev any question myself, but I need to know what happened. But if I see that bastard in person, I know I won't be able to stop myself. I'll strangle him with my hands. Next part! What the fuck was it? Let us know. Just like Zoro, we're lost. Thank you for all the hearts. I'll be going lurker mode for a while. I'll still be listening. I need to start my Wednesday cleaning. Oh, okay, Matiko, no problem. Thank you for lurking. Jacob's letter. What is Jacob's letter? Will we kill the snake? I want to know. What if it's not even a snake? Because he said he doesn't know if it's a tentacle, if it's a snake. He just knows it's slithery. All right? Like a tentacle. You know what I mean? A tentacle that's like wiggly. It's just wiggly. Yeah. There's no structure to the story. Bro cooked the story hard. This is part 2. Okay? It's Slytherin, Gryffindor, Slytherin, Hufflepuff, and Ravenclaw. How do you measure PP? So exclamation PP. Oh, you mean literally how do you measure it? Alright, let me teach y'all. As if I have a PP. You know the flimsy, soft kind of like measuring tape? The one for like tailors? The one where you kind of measure your shoulders and your arms and stuff like that when you tailor clothes. Use that. Yeah, because a ruler is inaccurate. A ruler doesn't serve you right. Okay, use that thing because that thing is flimsy. So you can measure the length and the girth. Yeah, you're welcome. Today you learn. Ruler, hands, different ways to... Hands? People have different size hands, so yeah. You must know the snake language. Slytherin. You never get into a pissing contest at all. Pissing contest. A pissing contest? What is the context, Mercenary BDU? What's my PP size? Exclamation PP on Twitch. Hey, 10 inches was good. Just use feelings. We're Asians, true. You can't measure if there's nothing there. That's me. That's me. That's me. Alright. I don't think you guys are reading these emails, but I suppose if any of us survive this, every detail would be important for posterity. And I guess this is just for me more than it is for you as I try to make sense of all of this. And anyway, I can't sleep. Grimy kids paused their soccer game in the streets to make way for the shiny red sleekness. And as I was picking my way around crowded sleepers and layabouts, a Lamborghini pulled right up to the cracked stoop of my building. Nice size, thanks. Thanks. Nice. Alright. A chiseled 25-year-old face became visible as its owner leaned over and peered out of the passenger side window. Ethan grinned. You gonna walk to your own redeployment? Come on, friend. Friend? We joked at times, but I wouldn't have called us friends. Still, he'd been my boss for several years, and I didn't want to burn that bridge. I stepped to the front, he popped the trunk, and I unceremoniously threw my duffel bag under the hood and closed it. As I climbed in and pulled down the door, he greeted me with a raised eyebrow. Not a car fan? I shook my head slightly. He shrugged and started pulling forward slowly, inching his way through the crowded streets. It'd been many years since I'd been in a car here, and I had a distinct impression that I was suddenly back in Cairo or the Sudan or any of the places I've been sent. That impression faded as we left the poor areas and pulled onto a wide, smooth highway that held little traffic. Ethan hit a button, and the roof automatically folded back into the rear of the vehicle, and just like that, we were sailing along a windy path through the golden sky. The highway had been cleverly constructed to hide the ghettos underneath while showcasing the enormous glinting buildings that towered high above, both downtown and lining the suburbs outskirts of the city. From our vantage point, the city seemed like an arc of valleys inside a giant circle of towering monoliths, with a palatial core in the middle. I never got to truly thank you for how you handled the business with my mother, Ethan said loudly, donning a pair of sunglasses while keeping his eyes on the road. Why did I think it was nighttime? Psychological thriller, Vietnam veteran suffering from delusions only to have it turned out there's something else going on. Oh shit. Is a movie? Jacob's Ladder? Can I look it up? You know what? Let me add that to my list of to watch list because I want to watch. My Discord is fucked. I can't click anything on Discord. Oh, there we go. Jacob's Ladder? Alright, nice. Inception. You may not wanna. You don't think I should watch it? Lambo trunk is at the front because the engine is at the back. Oh, true. Hi, anime lover, welcome in. You guys measured it? Dang. You can go on Twitch, do exclamation PP, it'll tell you what your PP size is. It will wrinkle your brain. I like it. I like psychological movies. I like the brain fuck and the plot twist. And I'll be like, oh, I didn't expect this to happen. Because movies are pretty predictable. Alright. I kept my eyes averted out of force of habit. Just doing my job. I'm not your boss anymore, he replied, glancing over at me. You don't have to stay humble. Do you want $1 million? That got me to look back at him. What? A flood of revulsion overcame me as I thought about how money made people act. I stood idly by through a litany of scenarios I hoped to forget, protecting those that others might have enacted justice upon. No. That's why I like you, he laughed, hitting my shoulder briefly. Everyone here is obsessed with money, either having it or getting it. But you stand apart. He glanced over again. Why is that? I just kept my eyes on the passing stream of lines on the hallway. You see some shit out there? He asked. When I didn't respond, he shrugged it off. Anyways, this is totally a screw job, right? Turning my head suddenly, I stared at him. I suspected that the very swift response to my questions and my sudden redeployment were a retaliation intended to get rid of me. I just hadn't expected him to know or care. That's fucked up. After it's like that, oh, okay. You know, I have a Discord server, yeah. I think the only movie that really fucked me up like that was Paprika. Yeah. Paprika. Is it cold in your city? No. It's Southeast Asia. We're a tropical country. And right now it's at its all-time high temperature. It's so hot. Sci-fi comedy. Oh yeah, I like comedy too. Alright. I'm not blind, he said. I just happened to mention your concerns because they came to mind randomly. And because I happened to be drunk, and the way those bigwigs reacted, you'd have thought I'd shot their dog. And then you're being redeployed the next day. Well, I didn't quite know what to say or how to react. Thankfully, we were already pulling towards an exit ramp. Walking, it would have taken quite some time, but we'd reached the military complex just outside the suburban skyscraper homes in a few scant minutes. Ethan waved his way past the surprise guard at the gate, and then parked wherever he felt like. Trekking across the eerily empty parking lot, I made my way toward the main building, memories of this place surging in my head. It had been much livelier back then. A few scattered souls wandered the ground without any of the haste and urgency I remembered. You know, I know military PTSD is a real fucking thing, but I don't know, man. Like, imagine coming back after seeing some shit and, like, not being able to unhear something. It's so sad. What's your nationality? I'm confused. I'm Malaysian. Yeah. I'm Malaysian. I'm in Malaysia. Inside, aren't you getting hot? It's okay. My room has AC that's blasting at me right above my head. To be honest, I'm kind of chilly. But I have a blanket on. That's okay. I'm comfy on my chair with my blanket. Yeah, my IKEA chair. Oh my god, I'm Malaysian too. I'm also Asian. You're half in it. Actually, no. Yeah, you're half. Aren't you half? Are you a quarter? Oh my god, I'm Malaysian. Oh my god. Oh my god. Inside, a guard sat reclining at a small security desk, a book in hand. A pile of lanyards lay in a box near his feet. When he didn't react to us at all, I reached for one hesitantly. Don't bother with that, Ethan said, pulling me on. Who cares? The guard didn't seem to, that was for sure. He only briefly glanced up at us as we walked past without any authorization or cue. Do you know where you're going? I asked. Hot coffee? I don't drink coffee. She's always getting hot. Is it just me or is it hot in here? You're wearing blanket in the hot weather? Seriously? Like I said, I have the AC on. The air conditioning. Yeah. What are you reading? Horror stories. Ethan laughed and then smoothed his suit reflectively. Nope. Do you? Yeah, this way, I think. I headed down the maze of hallways, wondering why the place was so poorly manned and so poorly kept. It had been the hub of activity when I first enlisted, but that had been a great many years ago. Maybe they moved operations somewhere else? There it was, the elevator down. I had my orders, and I knew where to go. We crossed a wide staging courtyard and headed for two vast metal doors that slid apart slowly after I pulled a grip handle. Yeah, it doesn't open automatically. Turning on the AC as well. It's so hot, so you gotta turn the AC on. And when you turn the AC on, it's too cold because my room is too small. And still drink coffee. I don't drink coffee. Yeah. Half and half Korean flavored Korean fried chicken. Oh, you're making me hungry, bro. It's one of the more spoiled things out there. Aha. You also have air conditioner. Yeah. Everybody's measuring their PP sizes on Twitch. Beep. The enormous graded elevator accepted us without complaint, and I hit the button for the lowest floor. You just have to find your way around this place? Ethan asked. I didn't have an answer for him, or for myself. Guess so. After a few minutes spent descending, we were finally greeted by someone, an older man, white-haired and uniformed, stood outside the white doors as they slid apart. Thompson? I stood at attention, reporting. The older guard looked over at Ethan, noted his fine clothes, healthy face, and a casual demeanor, and decided not to ask him any questions. This way. Heading down white concrete corridors and stepping past boxes, gears, and supplies, we made our way to the gigantic underground dome that I vividly remembered, still lit in white and violet. It, too, ran far more sparse than it should have. A few burly soldiers lounged over at the gigantic logistic entrance, and a couple tack set at the control station. Those burly soldiers began heading down the edge of the dome towards us. The white-haired guard began tiredly going down a checklist of things to say, Do you have any large metal objects on your person? No, I replied, still studying the vast chamber. Successive metal plateaus descended in a miles-wide approximation of a mechanical vortex. Each spun idly and at different rates. In the distant center stood a platform. Sense memories welled up, and I almost felt physically ill just looking at it. Do you have any weapons on you? I shook my head. No. The large soldiers finally reached us. One took my duffel bag and rooted through it, while another patted me down. Have you recently had any head injuries? No. Life-threatening illness? Ah, the hell with it. You're fine, right? Arms held high while being patted down, I looked over at him and tried not to sound sarcastic. Yeah. Here are your official orders. After he handed me a small paper, he rubbed one hand through his short white hair grimacingly. So, we're only sending you one step out, but there's nobody on the other side to help you set a return trip. Maybe some techies that run the farm system, but I don't really know how you're going to get back. We don't really send people out anymore. Boy, you must have pissed someone off. What the fuck? Huh? What is the timeline of this story? Today age, I'm assuming. Oh no, this is 6 years ago. 6 years ago, I'm assuming. Hi, anime addicts, welcome in. Matcha tastes like grass. I actually like the taste of grass. Hi, Deanie, welcome in. Yeah, is it weird? I like the taste of grass. I don't know. Matcha smells like Durex? What kind of Durex do you use, bro? No, it doesn't. What? You like the taste of grass? Listen, I have you know that T-Rexes don't eat grass, okay? I have you know... Okay, so I'm assuming we're being sent out into the void again. Because it says, he said that we're only sending you out, but there's nobody on the other side that can help you set up a return trip. So it's a one-way trip. What's your favorite dish in your country? Country, huh? Penang laksa. Yum. The first vegan T-Rex. I ain't even vegan. Yo. When will the next video come of anime? You mean the watch along? Next Tuesday on Muse Asia. Y'all gotta keep staying on topic. I'm sorry. Like, I don't want to be a joy killer. But like, if you read the chat rules, we're doing horror storytelling. Please stay on the topic, okay? Laksa, yeah. This is a different place, right? I'm assuming yes, because apparently he's sending him into the tech room. I don't know if they managed to collect the darkness. Wouldn't that be wild? Okay, think about it. You know how like VTubers, right? They can trap bath water in the jar and then give you the jar. Or this girl was selling her VTuber farts. Yeah, this girl, there was a streamer, no, she was not a VTuber, but there was a streamer, she was selling her fart. Yeah, she farted into a jar and she closed it up and then she sold that. Yeah. She was selling farts. So I'm thinking, what if you bring a container into the darkness, right? And then you sealed it up. You seal up the darkness, like how you seal up the fart, like the streamer fart. And then you take it out of that place. Would the inside of the container still be dark? I wonder if it's like some kind of air that you can trap. Hey, Tyr, welcome in. Thank you for the raid. You join us at a very interesting time. Aruri, welcome in everybody. My name is Aruri, Wind Up Doll VTuber. I also speak Mandarin. I speak Chinese. 要说中文也可以. So yeah, feel free. Aruri, welcome in. Thank you for the raid. Let me give you a manual shout out. Hold on. Hey, look at you. What were you streaming? She's standing right behind me. Bridge curse. Oh, you're playing a Taiwanese horror one? Oh my god. Here's the channel. You're playing the Taiwanese horror game? It was good, really. I have not even played it. Everybody keeps telling me to play it. Jeez Louise. I've always loved raids on weird mods. We were just talking about trapping. Okay, let me give you a TLDR on the story, alright? Okay, so what had happened was, in this story, not this one. In this story, so, there was a military gang who went to the Midwest, and there was a black ball in the Midwest. Yeah, and then it was so dark that they can't see past 10 feet. So everybody had to go in within 8 feet of each light, and there are thousands and thousands of military guys going in, right? Like military people, like armies going in batches. And apparently one guy survived, and they said everyone died because this guy saw a creature. It's like some kind of snake-like tentacle creature with mirrored skin, or mirrored scales, I guess you can say that. It looks like a mirror. Yeah. And it was killing people inside there. And this guy ran out and he survived. This guy who's writing the story, he's not that guy. That was his friend. Let's say it's his friend, right? This guy actually left the military before that happened. And after that, he heard about the tragedy. He asked the guy number 2 who survived the thing. And the guy told him there was something in there and you don't want to go into the black hole because that black hole is fucked up. Yeah, it's so dark. It's pitch black. You can't see anything. Yeah. This is a firework. That's Chinese horror. Ooh, if you know about the Chinese Ghost Month, you should play 7 p.m. Yeah, you should play 7 p.m. I think it's called Paper Ghost Stories on Steam. Try looking this up. It's really interesting. It was based in Malaysia, but it's about the Chinese Ghost Month. Yeah. Just use night vision. You can't see anything. There's no light, nothing. It doesn't work like that. Yeah. Have you seen the Bridge Curse movie? The movie, yes. The game, no. Yeah. 7 p.m. You should. Yeah, that one's good. They're making a second game. It's coming out this year. Stay tuned, y'all. I love it. Yeah, I love it because it teaches foreigners about what the heck is a Chinese Ghost Month. Yeah, it's the Chinese Halloween with actual ghosts floating around. Yeah, spooky. Oops, sorry. My mouse pad just ripped. Spooky. Just saw it. Yeah, it's really good. Yeah, if you're Malaysian, you're welcome. How would lasers behave in that environment? That is very interesting question, right? And I don't know. I mean, is it actually like a lightless place? Like literally a place without lights? Or is it some kind of smoke, right? Is it some kind of gas or something in the darkness? Because we don't know. Hi, Rio. Sorry, I just saw you. Welcome in. Spooky. Yeah. So before y'all rated, I was talking about how, there was this girl, the streamer, she farted into a jar and then she closed the jar and then she sold it. She was selling her fart jars. She farted so much to the point where she had to go into the ER because she farted so hard that she like passed out or something. How much? Tear fart jars when? Asking for a friend for science. Yeah. So like, I'm wondering if it's kind of like a bath water, right? Vtuber bath water, you get put in a jar. What if this place you put a container? You go in with a container, right? Shipping container, and then you shut the door and then you pull it out. I wonder if there's smoke inside or something that you can trap. Yeah, or maybe you can I don't know, bring that air back, right? The air in there back, and then try to do some scientific research on it. Yeah, thank you for the follow, Logan. Yeah. The girl, I think she went to the she was hospitalized because she farted too hard. Yeah, she farted so much. Yeah, look it up. It's true. It's a real story. Yeah. I don't know when I come back. You should come back after you buy milk. Darius, don't go buy milk and never come back. But okay, go ahead. Thank you. Yeah, you heard that right. It's true. It's real. It's a true story. Google it. Yeah, fact check yourself. It's real, unfortunately. She had a heart attack. The fart in the jar. She farted so hard, she had a heart attack. Yeah. It was a joke. Fart have a right, don't sell them. Let fart free. But what if your fans want some fart? You know what I mean? What could be better? Thank you, Logan. What if I was trying to sell my fart someday? Would you guys buy it? What a way to go. Preserve your farts in your fridge. Yeah, have we ever done scientific experiments where if we farted in a jar and we put it in the fridge, what would happen to the fart? Would the particles be more intensified? Will the smell be more pungent? I wonder. Yeah. I wonder. It's a genuine question for science. I abstain from answering. I would support your business. For as a friend, of course. Just nothing else. Just, you know, because you want to support a friend, of course. Yeah. So that doesn't show in Aruri's tags. It's okay. Just don't go on someone else's channel and be like, Aruri's a fart tuber, because that's not true. Okay? I don't even want to know. Imagine on your tombstone, like if you die from it, they say like death by farts. And not because someone farted on them, but because they farted too hard. Time to invest. A new biome would be created. Who knows? It might be this black hole that this guy was in. Jesus. And fart just vanished. No, that's so sad. Die from farting too much. Yeah. You when you hustle too hard as a content creator, when your content is literally too physical. Sneeze air. Now that's something. Hey, there's germs. It's a cluster. Yeah. Thompson's gonna die hearing you talk about this. For real. Alright, anyways, we're going off topic. Welcome in. My streams are unhinged, yes. Okay, so anyways, this guy was like, I want to know what happened, because all of my squad mates are supposed to be dead, but this one guy is alive, and he said he saw something in the pitch black darkness. We call it the ink, okay? It's an ink. So he's like, I'm going to re-enlist. And I'm going to go back into the military. So he's trying to go back in. And this guy was like, okay, here are your official orders. We're going to send you one step out, but there's nobody on the other side that can help you set up a return trip. It's like, we're going to send you there, but nobody's going to set you up to come back. So yeah. YouTube is too tsundere. Maybe your Bilibili fans would actually like be like, hey, oh yeah. I'm this close to Yeet tier. Pocket dimension. We don't know if is it a pocket dimension? Can you call that a new dimension actually? How do you fart the next Bitcoin? I'm gonna start trading. my farts, alright? Buy it while the stocks are hot. It's gonna go stunk. Yeah. There's no fart sounds in this fart conversation. It's because Razorgun had to go. Yeah. I smell a bargain. Hey, you don't get to hustle me. Yeah. 10,000 ringgit? I'll take it. And then for sneezes, I'll take 15,000. Yeah, because you can actually contract some bacteria or something, like some diseases from my sneezes. I sneeze too much. Within a dimension, if it's a portal to a new one. Here's the thing. When they entered the place, they couldn't see anything. It was pitch black. They could only see within 10 feet radius of their light. And then everything outside of that is just darkness and silence. Yeah. No light was reflecting off of those places, nothing around them. It was as if it's just a vast, empty darkness, and they're just walking through it with their lights. Yeah, like there's nothing around them. Yeah, so it's kind of sus. Especially if it was a military flashlight. Yeah. And they were going in like batch by batch, like group by group, right? And some people who were on the outer side of the light, they said they heard growling. Yeah. What if it's a large room with the darkest painted wall? You would still hit a wall, right? But the guy who ran, the guy who survived, he said that when he ran, he was running the opposite direction of where they came in. It was thousands of soldiers, right? They were going in batches. And this guy kept running past one after one of those groups. But then something came up from behind him and hit him. He flew, and then when he landed, he broke his arm. And then he was like, fuck. Because now he's in pitch darkness. He doesn't know which way is forward, which way is backwards, where the exit, which direction the exit was. So he was like, what would you choose? Which direction do you even choose when it's so dark? Do I go straight? Do I turn around? Which way do I run to leave this place? He said he was there for days. He didn't know which direction to go. He was in the pitch black darkness. He could only see from his, I think he had a little flashlight or something, and he couldn't see much more after that. And he said the creature would leave things like his platoons, like his groups, arms and legs just randomly and he would find him. It's fucked up. And he walked for days before he stumbled outside and passed out. Like somebody saved him. The creature can't see. And the creature has mirror-like scales. So like whatever it's reflecting off of it is probably just pitch black darkness. Like you probably can't see anything. Yeah. Scary. This is so SCP. You know, I've never read a single SCP story. SCP. I should read SCP. Hydrate, thank you. I would drink. Yeah. So far, we don't have any creatures that have like mirrored skin, right? I don't think so. But you know how chameleons can like camouflage? I'm thinking, why don't they have like mirrored scales and stuff so we can't really see them? Yeah. There are those SCP short explanation movies in YouTube. I want to read them. Yeah. Okay. Let's see what happens, because I don't think they're sending him into the Middle East. Right? I think, because in front of him, there's a room with a bunch of like tech people. I used to write SCPs on 4chan. Now I just send my nightmares to my Discord friends. You can send it to us on Discord too. Yeah. All the same theme, part of single world canon, and there are now many games. Some games are free. I saw some SCP games that are free. But one day we will do a deep dive on SCP. We will watch videos about it. We'll read stories about it. We'll play games about it. Maybe during Halloween, if you guys can wait that long. Rather than full stories, there are some fan-made stories though. Yeah, I heard of some creatures. People keep telling me about certain creatures. Every time I read these horror stories, they're like, it's like the SCP one. I'm like, what? Yeah. Read out loud SCP stuff. Yeah. I'm like a chameleon, but I don't change color. I'm just so quiet, nobody knows I'm there. You're a ninja. Thank you, It's Nothing Funny, for the follow. Thank you for the lurk. Kind of a huge SCP fan, no way. Have you heard of the SCP? I've heard of it, but I have never looked into any creatures that will plunge you into the whole world of SCP. One day we'll do a deep dive down the rabbit hole. If it's the first time we're doing this together, okay? Try to read Filipino horror stuff. There's so many weird creatures here. Yeah, I did a little bit. Yeah, in Malaysia too, we have a lot of scary ones. Secure, contain, protect. Deep black hole. Yeah, we'll do a deep dive. Stay tuned. SCP only. All right. I expected a screw job, but this jaw set, I realized why they had so many burly men surround me. I also wonder what the hell that meant for the military if there's nobody manning the sister installation of this facility. Well, then I just have to find one of the others when it was time to return. Or he meant that all of them had been abandoned. He couldn't have meant all of them would have been abandoned. How do you, if you, imagine someone tells you, all right, as your job, I'm going to send you to a place where you might not be able to come back. How much can they pay you to do it? I'd be like, no money you can pay me to do. What's the point of money if I can't come back and spend it? You know, like, I am not going to go, bro. Sleep, bro, is 11:27. But I stream for an average of like 6 hours, I think. So yeah, 10,000. You're so cheap. No, that's not worth your life. 10,000 is too cheap. Yeah. Anime SCP. So much content coming out. I take nothing less than 3 Aruris, 2 jars. You should take like, I don't know, 20,000. I don't know if I can fart in like 20,000 jars for you, Tier. That is too much. I'm gonna have a heart attack. I will have a heart attack. Still want to live and enjoy. $20? No! $20 is too little. $20 too little, Fabian. You gotta take, I don't know, like 3 billion or something. Like nothing, oh my god, I don't know. You're gonna be live at 3 a.m.? Yeah. As a matter of fact, last night I streamed until morning. Yeah. I think I streamed until 6. Yeah, something like that. Training I received for it and the price tag. Depending on the rank, maybe I take whatever is Fort Knox worth. $100, take it or leave it. Far price, suicide mission price. Suicide mission price. Suicide mission price. If they were to send you to a place and then they say you may or may not be able to come back, but nobody's gonna actively try to get you back, then what? I wouldn't go. I'd be like, you know what? I'm good. Make it a cent. He said, don't pay me. I'll go for free. Say no more. Just say no more. You go, shh, baby girl, I got it. Shh, baby girl, I got you, okay? Pension for my dependents, I'll go. Damn. The best way to delete your digital footprint, you gotta bring all your data with you. Yeah. Finish checking my belongings and person. The soldiers stepped back, but maintained a close vigil. Patting one of them on the shoulder condescendingly, Ethan stepped through their little circle and approached me. Well then, seems this is where we part ways. He reached into his suit, lifted out a small box, and then freed a cigar. Appending it, he slid it into the front pocket of my uniform and patted it. One last cigar for the best bodyguard in town. You should really quit smoking though, that stuff will kill you. What's the point of giving me a cigarette and not a lighter, you dumb bitch? What am I gonna do, chew on this shit? Have we killed the mirror snake yet? No. I don't know if you're gonna go see it. I'll ask for an Aruri poster too as a bonus. What are you gonna do to my poster? Isekai during the mission. Oh, kids would join. Dumbass kids. I'll make my cake tomorrow. Oh, okay. Happy birthday in advance. I'll sing you a birthday song tomorrow. Yeah. Final offer, no deal. 500,000 is too little. Hey, nothing funny. Thank you for gifting a tier 1 sub to Win-Win. Thank you so much. Why didn't you give one to yourself? Okay, good night, Sam. Too. And then get isekai. If only farts can kill. Actually, they can. They can. Saying nothing, I just nodded. I didn't smoke, and he knew that. He tried to get me to light up with him and his Richie pals on many occasions. It had become a running joke between us. Wait, have we actually been friends? I would never know now. The soldiers escorted me away, taking me quickly around the perimeter of the vast machine. They stayed with me as I walked across the personnel access bridge and made sure to strap me in tight to the acceleration couches on the central platform. What is this, like a roller coaster? And just like that, I was set for a ride I thought I'd never take again. I wasn't thinking about anything I was leaving behind. There was nothing left for me here. For as lauded as it was, the first world was full of toil, humiliation, and pain for anyone that wasn't rich. Even despite all that, life here as a poor person had been better than life for anyone else out there. Or so we were constantly told. So I still knew that what I was doing was foolish. Is this becoming a sci-fi story? Ethan, the friend we never knew. Yeah, I think Ethan might have snuck something inside the cigarette. What do you guys think? You just like gifting more? What a selfless person. Thank you so much. I was basing major changes in my life on the need to uncover the truth about events that were now 5 years past. I knew it was stupid, going back out into danger. But what else was there? Was this search just an excuse because I'd reached my limit for enduring my life here? Or was finding the truth in some obscure manner a way for me to feel like Christina hadn't yet truly died? As long as mystery remained, her story was still alive and changing. You know, if you don't witness someone's death, it's hard for you to realize that they're dead, right? You gotta see them and go to their funeral. Emma, thank you for the raid. Welcome in, Raiders. Emma, what were you streaming? What were you streaming? Let me give you a manual shout out. Hold on. Welcome, Raiders. My name is Aruri, and I'm a wind-up Vtuber. I'm reading horror stories today. I think we're nearing the end for this one. And Mummy? Sorry, what were you streaming? Let me see. You were streaming Stardew Valley! Stardew. Hey, Stardew's really, really comfy and cute and fun. Hello, Raiders. Welcome in. Welcome in, y'all. Did I get the right link? Yes, I did. There you go, guys. Yeah, did you have a good stream? Raiders attack Stardew Valley stream. Hey, welcome in. The guy killed her. You can get killed in Stardew Valley? Oh, you mean what Christina got killed? Yeah, that's right. That's right. Well, actually, that's what we were told, but we don't know if that's the truth. Yeah. Gave up riding my Kawasaki after that and sold it during COVID. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. Yeah, you know, it's quite wild, like witnessing a death. It's like it's almost, if it's not traumatizing, it's almost like it was it will remind you of like how precious life is. She's slowly recovering from COVID. She goes to, oh, okay. She got COVID? Emma, I didn't know you had COVID. Get well soon. Feel free to rest if you must. If you guys feel tired from Emma's stream, feel free to lurk or, I don't know, chime in with our horror stories. I love doing horror stuff. Hi, Shinano Yokosuka. She's going straight to bed. Her health was really bad. Oh, okay, no problem. I remember people doing... Oh, Jesus. People making all the characters pregnant? What? In Stardew? Hey, welcome in, Raiders. Low FPS TV. Thank you for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. Cold raid. What were you streaming? Let me give you a shout out. You were doing Honkai Star Rail. I hope you had a good stream. Welcome, Raiders. My name is Aruri. I'm a wind-up dog Vtuber. I'm doing horror story streams today. Yeah. This be your lucky day. It is, isn't it? Yes, please listen to the story. This one is quite a bit long, quite long. Okay, since we have Raiders, let me give you a quick rundown because I just did it. There are two military guys. This writer, let's call him guy A, okay? And then there's guy B. So guy A left the military 5 years ago, and not long after, his whole quadrant died. Everybody died. That's what he was told, okay? And he was really like all by himself, you know. He was still really poor. He worked as a bodyguard, all that. And then one day he was walking down the street, he saw guy B. And guy B was his squad mate. And he was like, oh my god, you're alive? They told us that everybody died. And this guy was like, no, listen. So the story was that there was this black hole, let's call it the ink, okay? There was this black hole, dark ball of, just one ball of darkness in the Middle East. And they had like a mission to send thousands and thousands of soldiers in there to hopefully find some oil, like in the Middle East, because apparently the guy said that there's oil, so he sent all of his army in there. Oh, sorry, I hit my mic. So when they went in, it was like the light only extends past 10 feet. So like group by group, they went in slowly, one after another. And then this guy, because it's so pitch black, they couldn't see anything outside of the 10 feet radius. When he shined his flashlight forward, he saw something. He saw people. And he was like, what the heck is that? And then they looked exactly like them. Everything was identical. And then it moved. And he was like, what the fuck? It was like a mirror that moved away and it slithered away like a snake. And he was like, is that a snake? Is that a tentacle? I don't know. So he got so scared that he ran. Guy B, he ran. And then before he could really like run far, he was hit by something behind him. And then he flew, he broke his arm. And then when he got to it, he looked around and it was pitch black. Darkness. Yeah, he couldn't see anything, right? And he was like, where would you go? Because you don't know which way is towards the entrance. It's so dark. You don't know. Do you go forward? Do you turn right? Do you turn around? Like, what do you do? So he was like, I'm just going to pick a direction and just pray to God. So he just chose the direction and booked it. He was walking and walking for days with a broken arm. He said that he was delirious. He was like losing it because it's so dark. He had a little bit of water that he drank everything. And then before he knew it, he actually got out of the place and passed out. He didn't know what happened, right? And then he just went AWOL. He ran away from the military. He came back to, I think this is Canada. And now this guy A, met Guy B, and Guy B told Guy A the story. And I think Guy A had a thing for some girl called Christina because he's so hung up on her. He's like, I gotta find out if she died or if she's still alive because Guy B is alive. So he re-enlisted. And this is where we are at. We're at the part where he's re-enlisting, and one of the military guy told him, "Hey, dude, we're only sending you one step out, but there's nobody on the other side that can help you set up a return trip." So basically, he's sending them one way out, and there's a possibility that this guy can't come back. Yeah, honestly, if it was me, I wouldn't do it. But he needs to know if Christina is still alive. Someone should make a short movie. They should. Hey, thank you for the follow. By the way, I'm still streaming on Twitch. Yeah, so that's where we're at. Witnessing someone die in front of you, but as you get more exposed to it, you become desensitized. I wonder if you can get used to the screams. Yeah. Gonna get going. My cold is starting to catch up to... Oh, okay, Fabian, hope you get better soon. Oh, it's got it. Thank you for dropping by. Alright, so let's see. The mechanical vortex below me began revving up, and the sickening spinning started to gradually build nausea in my stomach. God, this was always the worst part. I kept my eyes open throughout, focused on violent violet and flashing white lights until the tunnel of the energy roared around the descending platform and swallowed everything whole. Where the hell is this guy? Is this like a sci-fi thing? Didn't she die shot in a mutine by the Vasilji guy? Okay, that's what they say, right? But can you trust them? Because they said everybody died, but someone was still alive. So this guy's trying to find out if that was the truth. Did she really get killed by the guy? Or if it's just another cover-up? I'm actually desensitized to gore. I'm not. Yeah, I'm not. Put some scary... Do I not have some scary music? I think I do, right? Is the BGM not on? I think it should be. Tell me if you need it to be louder. Hey, not depressed person, welcome in. Okay, the moment came startling quickly. The chair's restraints fell away, left behind in ways geometric and inexplicable. What? And I stumbled to my feet, staggering forward. I tilted over roughly with the rush force of the tunnel behind me, and then I caught my balance as it surged backwards and disappeared. Purple light faded, and I found myself standing in a grove of tall trees that were still blending and swaying in the sudden wind. I braced myself first against the ebbing tide of nausea, and then against the fact that I was touching a tree. The cool, rough bark felt alive and organic under my hand. Staring up, I realized that I was physically surrounded by trees. And I realized, too, that I missed them terribly living in a city slum. And the sky! Past the glowing green canopy, searing bright blue danced in patterns that moved with the wind. Laughing, I grabbed my duffel bag and stumbled through the underbush. Seeking the curtain of light I could sense ahead. The trees gave way to vast open fields of wheat, swaying amber under the sun. This was a farming bastion, one of many surrounding the first world itself, and safest as yet from the effects of the crushing fist. Yeah, I feel like we gotta get some context on what the fuck is the crushing fist. But I'm assuming the crushing fist is an earthquake. No BGM on your side? You guys haven't had BGM in a while? Hold on. How about now? This whole time, no BGM, eh? There we go. There's a BGM. I don't know. On my side, it said there is. I guess I had to turn it off and on. The good old, did you turn it off and on again? Which I did. There was sound. Your voice is the BGM. Oh, okay. Now there's BGM. Okay. Wait, I gotta go watch my old streams where there's no BGM the whole time. Clip Aruri sneezes and play it in loop. You're gonna jump scare yourself. Alright, I'm assuming the crushing fist is the earthquake, okay? I couldn't see much among the high stalks, but I already searched with more vitality than I felt in years. What did my orders say? I hefted my duffel bag back a bit, freed my arm, and used both hands to pull the paper open. Right, it was blank. It was, as Ethan had put it, a screw job. But had I really had a choice? The slightest legal conflict would have cost everything I had, and I still probably would have been forced to plead bargain and spend decades in jail. At least this way, the walls were reversed. I couldn't go home, but I could go absolutely anywhere else. I dropped the blank paper among the wheat and dirt. Acting on curious instinct, I reached in my pocket and pulled out Ethan's cigar. Running my fingers along it, I looked for any irregularity there. Cracking the cigar apart, it extracted a small metal chip. It held a series of delicate engravings, but I couldn't make heads or tails of it, relying on its social position to afford certain antiques. He'd very purposely snuck this into my possession after the soldiers had gone through everything else I owned. What is up? Huh? Imagine if someone would have jumped out of a closet, it would be my cat. It would be my cat. Okay, you know what? This is interesting. Because he pulled out a metal chip. If he'd gone through all that trouble, it seemed likely that I would come across a use for it. I made sure to hide it well. Pushing through the fields, I happily made my way forward. A single loud screech echoed out from somewhere distant, like rending metal, but I ignored it. Even that phenomenon wasn't nearly as annoying out here among growth and life. I stopped when I came to the road. I came to the road immediately floored. Thousands of people walked by at a languid pace, carrying children, belongings, and food. There wasn't supposed to have been anyone here, only a few techs running the global farming systems. Taking care not to stick out, I immediately joined with a procession walking down the road. So there is people in this place. Need to get snacks? Okay. You know what's interesting? If you send women and men into these places and don't give them a place to come back, you think they're not gonna like have sex and make babies? They're going to make a new colony, no? It's like Adam and Eve all over again, right? Thank you for the follow, Wheezy. You a soldier? A young boy asked, hand in hand with his mother. Blonde locks held up under a tight knot. Her face tired, she shifted her backpack and looked up at me. Her eyes went wide. I replied, looking down at him. His mother walked a little closer. I hate to be so direct, but do you mind walking with us for a while? He's been scared ever since we left home. His daddy was a soldier, so you being here might calm him down. What happened? Sure, I looked up on the road past the crowds, but I couldn't yet see our destination. I was sure I could ask about it without sounding out of place. You had a rough walk? She nodded slowly and wiped sweat from her brow. 10 years ago, she might have been extremely pretty. Now, more than anything else, she just seemed exhausted. Do you hear that? The fuck was that sound? Anyways, what had happened to all these people? Well, we sure got the time. I'll tell you mine if you tell me yours. The little boy held out his free hand and I took it. The act hit me somewhere surprising, and I blinked away a sight moisture. Aww. It had been a very long time since I held a child's hand like a father. Another life, really. Alright. She sighed and then began telling her tale. What did he say I was a soldier? 'Cause he was. Yeah. He was a soldier. He left right before the whole, like, dark hole thing happened, right? So now he's re-enlisting. Yeah. Have you ever been in love? Oh, what? How about you fall in love with me? Oh, the Riz is up. They call me Aruri Rizzler. Alright, I can see that you have. We had love. His father was overseas when that horrible sound began. At first, it was only every couple of days. I heard it in the dog park once, and then again at the store. I knew the situation was real once my friends brought it up at book club, and once we all realized that absolutely nobody on the television was talking about it. All the same talking heads as usual were discussing beauty care, politics, and the new book releases. That was probably the scariest part of all. A sudden sharp disconnect between what we thought TV was and what it really turned out to be. I stopped letting my son watch it when I realized that there were people out there deciding what we should see, hear, and talk about. And those people didn't want us talking about that noise. The police started getting incredibly scary too, all hopped up in military gear. It wasn't to protect against some unknown threat though, but to keep us orderly and doing as we were told when the earthquake started. It was obvious to everyone that something terrible was building, but we didn't have any idea what to do about it, and the TV just kept on chattering like nothing was wrong. That's when I got a video message from my husband. No, I'm alright, just overcome thinking about it for a second. I got a video message from my husband, and he was basically saying goodbye. He was on the east coast of Africa somewhere, and it was on fire. Green fire. Freezing everything as it went. Yeah, impossible, right? But he showed me, and he told me to take our son, take anything I could get, and make a run for it. The neighborhood hadn't been hit by any earthquakes, but it had been looking pretty sparse for a few weeks before that. It was as if people were disappearing one by one, and after that message, I went around knocking on doors. I got through most of the streets without a single answer. I was worried that somehow I was the only one left in the world. Where had everybody gone? But I caught Mary Jo, just as she was leaving with her 2 girls. She looked terrified half to death, but she was keeping it together in front of her kids. I didn't really believe her when she told me, but what choice do I have? She gave me 2 minutes, and I ran and grabbed Caleb and anything I could carry. Police tanks were rolling through at the time, trying to keep people from leaving, but they just missed us. Mary Jo said she wouldn't have left without me, but she had thought that she was already the last one. That made me a little sick, wondering, had we left someone behind with the same mistake? But I would never know. True as her word, there it was, a crack in the world. The gossip grapevine had reached almost everyone one at a time, one on one, family to family, and friend to friend. We had to leave her car at some distance and go on foot. It was like heading to a festival, and that's what I told Caleb we were doing. People were streaming along the sidewalks, tensely eyeing everyone around them for fear of the police and the wealthy turned warlords that controlled them. We heard them showing up a half-mile behind us, but it was too late. While the crack looked terrifying, all wavy and blurry and randomly glinting, it was just like turning a corner. We walked down a grass-lined path between 2 suburban houses, and then walked out into a different backyard. The trees were slightly different colors, and the clouds a different shade of gray, but it was just like the neighborhood we'd left behind. Yo, this is like some like dystopian, I don't know, like sci-fi, like natural disaster kind of shit. This cannot be natural disaster. We don't know what the hell this is. Thank you. The crowd kept streaming into a specific direction, and we followed, not sure what else to do. Mary Jo stuck close, and we talked in whispers whenever the kids got distracted by something. None of the other people in the crowd knew anything either, except that they were following the people in front of them, just like those people were and the people ahead of them. And we soon found out why. There was another crack. This one hidden in a grove of trees somewhat near our house had been in, our world or our reality or wherever it was that we fled from. I begged Mary Jo to wait for us, and she begged me not to go, but I had to. I took Caleb and we ran to see our house. It was exactly the same, in the exact way I'd hoped. Henry sat on the porch, face in his hands. I remember my hands skipping a beat as I saw him. He looked up and then stood roughly, knocking over his chair. He ran to me half crying, asking how it was possible. I just shook my head and he explained that he'd just seen the video message I sent from Brazil, where I'd been serving in the military, and where a losing battle was being fought against a continent-wide swarm of some sort of horrific, rapidly multiplying insects. Oh, there was a crack in the dimensions! Brazil mansion. Hey, MIF, welcome in. Oh, Bro, I just got chills, bro. So she came from she came from another world and met her dying husband. Dead husband. He wasn't my husband and I wasn't his wife. I understood then exactly what we'd done by fleeing through that crack, and yet even as we stood there, the ground rumbled and shook. He tried to hold me close, but I pulled away. This place wasn't safe either, and it wasn't my home. I just shook my head and pulled Caleb away from him and ran. Mary Jo had waited for us, one daughter gripped in each hand. She didn't ask what I'd seen, she could guess. We streamed with the crowd through to the next place, where organized men and vehicles were waiting for us. They weren't like the militarized police we'd left behind though. These people were just normal guys in pickup trucks. God bless those men. They handed out food, continually gave directions and instructions, and kept people on the right track. The rumor along the walking crowd was that somebody had come through and warned them. Their world was already empty because they'd already evacuated everyone other than a skeleton crew of volunteers. Mist by Stephen King. But the mist one is like there's like tentacle creatures inside, right? Isekai, gotta tap that isekai gyat. I mean, if you had a wife or a husband who died and you went to another dimension and you saw your husband or wife again, would you not tap it still? Would you go out with a blast? One last blast, one last bang? You know? Would I honestly? I might, because my husband is dead, right? If my husband is dead and I go to another dimension and my husband's still alive, I'm like, your wife dead? He's like, yeah. And I'm like, you want to smash? I'm still me, you still you. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. But that's kind of like ignorant, right? Like ignorance is bliss, because you know that they're not the same person, but still they look and sound exactly alike. Yeah. Oh yeah, Insects as well. I did watch the Netflix one. Yeah, the Mist. I still watch Aruri at the other dimension. Thank you. Person 2.0. Yeah. It's like VTubers with different models. Wild. That's where we're going, you see. The people that came through and warned them had gone ahead of everyone else, and they're supposedly set up in some safe realities ahead. But it wasn't easy going from there. Given the fractured path ahead of us, nobody could really be in charge, because nobody knew what to expect. All we can do is stick close to the people around us, communicate about everything, and try to work our way through. The cracks weren't always quick affairs either. Some of them were extremely long, like the two realities had pulled away from each other, and the spaces in between was... Sorry, it's just hard to think about again. If you looked up at the ravings in between, you went insane. Just like that. That's all anyone knew. Don't look up. Hard to do that with all the horrible noises, blasting winds, and strange smells assaulting you. I held a hand over Caleb's eyes and tried to make a game out of it, but I think he knew something was terribly wrong. All I could do was stare down at my feet and push forward. It looked like a parking lot. Isn't that weird? Just gray, flat stone that went on and on. Mary Jo said it looked like an endless, grassy lawn to her. I suppose it really wasn't ground at all. At least not like we know. I give her head pats? What if I eat you? That's so... No, don't pat no mirror creature that is like 20 times your size. You got goosebumps, Mr. White? I don't know how long it took to reach the other side. 20 minutes? 30? It honestly seemed like forever. I thought my heart was going to explode from anxiety. Still, we made it, and took a rest at the triage where they were taking care of the unfortunate men and women that had looked up at the ravings in between. And then there was the rumor that had started making rounds after the world with the nice man pickup trucks. They'd apparently said that someone or something was after us, or at least trying to figure out where we were going, and they'd been instructed not to tell anyone who came later where we'd gone. That one still makes it hard to sleep. Who could be after us? Could it be the wealthy men that had used the crisis to amass power? Fat lot of good that had done to them since we'd left their little global kingdom on foot? Or was it something worse. I just couldn't stop thinking about those two incidents that made no natural sense. Green ice flames and an invasion by impossible insects. Just what was happening here. And then it hit me. If we were walking between realities, were other things walking into ours? Well, there could just plain be anything. I was never a science fiction type, but my husband had made me watch some. The thought of those rubber-headed aliens, or worse, might be real. Well, that just made me shudder every time it occurred to me. And then we hit a bad one. Oh. Juan Cena. Yeah, I don't know if it's isekai. Okay, maybe it is isekai, right? But heck, if you, okay, say if parallel dimensions do exist, and there was suddenly a portal to every single one of them, would you try to go to a better one than your current world? Where's Thompson again? We are Thompson. Kilo Maroon, thank you for the follow. It looked like a battlefield, like from the movies. Crushed buildings, random fires, bodies. I had to hide Caleb's eyes again, making up yet another game to keep him from being suspicious. There were people all around, normal guys, not soldiers, firing weapons at something close and aiming mortars at something on the horizon. It was unthinkable. Excuse me. All I saw was a mechanical leg the size of a mountain. It moved and clouds dashed around it. What the hell could that have been? It made earthquakes with each motion. Earthquakes even stronger than the ones we'd been feeling. And on the burning city streets, mangled and bloody, people came at us like they were mindless and rabid. The weirdest parts? When they were between the fires and not directly illuminated, they just disappeared. What the fuck? Define better? Less wars? I don't know. Your headcanon did function that way. Zombie ghost? They just disappeared? Phantom? EMF? Spirit box? Ghost orbs? They just showed up again 50 feet closer in someone's face. And there would be more screaming and gunfire and swinging machetes. But many of the guerrillas rushed us forward while pushing the rest of the line back into the crack. I remember that shout, "You have to find another way! It is not safe here!" I remember it vividly because Mary Jo and her daughter were among the people being pushed back. I started to run to her, but the man pushed us forward roughly and pointed guns at us to make us keep moving. "There's no time," one said calmly, his eyes hard. "You have to go." And it was Henry again. Before I could pull myself back together, he'd already pushed Caleb and I and the tail end of our line through the next place. After that, things settled down a little. It seemed like we were out of the direct war zones. I was just walking and crying, and exhaustion, and then more walking. The cracks started growing more distant from one another with each new place. Some took that as a good sign, but to me, all that meant was that we were walking from Topeka to Dallas, and then up to Oklahoma City, and then up west to Phoenix. This is America. I thought it was Canada. When we hit the arid places, the desert, we started losing people. At first, it was the old and infirm. We hadn't properly gauged their need for water, and then the water started running low. Sometimes local citizens helped out, but more often than not, we found closed doors and unhappy frowns. I couldn't begrudge them, really. They didn't have the resources to help the ongoing stream of people. How many had they seen? Thousands? More? I left signs made of rocks for Mary Jo sometimes, but we were still at the tail end of the line. And I had no idea if she would be coming our way or if she would understand them. We were seeing less people too, other than the few recalcitrant landowners that remained to frown on us. The roads were empty of traffic and the cities quiet. They had all gone ahead. Of course, we thought of looting the cities we passed through. We had to do it. The thing is, somebody had left out crates of water bottles and piles of canned food. They all had. Person to person, human being to human being. People had left what they could spare. It was heartwarming and just what we needed to come back from exhausted depression. This is gonna make me cry, bro. Imagine Everybody's going through crisis. You don't have much to give, but you left what you could so the next person could survive. That is so thoughtful and sweet. You know, some motherfucker about to be out there with a freaking shopping cart and like taking everything. And then getting robbed later and then dying. Getting robbed and stabbed later. Bro. We didn't know who had left whatever it was that we could eat or drink each night, but we were thankful. I did try to investigate the houses nearby for names, but there was no time to dilly-dally. Certainly is noble, right? Our light had become more of a knot of folk, made up mostly of the people we'd started with. Excuse me. Somehow, at some point, we lost sight of the people ahead, and perhaps taken a different route based on sign and papers others had used to mark the way. At times, out of energy, we would camp for a day or two, just rest, enjoy the different skies and strange new places. But always, there were those awful rending sounds and the tremors. They were weaker the more we walked, but they were always there. I started to think it would never end. I really did. The days and the weeks had blurred together, and there was no way to know anymore what date it was. Even the newspapers had stopped printing at some point, so anything we found was out of date. Humanity at its best is when people come together and support each other. Honestly, yes. Yeah. Makes me feel like NPCs with their bodies getting looted. I mean, if they're already dead, they have no use for it, then loot it, right? But, you know, the fact that they have so little and they still give, oh man. That makes me... You go shopping, then you die, bro. Just as I thought to split from the group and set up a new home somewhere, there it was. We were walking through an empty Los Angeles when we turned a corner and found a quiet and endless parade of tired folk. It was the line, and we met back up with it. Caleb thought we won the game, and in a way we had. I was too tired to remember what I told him. Oh, Jesus. Scared the shit out of me. Mizuyori, thank you for the raid. I was getting so into the story. It jump scared me. I don't know if you saw me, but I did jump from my chair. Like, my butt almost lifted off my chair. Thank you, Fancy. What were you streaming? Identity V. Oh, that was the game that collaborated with Sanrio. Oh my god, the wind-up dolls. I wanted to die, bro. I've never played Identity V before, but when I saw that collab, and I'm a wind-up doll. Hello, everyone. My name is Aruri, and I'm a wind-up doll VTuber. I was like, I gotta play this. But again, I don't play Identity V. It was so cute. Yeah, I did. But I hope you had a good stream. Thank you for the raid. And thank you for the follow, guys. We're doing horror stories today. And bear in mind that not every horror story is about supernatural stuff, okay? Sometimes people are scary too, okay? Yeah, they did, Wen. Congrats, eh? Alright, where was I jumped. Pretty frustrating is not bad at all to play a friend. You know what my friend told me? If I want to play Identity V, I have to queue for a long time. GTA 5? Yeah, I don't know. They say I have to queue for a long time. I wonder if that's true. Hydrate, thank you, Amphi. I will drink. Sweet, sweet water. Caroline-ish and plus Sanrio collab is coming back. Oh, seriously? Maybe I should. You know what's funny? I had the game on my phone for like a year now. I have the game on my phone. I have a gaming phone because I'm a mobile gamer. And I've never tapped into the game, not a single time. I don't know if it's gonna make me like, I have to make a new account. Excuse me, but yeah. Waiting time for matching is torture. This is what people tell me. They're like, oh, if you want to play the game, you have to queue for a long time. And I was like, okay. Minimum 1 minute. Usually high tier is around 30 to 45. Okay, that's not so bad. Oh, the queue is long. Interesting. You know, I might try it. I might get a few people together and let's play. How many players per group? What phone do you, if you don't mind me asking? I have a Asus ROG 6. Eh? Yeah, I think so. Asus ROG 6. Just like DBD. I've never played DBD. You know what? I play a lot of horror games. Okay, I would like to say I'm addicted to horror, but I've not yet played Dead by Daylight. Yeah. Survival 4. Okay. Oh, I really want the super cute Sanrio stuff. Oh my god, Cinnamon Roll is my boy, okay? And like when I saw him with a wind up like crank, like the one on my head, but on his back, I was like, bro, I need this. Yeah, I need this. I hope they spin. It would be cute. For players for survival. Yeah, Hunter 1 Custom 5. Oh, might have to look into it. I've never played it before. Oh my god. Someday. I have classes at 8 a.m. I gotta go. Oh, okay, sleep well. Oh, you don't get enough sleep then. 8 a.m.? Okay. Go. Thank you for coming, Otskare. Sleep well. Thank you for the lurk. Without watching, Liza P stares at you with a sus look when you mention PP side. Lies of PP. What? I think that one is also a wind-up game, but they say it's Souls-like, and I don't like ragey games. Yeah, people say it's a difficult game. It's a hard game to play. So I'm like, okay. It's expensive, so I'm like, never mind. Survivor players torturing killer players. I think so. I don't know. I never played it. Cinnamon is a photographer. Kuromi and the My Melody skin. Oh, interesting. Do you have to pay? Do you have to pay to get it? I think you do, right? Take my money. Oh my god. Yeah, I tried playing Sky, the children game, but I didn't make it to the Sanrio thing. Yeah, oh, you have to pay. Okay. We'll see. I stare at people with sus look too. Should they mention Identity V? Why? It's a bunch of rag dolls. They're like rag dolls. They're like dolls. They're like the Caroline dolls, you know, with the button eyes. It's so cool. I love the concept. Yeah. But anyways, thank you again for the rave, Izuyori. I hope you had a good stream. If you want to rest or lurk, feel free. We're reading some horror stories. I'm open for okay, yeah, you know what? I might take you up on that offer, yeah. It'd be good to have someone teach me. Oh, the V card, bro. Just because you play Identity V don't mean you a V, okay? Well, who cares? You know, ain't none our business. We will not ask. Alright. Anyways, where was I? I got jump scared somewhere. I'll just read it again. Caleb thought we won the game. And in a way we had. I was too tired to remember what I told him specifically, but he had accepted ice cream as a prize. I broke into a dusty shop and found some. It was freezer burned. After so long in there, but the electricity was still being maintained by someone, and the freezer had still been on. And it was the best damn ice cream I've ever had in my life. This is some apocalyptic shit. Yeah, hey, thank you. Oh, you swore, Caleb interrupted. Ha, sorry, she laughed. I looked down at his face where bits of chocolate still remained. So, that was just now? Earlier today, she replied, smiling nostalgically. I should have taken more, but it would have just melted out here on these beautiful plains. As we walked, a rust-spotted pickup truck rolled along the line and stopped a bit ahead. A grizzled old man with long white hair held up a box among a large stack. Food? Any y'all need food? The crowd surged forward, but lines quickly formed. I was rather impressed. For a small moment, I feared a riot. These people had all been thrust into a common situation, and they'd had to work together to survive. A riot wouldn't help anyone. Caleb kept a grip on my hand, and I found myself pulled forward. As another man climbed out of the truck and started passing down food, the older one eyed me from above. He spoke with what sounded like a southern accent, possibly Alabama or one of the Carolinas. Like these people, he must have come quite far. What uniform is that, son? Did I do that right? What uniform is that, son? Step right up. It's high noon. I can't stop talking like Cassidy. No sleep, so don't scare yourself to sleep. Ayo, there's no sleep for any of us tonight, but thank you. Feel free to look. Hey. Step right up. It's high noon. Isn't it Texas? I don't know. I can't tell the difference, honestly. It all sounds the same to me. Southern accent. Alright, alright, let's see. Wary, I gave him a generic, as generic an answer as possibly without sounding rude. Military. You got training? Yes, sir. You wanna talk to the higher-ups? We could use your skills. I didn't want to attract attention, but at the same time, the grand scale of the situation had not been lost on me. I hadn't heard a word of this mass inwards exodus while living in the first world. And I had burning questions of my own besides. Sure, I'll give you a ride then. Oh my god. Even the words are big. Not the high noon, it's high noon. Step right up. Every time I hear it's high noon, I'm like, gotta go. Gotta go, he's gonna shoot me in my ass, bro. Make a run for it. Alright. I nodded, taking his hand to climb past the gathered crowd and into the truck bed. Mind giving a ride to my friend and her son too? Sure, which uns? Which uns? Is this how people speak? Instead of which ones, it's which uns. Turning, I scanned the throngs of hungry faces. I didn't see her in the immediate vicinity, and I started looking for blonde hair until I realized that she'd had a cloth bundling it up. The sea of people stretched to the horizon in both directions, and she was moving somewhere among them. I only looked away for a second. My heart seized with a cold pain. Not again! I don't see her. The old man kneeled at the edge of his truck bed. What's her name? I opened my mouth to speak but froze. I never got her name. Well, that's rough, hun. We gotta go through, get more food. He sighed. Keep an eye out for her, alright? You might see her. Feeling a little sick, I sat and kept my eyes on the passing crowd as the truck roared to life and started rolling forward. Just like that, she was gone. But she would be fine as long as she was with all these people. I kept telling myself as we sped along, and as any hope of finding her and Caleb dwindled to zero. The fields roiled like an amber ocean, and the sun began dipping a little lower in the sky. I kept my eyes on the walking crowd for no reason, my gaze distant. How come they say no matter what you do, don't look up? What do you think they will see if they look up? Like, there was a movie called Don't Look Up, right? Like, there's a movie on Netflix. Like, if you look up, you'll die or something. I don't remember. Oh, Lord, I joined late. Hey, welcome in, Gojira. It's okay. This is a long-ass story. Yeah. Eventually, the fields abruptly ended. We rolled right into a flat, dead plains, the usual staging area for the farm machine systems. Now, though, the vast swaths of empty space were all filled with people. Men setting up tents, women doing laundry in basins of water, kids playing, and older folk knitting or cooking. It was, as Caleb's mother had said, kind of like a festival, except enormous and ongoing. This festival would not end at dark, and nobody would get to go home. Got a pecula one for you. What? A driver called up as we pulled up to a tech center building roughly the size of a suburban house. It was built of squat stone and had been constructed to withstand the elements. Now it seemed to serve as a headquarters of sorts. Several burly men emerged, and one even had the same face as one of the men who had strapped me in earlier that day. I tried not to laugh. It was said that duplicates were often eerily similar, but I was in great need of humor at the moment, and couldn't help but crack a smile against the chill of my heart. What are you smiling at? He said, but I just shook my head and dropped a neutral expression. This one got out of the horror category. Then again though, we don't know what's on the other side. Peculiar one for you. Do you mean the bird? Oh, is it now? Is it the bird cage? The bird one? What's it called? The bird, I don't remember. Bird what? Bird, eh? What's it called? The bird something. Yeah. Sandra Bullocks. Is her last name really Bullocks? Bird Box, right, that one. Bollocks! Sandra Bollocks. Anyways. Instead of taking me inside, we waited, and they asked me several questions, relaying the answers back along handheld radios. After several minutes, the person on the other end emerged. I frowned. Oh, what if you see yourself? Texas thing is real. Even I'm reading it with the Texan accent. Ayo? Not minum sarang burong. It's so expensive. Invisible demon. Yeah, that one's invisible demon. It's not the looking up thing. There is one about looking up. They're like, don't look up. It was some kid, a boy in his upper teens, on the cusp of manhood, barely old enough to enlist. In his hand, he held a curious book. Hold him, the kid ordered. Suddenly, strong hands gripped my arm. I didn't resist, instead opting to wait and see what was happening. He opened a book and leafed through it, reading quickly and diligently. I wasn't sure what he was doing. Possibly looking up procedures, or maybe trying to identify my uniform? While we waited, I glanced over and my blood ran cold. Among the men inside a large command tent that had been set up against the tech building, there stood one strikingly different figure. His skin was light yellow and his features ran sharply angular. Were things really so bad that a Ying tech was here? He looked over at me. He saw my uniform and his lashless eyes narrowed. This was it! Time to resist! Just as I steeled myself for a struggle and a fight, the teenager with the book made an exclamation. Holy shit! Do you know who this guy is? He pulled out his radio. Guys, we gotta talk. What had he read in that book? Forceful hands released me and I moved forward with the guards, entering the tech building proper behind the young man who had cleared me for some reason. It was darker inside and my eyes needed a second to adjust, but I saw a white screen set in the wall first. On it, a vast sphere made of connected, smaller spheres slowly rotated. What is that? I asked, heart pounding. The young man looked at the screen, his expression grinned. That's us. Huh? A vast sphere made of connected, smaller spheres slowly rotated. Is that like the new Earth? Lashless eyes, that's me. That's me. Thank you for the follow. Don't Look Up is more like a comedy. Media to ignore predicted threats. Oh yeah? I remember there was a movie. Yeah. Bird Box is a movie. Yeah. On Netflix. Hashtag not sponsored. That's all the realities inside the shield. I breathed, my head spinning. I've never seen it illustrated quite like that. He nodded. They let me walk forward to study it in great detail. A single sphere in the very center remained unmapped. The first world. Tiny dots marked us, right outside, and a few green spheres denoted the relatively safer realities in deep. The farming worlds and a few scattered others. A few spheres at key space points in the structure were lit in amber. I decided to ask about them first before the other, more horrible questions. What are these ones? He tilted his head. Not sure. Call them read-only. We can get information from them, but we can't contact them directly. They seem to be completely safe and completely unaware that anything is wrong. So, what I can gather from the story so far is that there are different dimensions. And somehow, an earthquake tore through every single one. And now we can just go through each of them through these portals. But as we go through the portal, because people walk through them, right? It could take hours, and it could take minutes, it could take hours. But whatever you do, never look up. If you look up, you lose it. So they say never look up. I don't know. That was surprising. I hadn't heard anything about that in the first world either. I prepared myself for the worst question. These ones, the ones in red, I asked, pointing at the tremendous number of red spheres that seemed to follow 5 major lines throughout the structure. It wasn't a fist, not really, but I could see why everyone called it that. It looked like a small globe had been caught in a vast, gripping, angry hand. It's the screeching noises, he replied, face gray. The sound of reality itself compressing. It's the earthquakes. The planet physically adjusting. He swallowed once before giving me the full answer. The answer I already knew just from seeing it pictured so. Bit by bit, we are literally being crushed. Hardcore cream pie! Love that name, welcome in. Valorant plotline, ayo? Could be. Could be a Marvel, could be a Valorant plotline, we don't know. This is sci-fi, not horror anymore. Honestly, yeah. But it is in No Sleep, so I don't know why they let it be here. I could only stare. This was the truth. in all its horrible glory. The media in the first world depicted it as the end of everything, but they always say that the golden inner shield would protect the heart of humanity. Even if it did, how many people right outside the walls would find themselves sacrificed for the survival and comfort of the wealthy lords of the human race? My fists were already clenched before the emotion fully reached my thoughts. Thinking about helping out? He asked. I glared at the screen, imagining those assholes in bathing suits, smoking cigars, poolside at that very moment, while millions suffered just the other side of a dimensional wall. Maybe, what's the plan? We still have a medal. We still have a piece of metal that our boss, who's one of these rich bastards, snuck it to us. He snuck it to us through a cigarette. Yeah. And inside the cigarette there was a little piece of metal chip. Yeah. No sleep, bro. Hey, welcome in. Well, you just came from there, he said, pointing at the dark innermost sphere. Mind helping us break back in? I hadn't been exiled for 24 hours. It's not possible. We'll see. And more than that, we need to break into a prison. That caught my attention. Which one? Sorry, I'm cracking my bones. Don't you guys only have one? A pocket reality that's never been escaped from? He looked at the laptop on the table nearby. Tescoy? I know it sounds daunting, but we could really use your help. Cold fury, that was all I could feel in that moment. It was too large. I couldn't make anyone pay for the lies, or for exiling me, or for how they abandoned humanity out here. But there was one man I could bring justice. It was important, though, that they didn't know why I was helping. They wouldn't understand. Alright, I'm in. Next part. Bitch, how many parts are there? Part 3. Jesus. I might have to like pause this story and read them next because I want to read more short stories. Jesus Christ. I love you. Thank you. Okay, duck. Otsukare, thank you so much for dropping by. Hey. Not you, but no eyelashes though. If you saw my face cam streams, you would see that I have no lashes. Wither conjunctions of the spheres. This is such a mystery because we know that there's a creature out there in the dark, but like we don't know what it is or if it's everywhere. Let me see. Is there a next part? I'm just gonna scroll past real quick, okay? Continue as a chain comment. Oh my god, there's fucking more! I am reading this next time, guys. Next episode of Horror Storytelling Stream, I will read this next. Yeah. Oh, The Witcher. There's so much more. This is not the last one. So I can't keep doing this, bro. These long stories are gonna kill me because I'm like dying. Fucking just release a book already, okay? Or like throw it all on Wattpad. Jeez Louise. Some of them are really entertaining though, not gonna lie. But yeah, I'm gonna read this in my next one. So we're gonna take a pause on this story. We're not gonna call it quits yet. We are coming back to this in the next episode. We will read more short stories for now. Yes. Wait, what? Yeah. Hopefully they're short. I don't know. These are best rated stories, by the way, by Reddit. Novel series mode. Honestly, yeah. I just feel bad for the new viewers who just clicked in and try to like follow the story, but then they follow halfway through like a 4-part, 5-part series. That's not good content in my opinion. So I will save you the torture and I will continue this. I'll do a little by little every episode, okay, by this guy. For now, we move on to another story. This one's new to town gem, 5 years ago. July 2019, most immersive story 2020. Okay. Eda-chan, thank you for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. Hey, let me give you a shout out. I got your account. Thank you for the raid. What were you streaming? Let me see. Can't see. A little to the left. Ayo. Hope you had a good stream. Welcome, Raiders. My name is Aruri. I'm a wind-up doll VTuber. We are just about to start a new story. You came in at the perfect time. Hey, Apex. Alright, let's see. We just started a new story, guys. Hi, welcome in. Okay. Hold on. Where's my chat? Oh, there it is. Miko! I'm new here, coming from Edo-chan stream. Wow, so you weren't on my stream from the start? I see how it is, Miku. I see. Wow, Miku. Wow, I can't believe it. Dala, I go cry. Boo. Karumi Star, hello. I'm already getting raided a lot. Most of my streams are really long, so it makes sense for me to get raided a lot. My streams are 6 hours, like 5 to 6 hours on average. Apparently, to one website, it said that my streams are 11 hours on average, which I don't know how they came up the analytics. Yeah. Thank you for the raid. Hey, welcome, Raiders. Yeah. My boss was disappointed. Listen, things happen. If you're late once after working with them for years and they don't cut you some slack, then maybe he's a shitty boss. Because I would be like, you know what? It doesn't happen often. Maybe it's a one-time thing. It's okay. You know, move along. Right? Have some compassion, Jesus. Came to rest our weary brains. Spoopy story at midnight. Yeah. This is a new story. It is awarded. This is Reddit No Sleep, by the way. July 2019 and most immersive story 2020. Yeah, you have a spooky story? Here, let me give you a link. Submit there. Submit your horror stories. Yeah. Oh, hold on. I have a link for viewers to submit their horror stories. Wait for it. Oh, there it is. Ta-da! Here, in case anybody's interested. English only! It's okay if you use translator. We'll try to interpret your story. Yeah. How to eat if listen to spoopy story. Look, it's called Reddit No Sleep. There's no sleep for you tonight. No sleep. Alright, let's read this. The previous tenant of my new flat left a survival guide. I'm not sure I want to live here anymore. This is also a fucking series? Hold on. Oh, this is not that long. No spoilers. Slowly scrolling up. Oh, there are 2 more episodes. 2 more episodes. Okay, not so bad. This is on iOS. This is part 2, right? And then there's a part 3. Okay. I'm looking at my scrolling thing and it doesn't look that bad. It's not as bad as the one before this. Multi-part stories are too long. Honestly, yeah. I don't know if there's any short ones. This one is the most immersive though. Imagine getting awarded the most immersive story in a subreddit with how many people? Millions of people. Is this a multi-part story? I need to know. These stories are getting out of hand. I think Reddit No Sleep is like for people who are like really immersive. Okay. This one is short. Okay. We'll read this one then. Right? Plop. Thank you for the follow. Will you be reading a horror experience? Yes, I will. I'll do it on stream. Yeah, submit. It doesn't have to be true stories or your personal stories. It could be someone else's story. Yeah, no trolls, please. Don't kill the vibes. Let's have nice things. Okay. If you're armed and at the Glentman Metro, please shoot me. I'm assuming this is a train station, right? Subway station? Look at some creepy pasta. We can probably look at another subreddit. Submit a Filipino story. In English, please. Subway. Alright. Make it a headshot. Shoot me in a temple, aiming slightly downwards. I need the bullet to travel the shortest possible distance through my brain before it hits my hippocampus. If I'm lucky, the sensation of the gunshot ripping through my skull will only last a few decades. Huh? As awful as this sounds, you'll be doing me an enormous favor. Death by a headshot. As soon as possible. It is vastly better than the alternative. Oh, Jesus. I keep getting jump scared. Mina, thank you for the raid. Hey, welcome raiders. I think people are going to sleep. It is 12:30. What were you doing? You're playing Valo? Of course you are. Welcome raiders, my name is Aruri. We're reading horror stories. This person's begging to be shot at the Glenton Metro. Yeah. Okay. Do it as soon as possible, they said. BLT sandwich Subway. Hey, welcome in. I've got to keep reading. My ordeal started over 10,000 years ago at 10:30 this morning. I earn extra money by participating in drug trials. I'm a so-called healthy subject who takes experimental drugs to help assess side effects. Once it was a kidney drug, a few times it's been something for blood pressure or cholesterol. This morning they told me the drug I took was psychoactive, a psychoactive substance intended to accelerate brain function. None of the drugs I had tested so far have ever done anything for me in the recreational sense. In other words, none of the drugs I've tested had given me a killer buzz, or mellowed me out, or anything. Maybe I've always ended up the placebo group, but nothing I've tested had affected me at all. Today's drug was different. This shit worked. They gave me a pill at 10:15 a.m. and told me to hang out in the waiting room until they called me back for some tests. Only about 30 minutes, the research assistant told me. I flopped onto the waiting room couch and read a few articles from a copy of Psychology Today that was sitting on the coffee table. They hadn't called me back when I finished the Psychology Today, so I picked up a US News and read it cover to cover. Then I read an old Scientific American. What was taking them so damn long? I sluggishly turned my head to look at the wall clock. It was only 10:23 a.m. I had read all these 3 magazines in 8 minutes. I remember thinking this was going to be a long day, and I was right. The waiting room had little bookshelves with some used hardcovers on it. When I stood up to walk to the bookshelf, it felt like my legs barely worked. It's not like they were weak, they were just slow. It took a full minute just to stand up off the couch, and then another minute to take 2 steps to the bookcase. I never welcome in. Okay, Mizuyori, thank you. Otsuka, sleep well. Welcome in, Niken. You know, what's going on? Is our brain in fast forward, like speed mode? Are we Sonic? In our brain only? I scanned the old books on the shelf and picked out a copy of Moby Dick. My arms had the same problems as my legs. Just reaching 1 foot in front of me to grab the book took a long time. I actually got bored just waiting for my hand to reach the spine of the book. I slogged back to the couch and collapsed onto it in a slow motion fall that reminded me of the low gravity hops of astronauts on the moon. I opened Moby Dick slowly and began reading. I started with Call Me Ishmael and got as far as Ahab throwing his pipe into the sea, which was all the way to friggin' chapter 30 before they called me back. How are you feeling? The research assistant asked me. I feel slow, I said. Actually, it's the other way around. Everything seems slow because you're so fast. But my legs, my arms, they're moving in slow motion. Your body seems like it's moving slow because your brain is fast. Your brain is running 10 or 20 times faster than normal. You are thinking and perceiving reality at an accelerated pace. But your body is still constrained by the laws of biomechanics. Frankly, you're moving much faster than a normal person. She phantom-mimed a jogging motion. But your brain is running so much faster right now that even your fast walk seems very slow to you. Yeah, I don't want this, bro. What? Unless I'm sitting there studying, right? I don't think I want to, like, doing nothing much, but studying, I don't know. I don't think I want this. You want this? I have no patience. Just like, I want to drink water, and like for 3 minutes, I just watch my hand go to my water bottle. That would help so much in over. No, it won't. Your brain would think, but your arms won't react. Your arms won't react to shoot, right? You're waiting for it to shoot. It's like torture to me, bro. I thought about my slow motion flop onto the waiting room couch. Even if my muscles had slowed down, my body would still react to gravity the same way. But in the waiting room, I even fell in this slow motion. Slow muscles couldn't explain why gravity seemed weaker. My brain was going at warp 10. That's how I managed to read 3 magazines and first 30 chapters of Moby Dick in 15 minutes. This doesn't make sense, because don't you take a few minutes to flip a page, right? Pretty bad trip. You become a god in Overwatch with this, but you can't shoot. You shoot so slow. I mean, well, technically you would still be good at the game, but in your mind you're moving your hand like slow motion. Yeah, 20 sensitivity. Yo. They ran a series of tests on me. The physical tests were fun. They made me juggle 3 balls, then 4, then 6. I had no problem keeping 6 balls in the air because they seemed to be moving so slowly. It was boring, frankly, waiting for each ball to move through its arc so I could catch it with my slow motion hands and toss it back into the air. They threw Cheerios in the air and I caught them with chopsticks. They dropped a handful of coins and I counted the total value before they hit the ground. This sounds cool, but yeah. The cognitive tests were less fun, but very illuminating. Finish a 50-word puzzle, 3 seconds. Okay, so he had a word search he finished in 3 seconds. Solve an intricate maze drawn onto a poster-sized paper, 2 seconds. View a slideshow projected at 10 images per second and then answer detailed questions about what I saw, 95% correct. They told me I measured over 250 of the not F scale. Apparently that's deep in the superhuman range of thinking speeds. Then they sent me home. It'll wear off in a few hours, they said. Which will seem like days to you? Try to use the residual effects to get some work done. Catch up on work emails while you're still on high speed mode. The ride home was horrible. It was only 3 metro stops, but in real world time, it took about 35 minutes. But in my drug accelerated hyper time, it felt like days. Just walking out of the medical research suite to the elevator seemed like it took an hour. I sprinted out of the office, willing my legs to push me faster, but the laws of biomechanics held me prisoner. As accelerated as my brain was, I couldn't do anything to make my legs work faster. The huge disconnect between my body and mind made it extremely difficult to judge how and when to slow down, turn, or rotate my body. I had basically turned into a giant slow motion spaz. I misjudged my speed and rammed into a wall by the accelerator button at a pretty good speed. Even though I could see the wall coming at me, I couldn't make my finger outstretched to hit the elevator button, move away fast enough, and jammed it against the wall. Hard. The pain was intense. If my brain had been running at regular speed, it probably would have only hurt for 30 seconds. But in my accelerated state, the intense pain seemed to last for about half an hour, 45 minutes maybe. Fuck this shit, bro. Something fall, you activate the slow-mo moment. I think your brain would be faster, so in your head it's slow motion, but your body... No, in your brain it would be... Wait, yeah, in your brain it would slow down, but for your body to grab it, it could still be pretty fast, right? I don't know. The elevator ride was horrible. It felt like I spent 4 or 5 hours just descending 7 floors, with nothing to look at but the interior of the elevator car. I sprinted to the metro station. I have to admit, this part was almost fun. Even though my body moved at what seemed like to me super slow speed, I could still carefully choose how and where to place my feet, swing my arms, and turn my torso. It only took a block or 2 to get used to having a brain that ran 24 times faster than my body. Then I basically sprint danced the rest of the way, twisting and juking between people on the sidewalk and dodging moving cars with inches, aka minutes, of clearance. I spent an hour in my time frame, descending into the subway and running to the platform. Endless tedium, waiting the minutes for the red line train to arrive. Although there was more to look at on the metro platform than inside the elevator, it was still intensely boring. I could have stolen that copy of Moby Dick. I should have stolen that copy of Moby Dick. The red line train roared into the station in slow motion. The normally high-pitched squeal of its brakes was frequency shifted by my high-speed mind to a long low tone like a monotone tuba solo. It wasn't just the squealing subway train that was 3 octaves lower than normal. All sound was slow to the point of nearing inaudibility. Voices were gone, shifted below the threshold frequency of my hearing. I didn't manage to hear a screaming baby on my subway car. Her shrieks slowed to sound like whale songs. Sharp sounds like a car horn and trucks bouncing over potholes were low. Muddy roars like distant thunder. Back at the research offices, I could still hear and communicate with the research staff. But now verbal communications with anyone would be impossible. The effects of the drug were still intensifying. I spent what seemed like days on that fucking red light train. Days listening to the whale song of the screaming baby and the tuba solo of the brakes, where ordinary voices were frequency shifted out of my audio range, where smells didn't seem to be affected. Oh, smells didn't seem to be affected. Okay. I never became nose blind to the body odor, the stench of the train's brakes, and melange of farts and other smells wafting through the metro car. I finally got back to my apartment. Sprinting through my open door and into the front hall at full speed was like slow, relaxing drift down a lazy river. I was relieved to be home. At least I had stuff I could do there. I picked up the book I was reading, 100 Years of Solitude, and finished it. Despite turning the pages so quickly that I tore many of them, it seemed like most of the time I spent finishing the book, I was spent on page turning and not actually reading. This is what I said. 3 minutes has passed since I got home. Tried surfing the net. My god, it takes a long time for computers to boot these days, but it was too frustratingly slow. Hours seemingly to load each new page, and a fraction of a second to read it. 100 articles in my news feed read, and just 3 more minutes done. I dipped into my pile of yet to be read books and finished 2 more. 4 more minutes had passed. This guy is living at full speed, but like his body is slow. You know what? I would just take sleeping pills and go to sleep. This is why you need to use fibers for internet. Hey, welcome back. I would go to sleep and I would wake up and be like, is it over? He'd be very good at Tetris. It would be so slow to him and so boring, no? Imagine playing Tetris without hitting space. You shift the key and then you just sit there and you wait. You know? Even if you hit the space, it's still moving in slow motion. You're just like, alright, any minute now. It's really like gonna train your patience. Yeah. I decided to try and sleep off the remaining effects of the drug. Unfortunately, whichever part of my body is responsible for perception, that part that has been accelerated to hyper speeds by the drug, isn't the same part as the part that governs sleep. Despite being awake for what I perceive as days, my physical brain still thought it was 1:25 p.m. It was not ready for sleep. Take a pill, bro. Dozen novels, 50 manga to finish. Every time you click a page, you gotta wait for an hour. Nevertheless, I tried to sleep. I walked to my bedroom, a slow 45-minute drift through my apartment, and flung myself into bed, lazily falling like a feather onto the mattress. I closed my eyes and lay there for hours and hours, 10 minutes of reality time, before giving up. Sleep would not come. I was facing what was going to feel like days or maybe even weeks of being trapped in a slow-motion prison. So I took an Ambien. The sensation of the pill and the splash of water I used to swallow it sliding down my throat was sickening. A lump that blocked my breathing, moving like a slug down my esophagus. I read a book. 10 minutes had passed. I read another. 18 minutes since I took the Ambien. I threw the book across the room in disgust at my situation. The book slowly pirouetted and spun through the air like a leaf blowing in a breeze. It hit the wall with a long, faint rumble, the only sound I had heard for what seemed like hours, then drifted to the floor like a flip-flop sinking into a swimming pool. The force of gravity hadn't changed since I took the pill. The laws of physics were still the same. It was just my perception of time that had gone wackadoo. This meant I could use the speed things seem to fall as a way of judging the effects of the drug. Based on how long it took for the book to drift to the floor, I estimated the effects of the drug that were still intensifying. I read a magazine, I turned on the television, I clearly saw each frame of video like I was watching a slideshow. Frustrated, I turned the television off. Aw, you can't even watch VTubers. Eat some good food. But if you swallow, the food goes down your throat slowly, you're like, I'm dying. I read some more. The first 2 books of Churchill's, A History of the English-Speaking Peoples. Not exactly a light read, frankly, I hated it. But given the hours of tedium it would take to get to another book of my bookshelves, just sitting on the couch and reading Churchill was better, or at least less worse. It had now been 35 minutes since I took the Ambien. I lay down on the couch and closed my eyes. Time passed. I inhaled. A hours-long process. Time passed. I exhaled for more hours. Sleep would not come. Take more. What? Dangerous, dangerous. I needed a new plan. I decided to go back to the offices where they gave me the drug. Maybe they would have something that could counteract its effects, or at least to knock me out until it wore off. I exited my apartment as fast as possible, taking hours in my time frame to do so. I didn't bother locking the door, it would have taken too long. Down the stairs is faster than the elevator if you could run. Through the lobby, out the front door, and onto the street. These few things felt like a long day at the office. Sprinting down the streets, dancing and waving between pedestrians with what must have looked like to them superhuman dexterity. Down the first flight of stairs at the metro, across the landing, another hour. Then on the second flight of stairs, that's when the Ambien hit me. The Ambien didn't make me sleepy, not at all. Instead, it must have had a severe cross-reaction with the experimental drug I took this morning. I was bounding down the second flight of stairs, moving in slow motion, but still making perception progress. Then wham! Everything stopped. The dull roar of the streets and metro noise ceased, replaced by the most perfect silence I've ever experienced. My downwards motion seemed to completely freeze before the Ambien kicked in. My perception of time was maybe a few hundred times slower than real time. After the Ambien took effect, time moved thousands of times slower. Every second seemed like days to me. Even just moving my eyes to focus on a new point was like an impossibly slow scroll across my visual field. That's fucked up! That's why you never mix drugs. That's fucked up, dude. Jesus. Imagine time stopping. It's her fault. I would have been fucked the same way because I would have taken the sleeping pill. Dude, I would just lay down and sleep. I would just plop on the ground right then and there and sleep. Yeah. Over the course of the afternoon, I learned how to walk, run, and jump when my mind ran 100 times faster than my body. But wait another 4 or 5 orders of magnitude of slowdown caused by the Ambien. Body control was almost impossible. I fell on the stairs, even though I was all but frozen in mid-step. Controlling my muscles was impossible. I command my foot forward for hours, then backwards for hours more. When it seemed like I would miss the next step, hours attempting to adjust the angle of my ankle, then readjusting when it felt wrong. Despite these efforts, I rolled my ankle on the next step. The pain wasn't at all mitigated by the slowness. Hours of increasing strain on my bent ankle. The nerve signals that send pain into the brain must work differently than the nerves in my ear. Sonic energy was spread out over time, diluted until it was imperceptible. Pain flowed into my brain undiluted by the change in my perception of time. Hours of increasing weight on my turned ankle turned into hours of increasing pain upon increasing pain. Just, oh my god, you can't even move at this point. What do you even do? Probably would have taken a sleeping pill. You would have ended up like this guy. Yeah. I pitched forwards, my high-speed mind completely unable to control my low-speed body. I drifted downwards for days, managing to rotate my torso enough to keep my head from impacting the ground first. I eventually landed on my right shoulder. At first, the impact wasn't even noticeable. Then I felt a slight pressure on my shoulder as it came in contact with the ground. The pressure grew, bringing increased pain for hour upon hour. My shoulder finally gave out, popping out of its socket with an endless sickening tug. I came to a stop days later, crumpled onto the ground staring at the ceiling. The pain in my shoulder still screaming with the intensity of a fresh violent injury. I had plenty of time to think during that fall. If every second seemed like days to me, then each minute of a real world time would be like years. Even if the drug cleared out of my system in the next 2 or 3 hours, this nightmare would seem to last for centuries. By the time I hit the ground, I had a plan. I would somehow get to the platform and throw myself in front of a train! Oh my god. I twisted onto my hands and knees. dazed of my dislocated shoulder, crying for relief. I misjudged my rotation and now rolled onto my back. I tried again, collapsing onto my face as I tried to figure out how to control a body that moved slower than grass grew. Weeks of effort were finally rewarded with success. I stabilized on my hands and knees. Do people not give a shit? If somebody fell like that, would you not go, "Oh my god, are you okay?" Do people not help others now if they fall? Cause I would have been like, "Oh my god, are you okay? Do you need help?" Like what? You know what I mean? That's torture. Indeed, Watermelon, that is torture. Nobody tried to help him up. Like, he's rolling around the ground like he's in pain. Bystander effect, that's fucked up. When I was in Korea, I remember like people would fall and people would just not, like, they hear it, they glance at it and they just walk away. Then nobody bats an eye. They don't give a shit. People just kept walking and walking. I've fallen too, and nobody gave a shit. They saw the fall and they just walk away. And I was just like, and then slowly try to get my way back up. Like, bro, yeah, there's lawsuits. Their help would take years for him. At least someone help you out. You're not tumbling for even more years. You know what I mean? He doesn't hear him, but at least someone helps you up. Right? Like, I don't care what they say. If they come to me, I would be like, "Please help me up." I would try to say the words, "Please help me up," you know? Yeah. But won't you see someone come towards you just in slow motion? Like, you see them and they take a year to even reach you, but you see them coming, right? You just be like, "Please help me," because he's trying to roll, right? Yeah. He's too focused on his move. He gotta stop moving. Nobody helps him up. That's fucked up. Please help me out. Yeah, he gotta do that, you know? It also would need quite an athlete to stop him from his superhuman speed inertia. Like, I don't know. He's trying to move, but why don't he just lay there and try to speak instead? But instead he took 2 tussles, right? His name's not Ripper. The reality of human. That's fucked up. If just getting on all fours was this difficult, I figured that walking and running was completely out of the question. So I crawled. I crawled through the metro tunnel. The dumb looks on the faces in the crowd lingered on me for weeks. I crawled under the turnstile and onto the escalator. The escalator spilled the rush hour crowd onto the platform at the same speed as glaciers spills ice into the sea. I looked out over the crowded platform during my interminable downward ride. The train status sign that said the next train wouldn't arrive for 20 minutes. 20 minutes was like a year to me. I'd have to spend a year on the metro platform waiting to die. I've crawled off the escalator, enduring days of stupid expressions on the commuters' faces. I crawled a few feet to a concrete bench and curled up next to it, trying to find a position to lessen the pain in my shoulder. Then my problem with time got worse. Impossibly worse. The massive slowdown on the stairs was just the beginning of the interaction between the experimental drug and the Ambien. It fully hit me while I was curled up by the bench. I blinked. Years of darkness followed. Sound was already gone, and with my blink, sight was gone as well. All that existed was the pain from my fall. This sucks, bro. You still want this? Can I ask you a question? Is it related to the stream? My hyper-accelerated mind wasted no time compensating for the lack of sensory input. Voices spoke to me. They sung to me in languages that never existed. Patterns and faces and colors came to and went in my mind's eye. I recall my whole life and imagined living another. I forgot English. I settled into a profound despair. I spoke to God. I became God. I imagined a new universe and brought it to life with my thoughts. And then I did it again and again. Sleep deprived. Hey, Tavi, welcome in. You can be God in games, so why not? You have to, like, imagine. It's like taking a long nap, except you're awake. Why he crawled to the escalator? because he can't walk. Walking would be too hard for him to put one foot in front of the other. So instead he just crawled. My eyes opened with geologic slowness. A faint glow. Weeks. A slit of light. Weeks. A narrow view of the metro station. Ankles of the commuters near me and an advertisement on the opposite wall. I extracted my phone from my pocket. A project that spanned decades. How can I even explain the boredom? The pain in my shoulder is nothing compared to the boredom. Every thought I can think, I have thought hundreds of times already. The view of ankles and advertisements never changes. Never. The boredom is so intense it's tangible, like a solid object of metal and stone wedged into my skull. Inescapable. What are my options? If I crawl and fall onto the tracks without an oncoming train to crush me, I won't die. I'll experience even more pain from the 4-foot fall, and I'll most likely be rescued by some do-gooder on the platform, and unable to act when the train finally does arrive. My suffering in that scenario would be endless. So I wait for the train, so I can throw myself under it. When it finally hits me, I will experience the pain of being ripped to pieces for centuries until finally the light of life leaves my brain and my experience ends. I don't know if I wanna... Paprika was good. I don't know if I wanna experience this kind of pain, bro. If that took too long, he should be used to the pain by now. I don't know. I don't know if the brain would. I've lived hundreds of lifespans at the foot of this bench. I am far older in spirit than any human who has ever lived. Most of my life experiences has been a snapshot of pain huddled on the floor of a subway platform with an unchanging view of ankles and advertisements. This post is my plan B, my Hail Mary, my long shot. I've spent lifetimes typing and posting this message in the hope that someone will read it and become convicted that my suffering must end. Someone on this platform right now, someone who will find the man curled under the bench, the man who crawled down the escalator, and kill him as swiftly as possible. A bullet to the temple. If you're armed and at the Glance Monster Metro, please shoot me. That's it. He must have taken like 10 lifetimes to write this long ass post. But if he just typed this, if you're armed and at the Glamour station, please shoot me, would you do it? I don't think I will, cause I need context. I'm like, why? You have to tell me why. And that's why he had to type this whole ass post. Oh, this is such an interesting thought, bro. Took him 2 seconds to type the whole story. His body still moves at the regular speed. I think it took him 2 centuries to type the story. Yeah. This is pretty cool, right? I've never heard of anything like this. Like, how would you even execute this? How would you even execute this in a movie? Where you show how slow time has passed, but it also show the intensified pain, right? Try Black Mirror. I have seen all of Black Mirror. Honestly, Black Mirror keeps getting more and more disappointing. Yeah, it's becoming, ugh, I don't know. I love Black Mirror, but it's getting more and more predictable to me. Kind of sad. I like this story. This was an interesting read. Yeah. Like, I could almost feel the torturing slowness of him typing this out. Have you seen Love, Death, and I have. Oh, you know my favorite one is the dancing one. There's a dancing water girl. That one was fucked up, but it was really cool. It only took minutes. Oh yeah, was that the one where they looped the music? Yeah. Torture. Mental torture. Interesting read. That was an interesting read. I was not expecting that. The Nights. Yeah. That one was interesting. It was also kind of eerie. It was almost like a horror thing. Yeah. Jesus. I was not expecting this when this guy was begging for us to shoot him. I was like, please shoot me, please, for the love of God. That, like, I don't know. I don't want that. Like, some people do volunteer I guess they get paid for being like a human experiment. They would take drugs and stuff, like they'd be the test subjects, right? They would take it, see if there's any side effects and stuff. They get paid handsomely. Yeah, but shit, if things like this happen, what would I even do? Imagine how many times you have to blink. How many times do you have to blink just unknowingly, right? Then get good money, but with what cost? I would say most of the time you're okay, but who knows, right? There's an off chance. Be best girl, perv girl, best perv girl, Riz every. I can't even talk to people. Yeah. Take him centuries for that confirmation, though. Yeah, right. Like, how do you not blink? If you blink, it's like darkness. It's like you're blind, right? With nothing to do, can't do anything. Sometimes our bodies, like our eyes blink without us knowing. Because we don't know, it's like breathing. Well, for me, I have to time my breathing because I have anxiety and it's hard for me to breathe. But if you're a regular person, you breathe without knowing. You know what I mean? You blink without knowing. So that's like wild. Joel, are you spooked yet? Unfortunately not. No, sadly, because lots of these stories are dreadfully long. Yeah. I wonder if people on No Sleep prefers longer stories. Spooktober. Hey. I gotta confirm how long they are. This one's probably not that long. Yeah. Is it a part? No part. Okay, no part 1, part 2. I gotta confirm. Otherwise, I'm like, bro, I don't even want to read this right now. Yeah. I have to be early. Oh, okay. Oh, it's Scotty. Thank you for dropping by. It is 1 a.m., isn't it? Possibility of having superhero power that tortures you. But then again, you only have it for like a few hours. It feels like decades for you. Yeah. Wait, you don't talk to many people. What do you mean? I talk for a living. I'm talking right now. I talk for most hours of the day. Unfortunately. I talk too much, so yeah. Read my stories 100% real, you might get spooked. I will read that on the stream when I start reading viewers' horror stories. I don't get enough yet. You guys gotta send more. You can submit more than once. If you are a troll, I will block your email forever. Yeah, good luck trying to submit to any of my forms. But yeah. Alright, let's read this one. This is Spooktober Space Girl, Head of Spectre. This is 5 years ago. Send to like last month. There's not enough. You guys gotta send more. Guys, send more, send more. There's not enough stories to make a whole stream. Yeah. Blinking usually takes 100 ms according to Google. Imagine this guy, it took him like years. Years to blink. That sucks. What do you even do in 1 year? You probably can't even remember because you did so many things, right? Like time feels like it's flying for us. I can't believe it's already like June. Like we're almost halfway through June of 2024. Heck, I'm not even used to saying 2024 and I gotta say 2025 soon, bro. But imagine if it's the opposite way. If it's slowed down. Yo. My brain is like dying. I need to write mine already. It'd be more like a report than a story because those things like happen in a span of years. Oh, that's okay. Like if it's too long, just let us know. If it's a long story. Alright, let's read the next one. We call her Space Girl. Her real name is Megan Daniels, but nobody actually called her that. She'd been Space Girl since grade 2. She was the kind of kid who stuck out in a crowd with her long red hair, ghostly pale skin, and Coke bottle glasses. For as long as I'd known her, Space Girl had been quiet. She didn't like to be around us. She didn't play with us when we were kids, and she didn't even talk much. Most of the time, she'd find somewhere to sit, far away from everyone else. Then she'd open up her little notebook and scribble inside of it. Sometimes she wrote poems, sometimes she drew, but she was always on her off on her own little world. Nowadays, I understand why we targeted her. She was different, and she was alone. This doesn't justify any of it, but kids can be cruel. I remember that it was Sasha Brown who told me that Space Girl was the R word because her mother was on drugs. That is so goddamn mean, bitch. What do you even know about the R word, Sasha Brown? Basic ass white person name, bitch. Sorry for all the Sasha Browns out there. No aggression to you. All the Sasha Browns out there are like, what the fuck? Yo. Even if I did men age like fine wine, I'd probably be Iraqi vampire or a human being. You don't really age, but like, no, this is not really about you aging, right? This is about like in your mind, time passes so slowly. Yeah. Blue said, Algernon Blue said, all the Sasha Brown's ears are burning. They're gonna cry. They're gonna cancel me. I'm gonna have a twit longer. Anyways, Sasha Brown is such a common name. Anyways. She probably just made it up, but we all believed it. She had always been the worst towards Space Girl, and she kept that up until the end. Until the end. It all started in grade 5 when Sasha took her notebook. So 11 years old? It had been raining that day, so we'd had an indoor recess. Space Girl sat in the corner at her desk, eyes focused on her notebook as she methodically worked on drawing. Sasha and I had been sitting nearby at our desks, and we simply just watched her do her thing. I can't believe they let that R word sit in with us, Sasha murmured. Look at her! Why did they even let them in schools? They aren't gonna learn anything. Better than leaving her at home with her crackhead mom, said Tanya Everett. She and I weren't exactly friends, but she sat close to Sasha and I. My dad said he sees a different car in front of her house every day. He said that she lets boys come and they pay her so they can have sex. None of us could actually say the dreaded S word at the time. Sex was still a terrible unknown thing, and we all had been raised to believe that nobody decent would ever do it. I guess your parents ain't decent then, huh? How do you think you were born, child? Oh, Gia! Hi, Gia! Daywalker Gia, right? I think I pronounced your name as Gia because I think it's Spanish? Question mark? I don't know. I was learning it from I was learning it from Hot Tamale. Yes, let's go. Let's go, guys. I'm learning Spanish little by little. Yeah, because I think Y is like J. It's not even like JJ. Is it J or is it Gia? Gia? Is it called Gia with the hard J or is it like French-ish? Sexo. Yeah, listen, I can't really say the S word either because YouTube is sensitive, right? So I gotta say sex. I can't really say the actual S word like normally. All of the above. Let's go. Welcome in, by the way. Hey. We're reading horror stories. How are you? Honestly, I'm not feeling too good. I think I'm a little sick. Not a little bit, but like I kind of a couple of days ago I suspected that I had COVID because I had some early symptoms. But I'm waiting till tomorrow to take another test. It came back negative on that day, but maybe it was too early. So I think I'm gonna wait till tomorrow to take another one to see if it's actually negative. Yeah. I don't even go out, okay? I went out once to a food fair with my mom. Once, right? And then if I got COVID, I'm gonna be mad pissed because I don't even really go out. Like the one time I go out, I get COVID, bro. Listen. Etching and oh my god. Ghost etching. Understandable. Yeah, so we'll see. I think I'll have some updates tomorrow or the day after. Yeah, I want to see if there's any other symptoms coming in. I'm waiting for the sore throat and the dry cough. Yeah. Touching grass is important. Stay away from crowds. Don't be like me. Did your mom get sick too? I don't know. She's not home today. I should probably ask her tomorrow. Yeah. But you know, COVID is like this. Some people may get it. Some people might not. It really depends. Yeah, my friend who lives with his parents, he got COVID. His parents didn't. Yeah, like they didn't spread it to him. But like they went out together. He got it, his parents didn't. So it's kind of bizarre. Yeah, don't worry too much about COVID. COVID is still around, by the way. Yeah. Negative on the art test. They're too mild to really kill us at this point, in my opinion. I just don't want to be sick. I have so much work to do. Yeah, bro. Hope you get well. Thank you. Thank you. Anyways, we'll keep reading. Alright. Space Girl paused, and her eyes darted away from her book to look at us. I can only imagine she'd heard us. Sasha just stared right back at her. What? You have a problem, Space Girl? She asked. The teacher was out of earshot, and I gave her carte blanche to say whatever she wanted. Space Girl didn't respond. She just looked back down at her notebook, but Sasha had been challenged, or at least she thought she'd been. She looked over at the teacher's desk to make sure she was busy. Then she got up and moved closer to Space Girl. What are you even doing in there, R-word? She reached out to snatch the book before Space Girl could stop her. What even is this? A unicorn? What are you, 5? Oh my god, we're like 11. We're like grown-ass women. Stop drawing unicorns, you childish little girl. I'm giving her extra attitude, okay? She handed the book to me, and I took it on instinct. There was a brightly colored drawing of a unicorn inside. The artwork was actually pretty nice, but I would have never said so. The book was passed on to Tanya next, and Space Girl could only look at us helplessly. Wow, you can't even draw? Look at this. She tore the page out of the notebook, and Space Girl let out a startled whimper, as if she'd been struck. The picture was crumpled up, and the book was thrown on the floor by Space Girl's desk. Oh my god, I hate bullying. I hate bullies. I hate this. Asia, welcome on YouTube as well. You mean the VTuber viewers? Unicorns? Draw something that isn't trash next time. Oh, this was Tanya. And Sasha just giggled, as if it was anything other than being mean-spirited just for the sake of it. Space Girl slowly picked her book up off the floor, avoiding eye contact as Tanya and Sasha turned away from her. I continued to stare. I remember the way she moved was so defeated, as if she was shrinking in on herself. Poor girl. She looked up at me, but only for a moment, and I felt bad for her. I really did. But I didn't do anything about it. I just left her to rejoin the others. Kids, man. Thank you for the hearts. After that, Space Girl became an easy target for Sasha and Tanya. Every chance they got, they'd harass her, and I regret to admit that I was usually right there with them. During the days where we could go outside for recess, Space Girl would always sit beneath the same tree, always working in her notebook. When she did, she would always lean on the trunk and look down over Space Girl's shoulder. Wow, that's really good, Space Girl, was how most of her comments would start. Did you mean to draw it like... Oh wait, who's this? Sasha? Did you mean to draw it like it got hit by a truck? Or is that just your style? There was never a compliment. She would always find something to needle. Can you draw me? Sasha asked once. I heard that R-word were always like art geniuses or something. Maybe it'll even look like a person. But you ain't even a person, you piece of trash. Okay, I'm gonna start being mean to 11-year-olds, okay? Thank you for all the hearts. AT and Asuna, welcome in. How are you? Space Girl didn't look up at her. She seemed to be trying not to acknowledge the insults. I won't pretend like I was blameless either. I never stopped them, and there was plenty of times where I was right there making fun of her because that was what we did, and we weren't the only ones. More or less everyone hurt her in some way or another, but she never complained. I think she was too scared to. Oh my god. It was late December in 7th grade where things got even worse. I don't know all the details, and I don't know just for how long things have been boiling over, but I heard a rumor that James Hardy had it out for Space Girl. Who's James Hardy? James had only been in my class a few times, and he wasn't in my class that year. He was a small, mousy-looking kid who was convinced he was the world's toughest gangster. Okay, I see how it is. The rumor said that someone had seen his dad going into Space Girl's house. Naturally, there had been some speculation that they'd been having sex. Someone told me that James' parents had been divorcing because of it. Somehow, all these rumors had mutated into claims that James and Space Girl were dating, and I think that was what had rubbed him the wrong way. Thanks, and you, I'm sick, but it's okay. Let's not meet. Oh, can you send that in the Discord server? That sounds kind of mean though. Let's not meet subreddit. What's it about? We were coming in from recess when some boys decided to pull a little prank on James. The whole prank had been set up by Brian Jordan. What is up with these first name, like 2 first names? and his brother Mike. They had some mistletoe for the holiday season and set it up in a hall leading back to our classroom. Mike had grabbed Space Girl during recess and were holding her behind the door where the mistletoe was. When James walked through, they pushed her at him and snapped a picture. I'd been just behind James when it happened. I watched as Space Girl came flying out seemingly nowhere, eyes wide and afraid, then slammed into James. They both hit the ground and I could hear the boys laughing. "Look, she tried to give you a kiss," one of the boys said. Space Girl was trying to crawl away from James and picked up her notebook, but somebody had kicked it out of sight. I remember that she looked back towards James, and there were tears in her eyes. Oh, she must have been terrified with everything that was going on. She clearly hadn't wanted any part of this, but there she was at the center of it. "You fucking F-word assholes," James yelled as he picked himself up. "Hey, she just wanted to give you a smooch." Aw to Brian. "Come on, give her a kiss." Kids, man, I swear to God. Stashing people with knives while wearing creepy masks later. Jodie Bonnie, not the actual name, but something similar. I guess these are all fake names, right? Someone pushed Space Girl towards James and he glared at her as if all of this was her fault. She tried to stand and run, but he was angry and he wasn't thinking straight. I watched as he grabbed her and hit her, a square punch to the jaw. Then he tossed her to the ground and went after Brian next. A teacher had to get in to pull James off of him. He, Space Girl, and the Jordan brothers ended up getting suspended right before Christmas holidays. Well, I guess there's a fucking long holiday then, innit? We didn't see Space Girl until January. We didn't see James or his friends ever again. My stomach just grumbled. That's messed up. He hit a girl. He's gonna grow up to be a wife beater. That motherfucker. Bro. On Christmas Eve, there was a car accident on the highway outside of my town. Supposedly, it had swerved off the road to avoid an animal of some kind and gone into a ditch. Mike, Brian, and their parents didn't survive. On December 27th, James was killed while outside shoveling his driveway. My parents told me that he had been attacked by an animal. Probably a deer or something, but that seems so unusual. I've never heard of anything about deer attacking people before, especially not in my area. Could it be? I went over to Sasha's house on the day before New Year's. We'd both gotten some gift cards for Christmas and we were planning to walk to the mall together to use them. Her parents weren't home. They both had to work, so it was just us when I got there. "Hey, kept me waiting," she said when I knocked on the door. "Sorry." "It's fine. I'll be ready in a bit. Come on upstairs. I want to show you something." I didn't question what it was. I figured it was just something else she'd gotten for Christmas, so I went upstairs with her. "You're gonna love it," she promised me. "It's gonna be so funny." She led me to her bedroom, and as soon as she opened the door, I spotted a familiar notebook on her desk. "Where did you get this?" I asked, walking closer to it. "Space Girl dropped it when Brian and his brother pulled that prank the other day." "She dropped it. I may have grabbed it, you know, just for safekeeping." Death note? You think it's a death note? Go eat some Maggie noodle. I don't have. I don't have. I didn't go grocery shopping, by the way. I should though. There's nothing much at home to eat. I have mushrooms. I have enoki mushrooms. Maybe that's good enough. It's almost like noodles but crunchy, right? Yo, you don't understand anything? This is a horror story. Yeah. Alright. She cracked a wry grin. Wry grin? Before opening the notebook. "Look at this. She's been drawing the same damn unicorns forever. She didn't even finish this one." She paused at one small picture that was labeled the Unicorn Prince. It depicted an empty field with a blank space where the titular prince should have been. Sasha flipped through the pages a little more until she got to the newer ones. I figured since they kicked Space Girl out for a little while and her mom is too poor to get her anything for the holidays, I'd step up. What do you think? Sasha wasn't anywhere near as good of an artist as Space Girl was, but the simple detail in what she had drawn turned my stomach. In her first picture, Space Girl was hanging from a rope. Her tongue was hanging out and her eyes were closed. In the second one, Space Girl had a gun in her mouth. In the third one, she was standing in the edge of a building. Sasha giggled as I flipped through her crude depictions of suicide. There were pages of them. "What do you think?" she asked with a grin. "I bet she'll lose her shit. This bitch is a psychopath." "Andrian! Hello, welcome in." I closed the notebook and looked over at Sasha. Are you out of your mind? I asked. Sasha's grin faded. What do you mean? You stole her notebook just so you could draw these? Sasha, that's really messed up. It's Space Girl. Who the heck cares about Space Girl, Jane? You just drew her killing herself over and over again. I took the book off her desk. Do you not understand what's wrong with that? Sasha just stared at me like I was crazy. Fine, sue me for trying to be funny, Sasha said. Just give it here. She outstretched a hand to take the notebook, but I pulled back from her. Raven Cosmic, welcome in. This is nuts, bro. Like, imagine being fucking 13 and then, like, you know, drawing photos of people killing themselves and then think that's funny. Bro, I was never that kid. I was edgy. I was mad all the time. I had hella anger in me, but I'd never do that, bro. Psycho. No, you're just gonna put something else in there. Anger flared in Sasha's eyes. Jane, just give me the book. No. I opened the book and I started to tear those pages out of Space Girl's suicide. Sasha lunged for me, trying to grab at the book and stop me, but pushed her back. I didn't mean to push so hard, but I did. And so she fell, landing hard on the ground. For a moment, she looked up at me, wide-eyed and shocked. I didn't think anyone had laid a hand on her just like that before. Then I saw something in her eyes. Not just anger, something worse. It was the same picture that had prompted her to draw those horrible pictures of Space Girl. I turned and I ran, bolting down her stairs and out her front door, back into the snow. I clutched Space Girl's notebook to my chest the entire time and I didn't let it go until I got home. I spent the rest of the Christmas break terrified that my parents would get a call from Sasha's. I pushed her, and that seemed like such a big deal at the time. In hindsight, I doubt Sasha would have told her parents what had happened. They would have asked why I pushed her, and I would have told them about the notebook. On some level, she must have known that what she'd done was wrong. She was a cruel person, but there was a limit. Part of me hoped that she realized that I was right, and that we could patch things up when school started again. But honestly, I wasn't so sure. I remember looking through Space Girl's drawings, the one that she'd done. I remember the ones I made for fun of the most. There was one with a mermaid on a rock, combing her hair. Her eyes were closed in a relaxed bliss. She's talented, damn. Yo, same, right? I remember saying how stupid her facial expression had looked like, but honestly, I kinda liked it. I flipped through the pages some more, through unicorns, fairies, and castles, but I paused at the page depicting the unicorn prince. Back at Sasha's place, it had been blank, but at my house, it was finished! The unicorn prince stood proudly in his field, looking skywards with his horn proudly displayed. Maybe I've been thinking of a different picture? I brushed it off and flipped to the back where Sasha's pictures were. One by one, I started tearing them out of the notebook and tossing them in the trash. It was a waste of paper, but I refused to give it back to Space Girl with those images still in it. On the first day back to school, I was up early. I made sure the notebook was packed into my bag and was out as early as I could be. The snow on the ground was almost pristine as I walked to school, but I remember seeing some tracks on my lawn headed down the side of my house. Deep U-shaped indents that looked like they'd been made by hooves. A deer, perhaps? I didn't dwell on them and made my way down the freshly shoveled sidewalk and back into school. I wasn't entirely sure if Space Girl would be back yet, but she was. She was alone in the classroom, sitting at her desk, drawing into a brand new notebook. She paused briefly when I walked in to join her, and I could see her side-eyeing me. She didn't say a word as I drew nearer, but I thought I saw her shoulders tense up ever so slightly. Hey, I said. I hope you had a nice holiday. She didn't respond. Hello, Simon Kwan, welcome in. Hey, do you like calling people sweet cake? Welcome in. Hey, come on. Enjoy yourselves to some holiday horror stories. This one, we don't know where it's going yet, but we do know something to do with some unicorns. Yeah. You was interesting. Fae magic, we don't know. I'm sorry about what happened the other day. I don't know anything about it, but it just seemed really mean-spirited. Still no answer. I reached into my backpack, taking out her old notebook. I put it on her desk in front of her. She stared at it, still silent, and then back at me. Sasha took it. I was over at her house the other day and she showed it to me. I had to take some pages out, but she drew some really awful things in there. I didn't think it would be right to give it back with those things in there. I paused, feeling smaller as Space Girl stared at me. She didn't seem angry or thankful. She didn't seem anything at all, just stoic. Is she the Little Mermaid? She lost her voice. I'm sorry if I wasn't all that great to you before, I said, and then I shuffled off to my desk. Space Girl waited until I sat down before she opened her notebook and inspected it. Then she closed her new book and started something new on a fresh page in her old one. It wasn't much, but it made me feel at least a little good for what I'd done. When Sasha got in, she didn't talk to me. She didn't even look at me. Neither did Tanya or any of our other mutual friends. I knew from the moment they walked in that I burned my bridges with them, but I still wanted to try. Hi, Cosmo! Welcome in! The teacher hadn't come in yet, so I figured it might be worth it to try and talk to Sasha. I got up to move closer to her, and she gave me a look of utter disgust. What do you want? She spat. Now it was my turn to be silent. Fuck up and leave us alone, Tanya said. You obviously rather hang out with the fucking R-word than us, and I don't really want you spreading your R-word germs to us. It's a quarantine issue. I stared at both of them, and I could have sworn I know how Space Girl felt. What was I supposed to say to any of that? Instead, I just returned to my desk without a word. Space Girl stared at me the entire time. Her pencil rested over her notebook, but she didn't write anything. She set it down, tore out the page she'd been writing on, and jammed it into her pocket. I later saw her toss it into the trash during lunch. I really didn't have anyone left, so I thought maybe it might be a good idea to pull it out. Maybe it was something she wasn't happy with. I'd never seen her throw a drawing out before. I was thinking that maybe I could use it as a peace offering of sorts, or something along those lines. Whoa. When I saw what she'd written on it, I almost threw it back into the trash. Oh shit, your words. Okay. There's a land where your story may go. A sickening land where it always snows. The snow is putrid in color and smell. Its substance, filth, and things I won't tell. Only your father has been there before. One day your boyfriend will visit once more. This place in your carcass, this humanoid hell. Your story can go there to this hole in your shell. My unsubtle message, this subtextual jazz, is take your apology and stuff it up your ass. Wow! Bitch, I said sorry to you! Can you tell me the killer girl's name? We don't know if there's a killer girl yet. Or if there even is one. Wow, she's so smart for a 13-year-old girl. Oh, jeez. Thank you, good idea. I clap to that. Jeez, Louise. Pretty good for a 5th grader. No, at this point they were 7th grade. Yeah. 7th is what, 13? Right? My stomach growling. Killer unicorn, it could be. Yeah, this vicious mockery. Yo, this is Dungeons and Dragons. She's damn good. She's better than me when I was 13, I'll say that. And I was a nerd. Yo. Still good, yeah. Sheesh. Take your apology and stuff it up your ass. This is unlike anything I've seen her write. It was so crass and spiteful. This is as close to hatred as she could have gotten. I understood why she threw it out. It didn't fit with everything else she'd done. Those things had been beautiful despite what people had said to her. This was angry and ugly. This was something she'd written for me. I put it in my pocket. I wasn't gonna give it back to her, but I wanted to keep it. I wanted to remember the way I'd made her feel. 8th grade wasn't fun for me. Oh, we enter 8th grade, okay. Yeah, I deserved it. Honestly, I would have too. If I read that, I would have been like, instead of being mad at her or try to bully her again, I would have been like, you know what? I deserved it. Yeah, alright. You know what? Fair. Fair enough. Alright, 8th grade wasn't fun for me. I had very few friends left, and Sasha never forgave me for turning on her. Her version of the story was slowly warped as time went on. First, I punched her and stolen the book. Then I tried to kiss her, punched her when she refused, and then stole the book to try and get her in trouble. Rumors of me being a dyke— oh no, this is like a slur for like a lesbian— spread pretty quickly, and hot on their heels came the rumor that I was dating Space Girl. I tried not to let them bother me too much. I knew the truth, and at the end of the day, I'd done the right thing. Like, who the fuck cares? If you're a lesbian, you're a goddamn lesbian. Even if you're not, but who cares? It shouldn't be a goddamn problem, right? Gotta love being pansexual, y'all. But no! People who are too uptight gotta be like, oh my god, you're gay! Or like, oh my god, I can't believe you're gay, it's so embarrassing. Like, bitch, grow up. You would be surprised how many adults are still like this. It's like, really? That's something that you're making a big deal about? Really? In this day and age, 2024? Really? Grow the fuck up. Anyways, by the time high school rolled around, I was hoping for a fresh start. There were new faces, and I figured I could make friends with them before Sasha's rumor spread. I had a bit of success in that department. I fell in with a better crowd at least. Good for you. Sasha stuck with her same old clique. It grew ever so slightly, but she was so determined to live out the movie Mean Girls, and most people didn't pay her any mind. Space Girl barely changed at all. I didn't see her much when high school started. She was in a few of my classes, but I rarely saw her outside of them. Whenever she had a moment, she'd be in the library, usually in one of the corner cubicles, working on her drawings. Sometimes I thought about talking to her and trying to strike up a friendship, but it never felt right. Sasha's bullying never let up, of course. Of course, she stalked Space Girl to the library where she pulled the same old shit she's been pulling since 5th grade. She'd leer over her cubicles and comment on her drawings, picking them apart just like how she always had. I stopped her whenever I saw it, but I didn't always see it. Sasha never fucking grew up, bro. She's always like a 5th grader. And not smarter. I wonder if we will ever get into like Sasha's backstory to see if maybe she was a neglected child or is she just born a bitch. Right? Coming to her rescue again, huh, Jane? Coming to her rescue again, huh, Jane? Sasha asked once I'd interrupted her. Tanya leered at me from behind her, chewing gum with her mouth open. What's she ever done to you anyways? I asked. She's just minding her own business. Oh, what's she ever done to you, dyke? Sasha hissed. She leaned down over her cubicle and looked down at the notebook. Unicorns, unicorns, fucking unicorns. When are you gonna grow up, Space Girl? Hey, I told you to stop. I rounded the cubicle and I saw Sasha recoil. For a moment, I saw a bit of fear in her eyes. It vanished quickly and was replaced with a familiar rage. Fine, she said. Tan, let's leave the happy couple to their alone time. She pulled away from the cubicle and disappeared with Tanya nipping at her heel like a faithful terrier. Seems to be like, y'all are more like a lesbian couple than us, bro. Her mind was off of child, yeah. Space Girl remained hunched over her notebook, her long red hair spilling over her shoulders. She seemed impossibly still. I turned to leave her when I heard, thanks. I looked back at her and saw that she was looking at me. You're welcome, I said. Let me know if she bothers you again, alright? I will, but you're usually there anyways. Oh, her voice was soft and low. I heard it before, but I don't remember her ever speaking directly to me. Yeah, well, it's just not right. She's such a child. One of these days she's gonna have to grow up. Space Girl just nodded, looking over towards the library door, then back down at her notebook again. For a moment I thought about asking her about what she was drawing. I thought about saying something else, but no. I didn't want to make her uncomfortable. I left her alone again. Ooh, are we about to have a new friend? In 10th grade, I took art as an elective. I wasn't much of an artist, but I figured it would be an easy course. To the surprise of no one, Space Girl was there. I actually asked her to work with me on a few group projects. I think the prospect of being asked to work together was foreign to her. She looked at me suspiciously when I did it. But when she smiled, it was the biggest smile I'd ever seen. Ah! I went to her house for the first time to work on a portrait project with her once. We were supposed to take turns drawing portraits of each other, and I volunteered to let her draw me first. Rumors of her mother had always surrounded Space Girl, so I wasn't entirely sure what to expect when I got there. I certainly wasn't expecting the quiet, neatly kept house that I found. The woman who answered the door looked like an older version of her daughter, sans the Coke bottle glasses. You must be Jane, she said. She wasn't smiling, but she didn't sound upset either. Yes, ma'am. Come on in, Megan's upstairs. She was just getting ready for you. I forgot her name was Megan. New titanium coated pants are cool too. Wonder if that's considered cheating. Ayo, I'm into granite. Yeah, granite pants are the best. Ooh, they're clean, they're smooth, they're slippery. Just kidding, I'm just kidding. Get well soon. Get well soon. The house was warm with plenty of knickknacks on the walls. Plates and porcelain dolls mostly. Oh, you like dolls? The Korean way, yo. Her mom sent me upstairs and I couldn't waste any time. On the landing leading up to Space Girl's room, I could see a mural of family photos and paused to look at them. I could recognize Space Girl and her mother in most of them. Space Girl never seemed to be smiling. I only saw her father in a few of the very early pictures. Space Girl looked like she was only a young child in the pictures I saw him in, though. I didn't dwell for long and headed towards what I assumed was her room. The cupboard stairs and planets on it gave it away. Sure enough, she was inside waiting for me. She sat facing the door behind an easel in the center of her room. Her bed was neatly made and tucked away in a corner. She had clean little desks. That she clearly been working on it, and had set out a chair for me to sit on. I hadn't expected something so overwhelmingly formal, and I almost started laughing, but then I noticed her walls. Okay. They weren't just covered in drawings. The art pieces on them were full-on paintings. They were the same fantasy depictions she usually did, but the colors were so vivid. The clouds looked like fluffy pillows, and the castle seemed great and infinite. Holy shit! Are these yours? They are, Space Girl said softly. She stood up and took the plate of cookies from me, and then moved it to her desk. It's soothing. It's soothing, she said after a while. Painting, I mean. I picked the drawings I liked the most, and I finished them. She spoke slowly, like she was carefully choosing her words. I almost felt like there was something that she was trying to avoid. I spotted a painting on the floor that looked like her father. The style was the same, but the content was different. He was surrounded by awkward scribbles, and he looked completely and utterly terrified. Space Girl looked down at it, but she seemed to disapprove of it. She turned it around so I wouldn't have to look at it. Nice reply. Hey, yo. Hi, Nozu. Welcome in. We should get started, she said. Sorry. No, it's alright, I said. I sat in the chair for her. I'd like to hear about it. Space Girl watched me from the corner of her eye for a moment, as if she doubted that I was being serious. But eventually she sat down behind the easel and started to draw. Soon after that, she was talking too. I stayed long after she'd gotten what she needed for her sketch, just to talk. She told me she always liked fantasy, and how she liked unicorns because they were simple but pretty. I hung on every word that I could have sworn I saw her smiling shyly as she talked. Stretch! Oh, my back! Aw, this is such a wholesome friendship. I wonder what the fucking twist is. I'm almost forgetting that I'm reading a horror story. The portrait she'd done of me was something else entirely. Her work had always been beautiful, but this made me look transcendent. I wasn't entirely sure that I was looking at myself at first. There was something about the look on my face. There was a small, almost content smile there. The warmth it conveyed was almost Disney-esque. I love it, I told her. That was incredible. Megan, that's really great. I heard crack my back. Oh, man. The stream is buffering from time to time. Oh, is it? Everybody else? Is the stream buffering for you too? Please, come on. Not another horror stream that is messed up. Please. Please. Sweet Jesus. Huh? Is another stream fucked up? Is another horror storytelling stream fucked up? Please. A little bit, but not an issue. Not for me. What? Try refreshing. Maybe it would help. But thank you for letting me know. I always appreciate when you guys let me know if there's anything wrong with the connection, because sometimes as a streamer, I can't tell. Sometimes for me, it's smooth, but for you guys, it's like crashing. Yeah. So please let me know. Thank you, thank you. Mati-kun, can you tell me again later if it's still the same? Maybe, yeah, we're fine for now? Okay. Maybe it will get fixed, yeah? Thank you for letting me know. I'm so sorry. My internet has been messing up lately. Mine are fine? Okay, okay. Sometimes Twitch is more smoother. Can't see the chat when refreshing for YouTube. It takes a while. Honestly, same. But it takes a while to load. Yeah, give it maybe a minute or two. The chat will come back up. Yeah. Alright. You can call me Space Girl if you want, she said. I don't mind the nickname, not as much as I mind the people, at least. My awe quickly turned to shame, but Space Girl didn't look upset. She just stared at me blankly like she so often did. No, not blankly. Her face might not have conveyed much emotion, but there was definitely some emotion there. I wish I'd been nicer to you when we were younger, I said. Is that why you're here right now? Space Girl asked. No. I'm here for the assignment. I mean, the art assignment. The portraits. She continued to stare. Did you pick me because you felt bad for me? She asked. No, I just thought it would be cool to work with you. Space Girl didn't react for a moment, but then she just nodded. Okay, her flat tone made it hard to know what she meant by that. She stood up and walked over to the portrait. My mom can drive you home if you need a ride, she said. I opened my mouth to say something else. I wanted to apologize, but I didn't know what. Had I offended her? Had I said something wrong? Alright, thanks. It was the only thing I could think of. See you tomorrow. With that, I left her. I was almost afraid to see Space Girl the next morning. I drifted through my classes that day and until I reached art. And when I did, I wasn't expecting what I saw. She had clearly been up late, but what she brought in stole my breath away. It was my portrait she'd done. But she'd done more with it than I thought possible. She painted over the sketch, turning me into something beautiful. Flowers blossomed around my blonde hair, and a crown of daisies, lilies, and chrysanthemums adorned my head. The colors were so vivid, and I looked so at peace in it. Space Girl was looking right at me when I came in, as if she was gauging my reaction, but all I could do was stare wide-eyed and in awe. When I looked back at Space Girl, she was smiling at me. Her project single-handedly netted us an A on the project and got the privilege of being hung up outside of the art classroom. Of course, I told her how much I loved it, and I remember the way she smiled when I did. I remember thinking that it was the cutest smile I'd ever seen. Oh, cute. Sometimes it takes time. Yeah, it does. No, this is so wholesome, man. I think this is gonna make me cry, bro. My portrait was up for barely even a day before Sasha had to make a comment. I'd been on my lunch and had just gotten some fries from the cafeteria when she and Tanya ambushed me. Oh, I wish I got some fries. Where's your flower crown, dyke? Sasha said. Leave me alone, I said, brushing past him. But Sasha was out for blood. I always knew you were a little dyke. But now you posted a solid proof of it. We've gone and cracked the case, haven't we? So what happened? Did you go to her house and lick her R-word little snatch? You must be a real good dyke because she went and drew that for you. A bitch. I could have said a million words, but I would not, okay? Because you're not even worth my goddamn time, Sasha. Alright, you're not worth anything. You are worthless. Now walk away. Damn. She ruined a good time. I was like, oh my god, welling up. Like, oh my god, it's such a wholesome story. Bitch gotta come in and ruin the moment. Is this really no sleep? Ayo? We'll see. We'll see. Because I think there's a twist. And I'm not sure if I'm ready for what it is. I tried to walk away from her, but Sasha and Tanya just kept following me. What's wrong? Am I not pretty enough for you, dyke? She snapped at me. Maybe she only fucks R-worded girls, Tanya said. I'll bet Space Girl squealed like a pig when she came. I stopped dead in my tracks, and I heard Sasha stop behind me. I don't know what it was about what she said that pissed me off so much, but those two had finally struck a nerve. I spun around swinging my lunch tray as hard as I could. Fries were scattered everywhere, but although I was aiming for Tanya, I hit Sasha. She went down hard, and I'm not sure if she was even still conscious when she hit the ground. Tanya was on me in an instant. She slammed me back against the wall and kept me pinned. She had size and strength on me, and there wasn't a thing I could do to stop her. Several other students grabbed at us. A teacher finally got involved, and all three of us got escorted to see the principal. Yo, she had it coming, obviously. They both did. Fucking Sasha and Tanya, man. As we left the cafeteria, I saw Space Girl in one of the halls just staring at me. Naturally, I got a 3-day suspension, but Tanya and Sasha were fine. Both of them said they'd just been walking and I attacked unprovoked, of course. It was their word against mine. Sasha had a familiar shit-eating grin as she left the office with only a bruise on her forehead to show for her troubles. But there was a familiar look in her eyes, the same anger I'd seen last time I laid a hand on her, and something about it scared me. When I came back to school, I realized that I had every reason to be afraid. My portrait was missing. I wonder if they'd taken it down because I had attacked Sasha. But the truth was a lot worse. Someone took it, Space Girl said, sitting in her usual spot in the library when I found her, sketching flowers in her notebook. When? The day after you hit Sasha. I don't think anyone's found it yet. She didn't look up at me, just stayed focused on her art. She didn't need to say it for me to know who she blamed. Who else would it be? I had half a mind to confront Sasha about it, but I didn't know if that would be a good idea or not. Sasha could easily just cry wolf. I wouldn't put it past her. In the end, it doesn't matter. It didn't matter. By the time I was headed to art class, the painting was back, but there had been some modifications made to it. The words, "R word fucking dyke," had been painted across my portrait in bright red. I saw it from down the hall and could see some other students whispering among themselves beneath it. I didn't know what to say or do, but this felt like too much. The picture was taken down quickly, but the damage was done. Sasha had gotten her revenge, and it didn't stop with just the painting. Space Girl looked different than when I'd seen her in the library. She seemed uneasy, and her eyes were red like she'd have been crying. No! "I'm sorry about the painting," I said softly. She looked at me before sighing. I knew she'd do something like that. I'm so used to it by now that it doesn't bother me anymore. I'm sorry she wrote those things about you, though. She's so nice. We'll see. Okay. But you worked hard on that, I said. I'd be upset too. She just shook her head. That's not it, she said. She reached into her pocket, pulling out a crumpled up piece of paper, and then slid it over to me. Slowly, I uncrumpled the paper, and my eyes widened as I recognized what was on it. It wasn't the same drawing, but it was close enough. It was a depiction of Space Girl hanging herself and me beside her. A caption read, "R word dyke wedding." "There were so many in my locker," Space Girl said. "This is what she drew in your notebook. When I returned it to you, this is what I had to take out." Okay, Risu, yeah. I will call you Risu from now on, okay? Thank you. Okay, let's gotta sleep well. I hope you get enough rest later in the day, okay? Yeah, I do. Space Girl looked down at the picture again before averting her eyes. She didn't pay much attention during class. Instead of taking notes, she sketched in her notebook. I looked over a few times to see her drawing another unicorn. This one seemed so familiar to the one I'd seen before. She must not have been quite happy with it though. When I looked back at her notebook, the unicorn wasn't there anymore. She must have just erased it, but it seemed so clean, like it hadn't been erased at all. What the fuck is a unicorn? Tanya was following me on my walk home that evening. I didn't know what she had in mind, but I didn't want to put up with it. When I was in the middle of a small walking path that cut behind some of the houses on my street, I stopped and looked at Tanya as she kept approaching. "What do you want?" "It's a surprise," she said. "Sasha and I just want you to know how much we love dykes in this town." Oops, I've said too much. I wanted to hit her. Dear God, I wanted to just hit her. But we both knew she could overpower me. Whatever Tanya had in mind, it wasn't anything good. She drew closer to me, unafraid of anything I'd do. "Come on, dyke, go home. Let's go check out your surprise." In a sudden horrible moment, I realized that Tanya was threatening me. I also realized that I couldn't outrun her. I couldn't fight her off. I didn't really have much of a choice but to do as she asked. Slowly, I turned and walked towards my house with Tanya at my heels. It wasn't far, and up ahead, I could see Sasha sitting on a park bench. From a distance, I recognized the red gas can beside her, and I stopped dead in my tracks. Tanya seized me by the arm and pulled me towards the bench. Sasha just watched with a wide, manic grin. "Hey Jan, how's it going?" "What's the deal with the unicorn exactly?" "What the fuck is this?" "Just wanted to chat," Sasha said with a cold chuckle. "You think you could get away with pulling the shit you did the other day? No. You've been treating me like garbage for years. And for what? Because of Space Girl? You know who you're fucking choosing, right?" Right? God, I hate that R-word girl. But you know what? I hate you even more. Acting like you're better than me just because you feel bad for her. You sound like you're confirming that you're a bad person, bro. Thank you for being my radio, Sarah Nyan. It's okay, you're welcome. Thank you for the lurk this whole time, ayo. Hey, welcome in. You're crazy. Sarah just laughed. I'm not the one who clocks someone with a fucking tray just for a little bit of teasing. You're absolutely fucking psycho. Ooh. We got some projection up in here. On the bench beside her, I saw the portrait that Space Girl had painted of me. Sasha picked it up and tossed it in front of me, then picked up the gas can and dumped it on the canvas. You wanna be a dyke? I don't care. But I'm not letting you and your R-word whore put your shit up. So say goodbye to your little project, slut. Sasha reached into her pocket and took out a book of matches. Her grin widened before suddenly vanishing outright as she looked at something behind us. What the hell? Tanya said, and I cranked my neck to try and see what they were seeing. As for believing it, that was another story entirely. Is it a unicorn? Because I swear to God. Also, you know, in a way, I'm kind of glad that these bitches are all up at each other instead of doing drugs or having sex. You know what I mean? Because they could be out there losing their virginity and doing drugs, but instead, it's some stupid ass bullying shit, you know? I love the way you read, like you're spilling tea. Maybe I am. Maybe I am spilling tea. Standing on a path behind us was a unicorn! But the way it looked was all wrong. This was nothing like a regular horse. Its body was plain white and almost textureless. Almost textureless save for the many thin blue lines that ran along its body. It looked like it had been cut out from a sheet of lined paper, but it was impossible. It had to be impossible. Neatly done gray lines defined the shape of the horse. In fact, the lines reminded me of the ones Space Girl used. This unicorn looked like it had walked out of one of her notebooks. Oh shit. Tanya let me go and stumbled back a few steps. Widened eyes as she stared at the advancing unicorn. It let out an angry noise before charging straight for Tanya. She panicked and tried to run. In her desperation to escape, she bolted down the path, but she couldn't outrun the paper unicorn. It lowered its head as it drew nearer to her, and in one swift movement, the horn pierced Tanya's back, impaling her straight through the chest. She screamed as she was hoisted off the ground, and the unicorn circled back to fix Sasha in a murderous glare. Guys, Tanya's dead. Oh my god. Thank you for the follow. Hey, 404, bitch. Welcome in. Alright guys, I'm gonna take a quick toilet break. I know it's a cliffhanger, but I gotta pee, guys. I drank so much water, I'm about to explode. So we'll be right back in 3 to 5 minutes. Maybe I should get that hot water because my tea is getting cold. So you know what? Okay, maybe I'll take a break for a bit longer than 5 minutes, but we'll be back to read more tea. Oh, I want to know what happens to Sasha. Please, God, let me know. Alright, we'll be right back. Alright, it'll be a little longer this break. We'll be back. Alright. I'm back. Sorry for the long wait. The candle takes a goddamn while. Jeez. People be like, oh my god, just put in a candle. It'll be quick. It took a while, bro. Jeez Louise. I think Twitch is still an ad. Is it still? Are you guys still stuck on an ad? Oh, I don't think so. Nope. Okay, great. Wonderful. Hold on, my mic is about to fall off. Hey, okay, we're back. Thank you. Hi, Justin. How are you? That's my favorite VTuber. Oh, stop it, you. Let's drink some tea. Ugh, my sugar level is dropping. Okay. What tea? I have strawberry tea. Yeah, my favorite strawberry tea. It's so nice. I like chamomile too, but I don't. I'm all out of chamomile. Was gonna ask if you were still alive. Unfortunately, yeah. I'm just kidding. Unfortunately, yes. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. You're going to see? Okay. All right. Hold on. Dero. Dero. 왜 울어? 이리 와. 어이구. Meow Meow is here. Hi, Dero. Hi, Dero. Where'd he go? Where'd he go? Oh, well, he went. Oh. Yep. Yep, that would be him scratching his box out of rage. Black tea. Now he's trying to leave, bro. I just sat my ass back down, bro. All right. He's out. He's out again. Cats, man. They're like, let me in. And then you let them in. And then they're like, let me out. What a baby. Okay. Was possessed for a second, fitting for the bot. I'm a V-Twitcher, so I'm living out to my name. I'm living out to my V-Twitching name. Yeah, because I stream on Twitch. Black tea is nice, but I can't drink black tea because it has high amounts of caffeine. Unfortunately. Yeah. Hey, B, welcome in. Very animated facial rigging. Oh, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Okay, Mr. Wolf, Odds gotta sleep well. Thank you for dropping by. Told you I'd be here. How are you? I'm still sick. Same old as this morning, I guess. But yeah, thank you for dropping by. How are you, Justin? How are you today? Yeah, be twitching. Alright. Man, I'm sick and I feel like nauseous. Anyways. So we read that the unicorn charged straight for Tanya. She panicked, tried to run. In her desperate to escape, she bolted down the path, but she couldn't outrun the unicorn. It stabbed her, impaled her back straight through the chest, and she screamed as she was hoisted off the ground. Let's see what Sasha gets. You tired? Well, I hope you get more sleep today. Yeah. Alright. Tanya looked down at the massive spike sticking out of her, her eyes clearly wide with horror and her body twitching its last spasms as the life quickly drained from her. The unicorn lowered its head to let her slide off its horn, and she hit the ground like in a bundle of limbs. Jesus! Is this or is this not terrifying? Sasha and I stared in silent horror as the unicorn reared up on its hind legs and brought its hooves down upon Tanya's body. She didn't scream, she didn't fight. She simply lay there as she was trampled again and again. I can only hope she died quickly. Oh my god. Sasha dropped the unlit match and took a slow, terrified step back before toppling over. I stumbled back and looked down to see the portrait of me at her feet, but it had changed. That beautifully painted version of me was now leaning out of the canvas, invading the real world and clutching Sasha's leg tightly. What the fuck is happening? I made it to say how I'm gonna try to say. Oh, okay, sleep more, please do, Justin. Yeah, sleep well, don't worry about it. Thank you for dropping by to say hello. Okay, so her drawings, no matter who it is or what it is, will come to life. So that means she can draw herself a boyfriend. I'm sorry. Anyway. Still with that look of contentment on her face, I watched as the painted me slowly slipped back into her painting, and she took Sasha's leg with her. Fuck. Sasha desperately swatted the painted me, but she couldn't overpower it. She couldn't escape. Her nails tried to dig into the pavement as she was slowly dragged into the canvas. She looked at me in horror, silently begging for help, but all I could do was stare back at her in silence. Jane, help, please! Oh my god, please! Jane, oh my god! Also welcome in. Doodle Bob in real. Oh, you're right. Saw this one of the JoJo episodes? Interesting. Oh, Jesus. Good evening! Got me good. Oh my god, I jumped so high up. Kusa. Just as I was about to start a new paragraph. God damn it. Kusa. Kick her while you're at it. Jeez Louise. I got farted out of the canvas. They don't want me in the canvas. Just crappity crap. Alright. The hands of the painted me reached up, seizing Sasha by the hair and forcing her down into the canvas. It was like watching something pull her underwater. 1 minute she was there, the next she was gone. I stood silent in the park, staring at the painting, then at the paper unicorn. The unicorn huffed before retreating off into the woods, and then I was alone. Does she have like a stable filled with like paper unicorn? What is going on, Space Girl? Huh? Where did they even go? Huh? Slowly I approached the painting and I looked down at it. It had changed and now it depicted Sasha, her mouth open in a horrified final scream. After some hesitation, I picked up the painting. I could return it to Space Girl in the morning. They chalked Tanya's death up to an animal attack, and nobody ever found Sasha. I never asked Space Girl about what I saw. I don't think even she knew the answer, although she certainly knew more than I did. High school was 10 years ago though, and I've chosen not to remember as much as I can. I've got my own life to live now, and I try not to ask too many questions. Sometimes I see paintings move, but I don't bother with a second glance, and I never ask my wife about them. She doesn't like to talk about it, and I won't ever force her. The painting of Sasha hangs in her studio at home, right beside the painting of her father. Sometimes I still look at it and I wonder if maybe things would have been different, but I don't feel too guilty about it. I wouldn't feel too guilty if I heard another story about a suspicious trampling or animal attack either. But to my knowledge, there's been nothing of the sort. I guess I shouldn't be too surprised. I'll do my best to make sure nobody hurts my beautiful space girl. Aww. Wait, are they together? Yeah. I never asked my wife about them. She doesn't like to talk about it. And I won't ever force her. So they did end up together. That is so cute. You know, I would want to ask. You know what I mean? Yeah. Goosebumps, Erie, Indiana. You know, okay. Imagine granting someone a superpower, right? It's like so cracked. They married. He said, sometimes I see paintings move, but I don't bother with a second glance, and I never ask about my wife about them. She doesn't like to talk about it, and I won't ever force her. The painting of Sasha hangs in her studio at home, right beside the painting of her father. I think her father also something happened to her father. Sometimes I look at it and I wonder if maybe things would have been different, but I don't feel too guilty about it. Woo! I mean, they did say like when the boys died with his family, they were trying to avoid like some kind of deer animal thing, right? And then the other boy who died, apparently they thought the deer attacked him. Yeah, this is... I don't hate this combo, honestly. Wholesome and spooky. Yeah. I don't hate it. Damn. I don't... Imagine getting a superpower and then the condition is you can never tell anybody about it. Because if you did, it will disappear. So you have to keep it to yourself for the rest of your life. My unsubtle message, this subtextual jazz, is take your apology and stuff it up your ass. Yikes, bravo, but yikes. Me too. When I read this, I was like, ooh, spicy. But also, I see you. It was like, woo, that was real heavy. But at the same time, like, respect to that. Yo. Good riddance to her and Tanya. Her paintings sound wonderful. Yo. Interesting story. I like it. But you know, it really makes you wonder, what if something like this exists, right? Like, you can draw anything, something, anything. Like, what would you even draw? For me, I don't know, man. I'm gonna draw money. I'm gonna draw some fat water cash. I'm gonna draw a bank owned by Aruri. You know, the Aruri bank. Yeah, hell yeah. Like, would I waste it on a unicorn? I don't know. And what's scary was that she had it since they were 5th grade. So that means she had it when they were young. And I can only imagine where she got it from, right? Like, where do you get a book like this? Is it a book or is it your power? Because if it's your power, does our kid have it in the future? You know what I mean? If we choose to have a kid, like say if we decide to like get a baby, like get a sperm donor and then get a baby. I wonder. I would want to ask questions. Yeah, unfortunately, but I would want to know. I'm like, I need some answers, baby girl. Jeez Louise. All right. Ooh. Ooh, 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 ooh. Let's see if this one has any parts. Don't read the spoilers. Don't read the spoilers. No spoiling. Okay. Okay, that's it. This is a short one. Better gold, silver, or diamonds. You draw money, everyone will know it's fake. Oh, that's true. That is true. I'll draw like blocks of gold, right? But what if it comes out like not? It comes out like paper, because it does come out like paper. Like the unicorn came out like a piece of paper. Then it's useless. Heck. Draw a maid. You know what I mean? Draw a maid. Draw a mechanic. Draw a plumber. You know, like have them do your chores around your house and stuff like that. Would you read Mr. Wide Mouth? Is it on No Sleep? Is it on No Sleep? Mr. Wide Mouth. Huh? Paranormal. Oddly familiar. Deleted. Oh, it's a creepypasta. I guess I could read it. Oh, jeez Louise. This is on a different website. I don't know how it'll look. Well, I guess not too bad. Maybe if I zoom in. Nope. Alright, that's when it gets cropped out. I guess I can. A mate with great personality. with big badongadongs and great personality. Yes. Alright. Let's read a creepypasta wiki. This is called Mr. Wide Mouth. During my childhood, my family was like a drop of water in the vast river, never remaining in one location for long. We settled in Rhode Island when I was 8, and then we remained until I went to college in Colorado Springs. Most of my memories were rooted in Rhode Island, but there were fragments in the attic of my brain which belonged to the various homes we lived in when I was younger. Most of these memories are unclear and pointless. Chasing after another boy in the backyard of a house in North Carolina, trying to build a raft to float on a creek behind the apartment we rented in Pennsylvania, and so on. But there is one set of memories which remain as clear as glass, as though they were made just yesterday. I often wonder whether they are simply lucid dreams produced by the long sickness I experienced that spring, but in my heart I know they are real. Kaizo! Okay, amigo. Eve, thank you for the stream. Thank you so much for dropping by. Oh, it's gotta sleep well. It is 2:30 a.m. Alright. We were living in a house just outside of the bustling metropolis of New Vineyard, Maine. Population of 649. That is not a lot at all, bro. That was like... This could be just a school, like with students. It was a large structure, especially for a family of 3. There were numbers of rooms that I didn't see in the 5 months we resided there. In some ways, it was a waste of space, but it was the only house on the market at the time, at least within an hour's commute to my father's place of work. The day after my 5th birthday, attended by my parents alone, I came down with a fever. The doctor said I had mononucleosis, which meant no rough play or more fever for at least another 3 weeks. It was horrible timing to be bedridden. We were in the process of packing our things to move to Pennsylvania, and most of my stuff was already sealed away in boxes, leaving my room barren. My mother brought me ginger ale and books several times a day. They served the function of being my primary form of entertainment for the next few weeks. Boredom always loomed just around the corner, waiting to rear its ugly head and compound my misery. I don't exactly recall how I met Mr. Widemouth. I think it was about a week after I was diagnosed with mono. What is mono, guys? Hey, big ass boy, welcome in, big ass boy. He told me to call him Mr. Widemouth because his mouth was large. In fact, everything about him was large in comparison to his body. Ew, you know what they say about people with wide mouth. Ew. Sorry. His head, his eyes, his crooked ears, but his mouth was by far the largest. I'm sorry, why am I inappropriate? Am I ruining the mood for you? I'm so sorry. You look kind of like a Furby, I said as he flipped through one of my books. Hey, now, listen, you can't blame me, okay? They said that everything about him was large in comparison to his body. You know what I mean? Like, even his big ass. Can I call him a big ass boy? Alright, anyways. I said as he flipped through one of my books. Mr. Whitemouth stopped and gave me a puzzled look. Furby? What's a Furby? He said. I shrugged. You know the toy? The little robot with the big ears? You can stroke and feed them almost like a real pet. Oh, Mr. Whitemouth resumed his activity. You don't need one of those. They aren't the same as having a real friend. If I don't make it... Oh, okay, Mati-kun. So sorry about the internet being weird. I don't know how to fix it. But yeah. Thank you so much for dropping by. Oh, it's got it. Mono is often called a kissing disease. Spread to saliva? So this person was out there making out with people? Jesus. What if you gave Whitemouth a mono? Yeah, man. It's curable though, right? Some didn't have battery on it yet it is speaking. I don't know. I never owned one because, I don't know, they weren't that cute. Yeah. I remember Mr. Whitemouth disappearing every time my mother stopped by to check in on me. I lay under your bed, he later explained. I don't want your parents to see me because I'm afraid they won't let us play anymore. That sounds creepy. Like, in a pedo way. We didn't do much of those first few days. We didn't do much during those first few days. Mr. Whitemouth just looked at my books, fascinated by the stories and pictures they contained. The third and fourth morning after I met him, he greeted me with a large smile on his face. "I have a new game we can play," he said. "We have to wait until your mother comes back to check on you because she can't see us play it. It's a secret game." After my mom delivered more books and soda at the usual time, Mr. Whitemouth slipped out from under the bed and tugged my hand. "We have to go to the room at the end of this hallway," he said. I objected at first, as my parents had forbidden me to leave my bed without their permission, but Mr. Whitemouth persisted until I gave in. My horror is I wake up with a world without you. Oh no, Jung Chao. Don't worry, I'll be here. I'll be here. No horror for you. The room in question had no furniture or wallpaper. Its only distinguishing feature was a window opposite the doorway. Mr. Whitemouth darted across it and gave the window a firm push, flinging it open. He beckoned me to look at the ground below. We were on the second story of the house, but it was on a hill, and from this angle the drop was farther than 2 stories due to the incline. "I like to play pretend up here," Mr. Whitemouth explained. "I pretend that there's a big soft trampoline below this window, and if I jump... And I jump. If you pretend hard enough, you bounce back like a feather. I want you to try." "Shut the front door, you dumbass!" I was a 5-year-old with a fever, so only a hint of skepticism darted through my thoughts as I looked down and considered the possibility. "It's a long drop," I said. "But that's part of the fun. It wouldn't be exciting if it was only a short drop. If it were that way, you might as well just bounce on a real trampoline." I toyed with the idea, picturing myself falling through thin air only to bounce back to the window on something unseen by human eyes. But the realist in me prevailed. "Maybe some other time," I said. "I don't know if I have enough imagination. I could get hurt." Mr. Whitemouth's face contorted into a snarl, but only for a moment. Anger gave way to disappointment. "Well, if you say so," he said. He spent the rest of the day under my bed, quiet as a mouse. The following morning, Mr. Whitemouth arrived holding a small box. "I want to teach you how to juggle," he said. "Here are some things you can use to practice before I start giving you lessons." I looked into the box. It was full of knives. "My parents will kill me!" I shouted, horrified that Mr. Whitemouth had brought knives into my room. Objects that my parents would never allow me to touch. "I'll be spanked and grounded for a year." Mr. Whitemouth frowned. "It's fun to juggle with these. I want you to try it." I pushed the box away. "I can't. I'll get in trouble. Knives aren't safe to just throw around in the air." Mr. Whitemouth's frown deepened into a scowl. He took the box of knives and slid under my bed, remaining there for the rest of the day. I began to wonder how often he was underneath me. I started having trouble sleeping after that. Mr. Whitemouth often woke me up at night saying that he had put a real trampoline under the window, a big one that I couldn't see in the dark. I always declined and tried to go back to sleep, but Mr. Whitemouth persisted. Sometimes he stayed by my side until early morning, encouraging me to jump. This motherfucker is trying to sleep deprive you so like you would accept what he's saying. He wasn't so fun to play with anymore. My mother came to me one morning and told me I had a permission to walk around outside. She thought the fresh air would be good for me, especially after being confined to my room for so long. Ecstatic, I put on my sneakers and trotted out to the back porch, yearning for the feeling of the sun on my face. Mr. Whitemouth was waiting for me. "I have something I want you to see," he said. I must have given him a weird look, because then he said, "It's safe, I promise." I followed him to the beginning of a deer trail which ran through the woods behind the house. "This is an important path," he explained. "I've had a lot of friends about your age. When they were ready, I took them down this path, to a special place. You aren't ready yet, but one day I hope to take you there." I returned to the house wondering what kind of place lay beyond that trail. 2 weeks after I met Mr. Whitemouth, the last load of our things had been packed into a moving truck. I would soon be in the cab of that truck, sitting next to my father for the long drive to Pennsylvania. I considered telling Mr. Whitemouth that I was leaving, but even at 5 years old, I was beginning to suspect his intentions were not to my benefit, despite what he said otherwise. For this reason, I decided to keep my departure a secret. My father and I were in the truck at 4 a.m. He was hoping to make it to Pennsylvania by lunchtime tomorrow with the help of an endless supply of coffee and a 6-pack of energy drinks. He seemed more like a man about to run a marathon, not one about to spend 2 days sitting still. "Early enough for you?" my father asked with a hint of sympathy. Depression manifestation, you think? Tried to make him a spec ops soldier with all those throwing knives training and rappel training. You know, he's doing too much. You know what I'm saying? I nodded and placed my head against the window, hoping for some sleep before the sun came up. I felt my father's hand on my shoulder. This is the last move, son, I promise. I know it's hard for you, as sick as you've been. Once Daddy gets promoted, we can settle down and you can make friends. I opened my eyes as we backed out of the driveway. Mr. Whitemouth's silhouette was in my bedroom window. He stood motionless until the truck was about to turn on the main road, at which point Wishy gave a pitiful wave goodbye, steak knife in hand. I didn't wave back. Years later, I returned to a new vineyard. The piece of land our house stood upon was empty except for the foundation, as the building had burned down a few years after my family left. Out of curiosity, I followed the deer trail that Mr. Whitemouth had shown me. Part of me expected him to jump out from behind a tree and scare the living bejesus out of me, but I felt that Mr. Whitemouth was gone, somehow tied to the house that no longer existed. The trail ended at the new Vineyard Memorial Cemetery. I noticed that many of the tombstones belong to children. That's fucked up, bro. Why are you so mean? Who the fuck hurt you? Nostalgia. You know, I still like creepypasta stories because they are about creatures mostly. Yeah. Pasta of the month. Damn. Ooh, should we do this? I don't know if it's a long read or a short read. Oh, we have photos. Oh, Christ. Chapter 1? There are 8 chapters? Never mind. Yeah, 結構です。Lamau? No, thank you. 8 chapters. We're gonna be here till morning, son. I do like creepypasta. If you've been on Tumblr, you know about this one called Sixpence with 3 E's at the end. 6 and then Penceee. Yeah. Sixpence was good. Also scary, spooky stories, but then I think they got caught up with some weird grooming controversy. Yeah. So then they shut it down. But I used to read horror stories from there. Yeah. And then there's creepypasta, of course, and then there's one called... There's one more, but I don't remember what's it called. It's been so long. It's been too long. Alright, this is probably our last story of the night. Let's see. I've been streaming for 5.5 hours. Okay, this is my last story, y'all. Sheesh. Alright, this is by Sergeant Darwin. 8 years ago. Holy shit. A child that is 8 years old knows how to argue with you. They know how to walk, how to run, how to clean up after themselves, and know how to argue with you. So 8 years is a long ass time. Something happened 63 years ago that's haunted me my entire life. I've never told anyone about it until now. 63 years ago? Are you like 80 something? Okay, oh, City of 75. It's official, I'm an old man. For the last couple of years, I've comforted myself by saying I'm in my early 70s. But the math is simple and I'm forgiving. Today is my 75th birthday, and God, the years do fly. Amen, brother. Oh, Mr. White Mouse was born 8 years ago. That was a good story. Yeah. Alright. I'm not here for your well wishes. This is hardly a milestone I'm excited about. I'm glad to still be here, of course, but I find I have less and less to live for with every passing year. My bones ache. My kids live far away, and the other side of my bed has been empty for just over 8 months now. Aw. In fact, once I cast my vote against that goddamn Trump this November, I may have nothing to live for at all. Grandpa, please. There's still so much more. There's still, I don't know, RuPaul's Drag Queen to stay tuned to. You know what I mean? Yeah. Grandpa. You gotta rewatch the whole season, the whole series of like Game of Thrones for the 5th time. You wanna call him Grandpa? Ooh. Platonic caretaker. So spare me your happy birthdays and your congratulations, if you please. I'm here because I have a story for you, and this one I've never told before. I used to think I kept it inside because it was silly, or maybe because nobody would believe it. I found, though, that the older you grow, the more exhausting it becomes to lie to yourself. If I'm being perfectly honest, I've never told anybody this story because it scares me almost to death. Stop hyping it up and just tell me, bro. But that seems friendlier than it used to, so listen close. Alright. This oh my god, the year was 1950. The setting, a small town in Maine. I was a boy of 9, rather small for my age. I was only one friend in the world to with only one friend in the world to speak of, and his family, seemingly on a whim, decided to move 2,000 miles away. It was shaping up to be the worst summer of my life. Oh my god. Haven't even independent yet, Lamau. You're right. My pop wasn't around, and my mom was a chore whore. I've never heard of nobody say chore whore before. What the hell is this? I thought it would be a good thing, like people like to do chores. Imagine being called a chore whore because you like being neat, bro. Boy, was I proud of myself when I came up with that one. Oh my god. So it was an app to hang around the house. With some hesitation, I decided the public library was the place to be that summer. The library's collection of books, particularly children's books, was meager to say the least. But within the walls of that misery structure, I would find no undone chores, no nagging mother, God rest her soul, and perhaps most importantly, no other children with whom I would be expected to associate. I was the only kid with low enough social status to spend his precious days of freedom sulking amid the bookshelves, and that was just fine with me. Wow. At a young age of 9, he called his mom a whore. I'm almost impressed. Yeah, I am almost impressed. Chore whore. Like, child. You kissed your mom with that mouth? Anthony, oh, I missed you. How are you? Jeez Louise, the child. The first half of my summer was even more dreadful than I had imagined it to be. I would sleep in until 10, do my chores, and then ride my bike to the library. And by bike, I mean the rusty log of shit attached to a pair of wheels. Once there, I would split my time between unintentionally annoying the elderly patrons and deliberately doing so. One pleasant lady actually interrupted my incessant tongue clicking to hiss "Shut the fuck up" at me the first time I ever heard a grown-up use the F word. Big fucking deal. I know, but in those days, it was unheard of. She must have had it with you, child. She must have really had it with you to yell like that at you. Yeah. She must have not liked her. He must have not liked. I don't think he does. Alright. Where did he learn the word? That's what I want to know. The dreary days turned to woeful weeks. I had actually begun praying for school to start again, until I discovered the basement. Oh shit. I could have sworn I'd roamed every inch of that library, but one day, in the far corner behind the foreign language collection, I stumbled across a small wooden door I had never seen before. That was where it all began. Oh child, it ain't even your basement. Why would you go down there? The door was windowless and made from oak that looked far older than the wall in which it rested. It had a knob of black metal that quite literally looked ancient. I wouldn't have been surprised to learn it was crafted in the 17th century. Engraved on the knob was what appeared to be a single footprint. A knob? Hold on. A knob with a footprint? Like a doorknob kind? How big is a doorknob, bro? To have a footprint on it. If you tell me about attics, right? I'm thinking about that little loop, the hoop thing, the hoop with the hoop thing, you know what I mean? And then you kind of use that, you pull, is that not what everybody uses? I don't know, we don't have basements here. Bro. Alright. Let's see. I had the sense that whatever lay beyond this door was forbidden to me, and therefore probably the most interesting thing I could encounter all summer. I quickly glanced around to make sure nobody was watching me. then turned a heavy knob, slipped behind the door, and shut it. Oh, maybe the door is not... Oh, the door? Maybe the... Okay. Maybe the basement door is not on the floor? I think it was on the floor, no? Oh, I don't think it is. It doesn't say. I think maybe it's just a regular door. Yeah. It's just a standing door. My thought was like it was on the ground for some reason. Hope you've been well. I might have COVID, but I need to wait for 2 days to test it again. But it was negative when I tested it yesterday. The day before yesterday? Oh god, I'm losing track of my time. The day before yesterday. Yeah. But I'm glad to know you're doing okay, Anthony. There was nothing, only darkness. I took a couple of steps and then stopped, unnerved by the totality of the shadow which surrounded me. I waved my hands in front of me in an attempt to find a wall or a shelf or anything to hold on to. What I actually found was far more subtle. A small string dangling from above, but far more useful. I grabbed it firmly and pulled it down. Back in the day, lots of light bulbs were operated with strings, and this was one of them. My surroundings were instantly illuminated. I was standing in a small dusty platform that looked as though it hadn't seen life in quite some time. To my left was a crickety-ass spiral staircase made of wood and appearing ready to collapse at any second. The bulb was the only source of light in the room, and it was feeble, so when I peered over to the railing to see what lay below, the bottom of the staircase dissolved into darkness. Okay. Take care, I will do my best. Do you know the word the day after tomorrow is called aftermorrow? It's a real word. Oh, aftermorrow. Aftermorrow. It doesn't even go that smoothly. Aftermorrow. I'm gonna do a COVID test aftermorrow. Aftermorrow sounds like a person's name. Yeah. So you feel better soon? Thank you. I'm having some weird symptoms in my body. It's not my usual sickness because I would know. You know, I've had like sinusitis, allergies for like the longest time. But something's up. Yeah. Okay, fancy. Thank you. Oh, it's gotta rest well. Good night. Okay. I was beginning to feel scared. This place, wherever I was, seemed to have no business in a town library. It was as though I were in a completely different building. Huh, I wonder why they don't lock it then. That's weird. But no 9-year-old likes to let a little mystery go unsolved. Looking back, I wish I could tell my prepubescent self to turn around and go back. Do anything else besides descending that staircase. You'll be spared a lot of sleepless nights, I'd say. But of course, I didn't know that then, and I may not have listened even if I had. So instead of turning back, I took a deep breath, gripped the railing, and glared resolutely forward as I began my descent. Sneeze tuber queen. The wood on the railing was dry and covered with splinters. I immediately let go, holding my hand out for balance as I carefully traversed the staircase. It was, or at least seemed, very long, like my dick, and with only the dim glow from the string bulb far above me. My heart pounded mercilessly in the darkness. Even kids can sense when something isn't right, I think. They just don't always give a shit. By the time my feet reached the cement floor at the bottom, the light from the bulb above was very nearly a memory. But there was a new light source, and God, I'll never forget it. Directly in front of me was a door, massive and a deep shade of red. You have reached Christian Grey's dungeon. The light was coming from behind the door, and it shone out in thin lights from all 4 sides. A sinister, dimly glowing rectangle. For the second time, I took a deep breath and went through a door I shouldn't have. Okay. The light was coming from behind the door, and it shone out in thin lines from all 4 sides. 4 sides of the door. So it's a square door. Okay, and then a sinister, dimly glowing rectangle. What is a rectangle? A window? What is this? Illuminati? Elite trainer, welcome in again. Horror stories. You know, you only pay attention to my horror stories. I actually stream a lot of stuff before this. Horror streams, yes, but I stream a lot of stuff. The door is rectangle, but it says all 4 sides. The door is rectangle. Then there will only be 3 sides. A square that has 2 pairs of the same length sides. What? My brain is farting. 4 sides. That's like 2 up, 2 down, right? 2 pairs of the same length size. Okay. And wouldn't the triangle have 3? Are we by sides? Do you mean the tip? 3 tip? Just the tip? My brain is farting. Okay, narrow. Oh, it's got a sleep well. Thank you. Triangle with 3 sides. Okay, help me out here. Today of all things, just got some time to laze around. Hey, that's nice. Take a chill day, you know what I mean? A door is a rectangle because it has 4 sides. Oh, no, yeah, it is rectangle. Oh, why did I think you said triangle? Oh my god. Oh, did I say triangle or did I say rectangle? My brain is farting. I'm so sorry. It is a midnight brain fog. Oh, yeah. This is a rectangle. I thought it was a triangle. And I was like, what? Oh my god. You know, I was so damn sure when I read this in my head that it was a triangle. And then now that I'm thinking about it, what did I think it was a triangle? What did I paint it in my brain? Like, in my brain, I read, okay, maybe a square, a rectangular door, right? And then there was a triangle in the mid, like it was a red door, like a rectangular square, rectangular red door with a triangular, like, window in the middle of it. I don't know why that image was so fresh in my brain. I don't know. It was like I could see it when I was reading this. I could see it. That was weird. That was really weird. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know why. Is that weird? Am I weird? Bro, I'm having existential crisis right now. Because sometimes when I read things, I can like kind of... I'm trying to picture as I read it, right? And for some reason, that door that I'm thinking about is so... like it was right in front of me. Yeah. I was trying to debug your brain fart. Yes. Yes. Why did I actually picture the door like that? That was so weird. Maybe I'm envisioning another really weird door. Okay. Anyways, I've never seen a red door in my life. Thankfully, because they always have bad news along with them. Whoever that paints your door red, don't stop doing it. Okay, it's cursed. It's bad juju, bad luck. Okay. Oh, 1 second. Woo. Okay. In contrast to the dank room I entered from, the room behind the door was blinding. I said, ooh. When my eyes adjusted, what I saw nearly took my breath away. It was a library, the most perfect library imaginable. Take my breath away. If you know that song, you're a boomer. I gaped in wonder as I stepped in, almost reverently. Further into the room, it was beautiful. It was smaller than the library above, much smaller, but it seemed to be almost tailor-made for me. The shelves were packed with brightly colored tiles. Both armchairs in the middle of the room were exquisitely comfortable, and the smell, my god, the smell, was simply unbelievable. Sort of mixture of citrus and pine. I simply can't do it justice with words, so I'll suffice it to say that I've never smelled anything better, not in my 75 years. What was this room? Why had I never heard of it before? Why was nobody else here? Those were the questions I should have been asking, but I was intoxicated. As I gazed around at all the books and basked in the smell of paradise, I could only form one thought. I will never be bored again. I would probably be excited, but I would think this is too good to be true. I don't know. There's a skeptic in me like that goes, this place is too good to be true. It's like Hansel and Gretel, you know what I mean? The freaking candy house. I don't trust it. Something's up. Yeah, that would be my thought. Like I would still have my guard up, even though I'm like, wow. Yeah, I would still be like, trust issues be like? Alright. In truth, boredom only hid from me for 3 years. It was on my 12th birthday, 63 years ago to this day, that everything changed. Before that day, I visited my basement sanctuary as often as I could, usually several times a week. I never saw another soul down there, yet strangely remained free of suspicion. I never removed a book from that room, but instead would pick up a particular volume whenever I had stopped reading during my previous visit. I sat always in the same deep purple armchair, and always leaving its twin barren and directly across from myself. That armchair was mine. The other was, well, I suppose I couldn't have articulated then much better than I can now. But it wasn't mine, that's for damn sure. On my 12th birthday, I arrived later than usual. My mom had invited a couple of classmates and some cousins over to her house to celebrate, a gesture which I found more tedious than touching. Really, I just wanted to spend my birthday sitting and reading and smelling paradise. Alright, nerd. It's best to have a nerdy kid than like a drug addict, you know what I mean? Eventually, our guests went home and I made it to the library about 15 minutes before closing time. That didn't matter. The workers never checked down there before they locked up. I was free to stay as late as I wished. This particular night, I was devouring the final chapters of an epic adventure. Knights, swords, dragons, and the like. I didn't smell it until I read the final words and closed the book. Smell what? The once exquisite aroma of that room had turned sour. I sat for a moment unsettled. Objectively, I could recognize that the smell was actually the same it had been before, that mixture of citrus and pine. I just perceived it differently, and I didn't like it anymore. It was the nasal version of an optical illusion. You know, the one that looks like a young woman glancing backwards, but all of a sudden you see that it's a really old woman facing towards you? You can't unsee that, and I couldn't unsmell this. The spell was broken. So I guess once you turn 12, you wise the fuck up. The odor almost seemed for the first time to be coming from somewhere specific. With a fair amount of trepidation, I stalked around the room, sniffing the air like a crazed canine until I came to a shelf near the back. The shelf was perfectly normal, with the exception of one title, a large leather-bound cover of solid faded maroon, with one striking black footprint at the top of the spine. What? This was the source of the smell. I opened the front cover and saw one sentence scrawled neatly in blood-red ink atop the first page. What? Come again? With the exception, a large leather-bound cover of a solid faded maroon, with one striking black footprint. So, okay, when they say footprint, I'm always thinking about like a man's footprint, like an adult man's footprint. So, is it a book as big as that where a guy can print his footprint on it? Thank you for the lurk, Estella! Hi! Yoriyoshi, how are you? Huh? What do you guys think? What are you guys picturing when you see this? Is it a large book? So I'm thinking it's like... I'm trying to measure it out. Like huge, right? And a man's footprint could be on it. Like, yeah. It didn't say shoe print, it said footprint. Feet. Gonna try and sleep to your stories. My anxiety's been killing. Oh, you know what? I hope you can go get your hands on some Inderal, Rivotril especially. I think you should get some Rivotril. Forget Inderal. Rivotril if you can, if your doctor prescribes you that. For me, I'm allergic to Xanax, unfortunately, so that doesn't help me at all with my anxiety. But yeah, Rivotril does wonders for me. It knocks me out too. So I hope you can get that soon. But anyways, I hope you feel better. Hey. Hope you feel better, Estella. Dark leather hardcover book with a marked footprint burned onto it. It says at the top of the spine. That means it's the side, right? Where the pages are glued to. Yeah, it's like not the front of the not the top of the book cover. It's the spine. That means it's gotta be a thick ass book, like even thicker than the encyclopedia. Yeah. Alright, rest the sorrows down, friend, and leave them where they lie. I stared at this sentence mesmerized as I began to retreat to my chair. I turned a page blank. The smell became stronger. Another page blank. The smell grew stronger still. I stopped for a moment, suppressed a gag, and continued walking. Then, as I neared the armchairs, I turned one final page. Hold on. What is that sound? Whew. I heard something fly over my house. It's still there, but it's slow. It sounds like an airplane, which is weird. I'm not diagnosed yet. Maybe once I'm out of the house in September. Yeah, you know what? I'm excited for you because I'm telling you, the before and after of getting therapy is like the vast difference is honestly just I wish I gotten like treatment sooner. Like, why did I spend all that time without taking meds? Because, like, goddamn, after you take meds, it's like, boom, easy. The feeling of pit in my stomach. Aw, I know how that feels. It's okay. You're in good hands. Just chill. Relax. Yeah. We're not the comfiest stream here, but also we're not that crazy yet. Yeah, spoopy. Shape of a foot and not an actual book. I think it's maybe the shape of a foot and not an actual footprint. Right, maybe it's a printing of a footprint, but that doesn't align much with such a vintage book. Anyways, this was 1950s, right? Okay. I stopped for a moment, continued walking. As I neared, I turned one final page, and there, the same sinister print was the last thing I expected to see. My own name. I dropped the book. I began to sprint towards the door, but as I shifted my gaze forwards, my heart leapt to my throat and I stopped in my tracks. Oh shit! What did we read? I may need to get help and got therapy. Yeah. Honestly, therapy is nothing to be ashamed of at this day and age. Some people will still shame you for it. Fuck them. But do what you gotta do for yourself. Like, you can only watch out for yourself. You know what I mean? Yeah. I know. My family too, they were like, mental illness is not real. More like my mom's side of the family, I guess. But when I had my panic attack, I had no choice but to be hospitalized. And that was when I naturally got to see a therapist. And that's when naturally I got to take my antidepressants and anti-anxiety pills. And that was when my mom's side of the family decided to shut the hell up because mental illness is real. Yeah. So yeah. Asian parents. Asian family be like that, man. Alright. The chair wasn't empty anymore. An aged man in a suit sat before me, one leg crossed over to the other, contemplating me with piercing gray eyes and a light smirk. This was all too much. I fell to my knees and expelled the contents of my stomach onto the carpet. I wiped my mouth, staring at my vomit, when I heard the man let out a chuckle. I stared at him disbelievingly. "Who are you?" I asked, panic in my voice. Is it me? Is it me? Is it us? Are we sitting across ourselves? Grandpa? I warned you so you don't get scared. What? What are you doing? Huh? I warned you so you don't get scared. Are you gonna renew your membership or something? Are you gonna renew your sub? Why did you warn me? About what? That's even scarier because I don't know. Oh, okay. Okay. Thank you, Darius. I was like, what am I supposed to watch out for? Hey, thank you for gifting Estella a sub. That's so sweet. Thank you. I wasn't gonna, because when you said it, I was like, what now? Aw. Now you can use emotes and stuff and with no ads. Yeah, I think if you want to sleep to my stream, no ads would be better. Alright, we continue. The man leapt to his feet, grabbed me gently by the shoulders, and helped me to my chair. He sat once again in his own. I fear we got off to a bad start, he said, glancing at the pile of sick on the carpet. The smell, it does take some getting used to. Who are you? I repeated. Tonight you will know hardships like you've never known before, he said. I come as a friend, offering you refuge from it, and from all the other storms which lie ahead. I wanted nothing more than to leave at that moment, but I remained seated. I asked him what he was talking about. Your mother is dead, my boy. by her own hand in her kitchen. The scene is gruesome, I must admit, he said in sorrowful tones. But was there a playful glint in his eye? Surely you wish to avoid this path. I can show you a safer one. Huh? My blood ran cold at the horrors this man spoke of, but I did not believe him. What do you want from me? I demanded, trying to sound braver than I felt. He laughed, an old raspy yelp that seemed to shake him to his bones. Nothing but your friendship, dear boy, he said. Then, sensing I found his answer inadequate, he expounded. I want you to come on a journey with me. My work is noble, and you will make a fine apprentice. And maybe, when I'm done, he sighed tiredly, running his bony fingers through his thin white hair. Maybe then my work can be yours. Hi, Royal Devil, welcome in. I stood up, shuffling towards the door, but never breaking his gaze. You're crazy, I told him. My mom isn't dead. She's not. See for yourself if you must, he said, gesturing towards the door. What the fuck? Ooh. 1 second. Okay, he said, gesturing towards the door. I threw him a contemptuous glare and bolted for the exit. As my hand closed around the doorknob, he said my name softly. In spite of myself, I turned around. Your road won't be easy, friend. If it ever becomes too much for you, and I mean ever, he said, pausing to sweep his hand over the room. You know where to find me. What is going on? Okay. Oh, it's gotta much love to you too. I hope you feel better. Oh my god, I feel for that. I feel for you, what you're feeling. You got this. I do. Sweet dreams. I slammed the door behind me and took the decrepit stairs 2 at a time. I exited the library, clambered onto my bike, and hightailed it home. I thought they locked it. The front door was wide open. I dismounted, leaving my bike in a heap on the ground, and approached the house cautiously. The old man was lying. He must have been. Still, the tears began to sting my eyes. Heart pounding, I stepped inside and called for my mother. I heard no answer, so I turned into the kitchen. Sigma? I was thinking of, oh fuck, what's his name? What's his name? I was thinking of, oh god, what's that black guy with a really calm voice? Morgan Freeman! I was thinking about Morgan Freeman, bro, because he sounds so like elegant and just stylish. Mossy, welcome in. Hope you're well. I used to be North. Oh, North. Hey, what happened? You did a name change? Lurking from where? Oh, okay. Feel free to lurk. Hey, all right. Mossy, that's a cute name. Mossy. Is this horror? Yes. To this day, I don't know why she did it. So she did kill herself. When I lived in that small town in Maine, I lived in that small town in Maine my entire life. Although I've kept mostly clear of the public library, once, in my late 20s, I summoned the courage to step inside. Life was good at the time, and my fear had begun to morph into idle curiosity. Where the door to my basement sanctuary once stood was only a blank wall. I asked the librarian what had become of the basement, though in my heart I knew the answer. There was no basement, she said. There had never been a basement. In fact, if she had her facts correctly, city zoning ordinances prohibited a basement in the area. I've been haunted by that sickly sweet smell, that poisonous blend of citrus and pine, ever since that long ago birthday. When I saw my mother in the kitchen that day, collapsed in a pool of her own blood, I smelt it. When a man claiming to be my father knocked on my college apartment door, begging me for money and beat me to within an inch of my life when I refused, I smelt it. When my wife miscarried our second child, I smelled it. And again when she miscarried our fourth. When our oldest son got behind the wheel of the family Buick, completely shit-faced, and got his girlfriend killed, I smelled it. I began to smell it periodically as my wife became sick. She died of late last year, and now I'm alone for the first time in more than half a century. Now I smell it every day, and it smells like an invitation. A few months ago, I went back to the library, and the small oak door with the ancient handle was there. Right there where it used to be. My evening walk has brought me past that library every day since, but I hadn't gone inside. Maybe tonight I will. I'm frightened to die, yes, but lately I'm even more frightened to keep living. The old man was right. My road hadn't been easy, and I doubt it will get any easier. Rest your sorrows down, friend, and leave them where they lie. He promised relief, a refuge, he said. Was he right about that too? There's only one way to find out. After all, I still know where to find him. Interesting. I was thinking he turned out to be the old man himself, going back trying to convince his younger self to stay in the perfect room instead of having suffered the life he's led. Yeah. Doesn't sound like a suicide. Yeah, you know, I don't know about this one. You're mossy now. Okay, that's cute. No worries. I'll be calling you Mossy from now on. Hey. Thank you. Sounds like a reaper. You know what? He's old now. So, but then the guy said at any time. He said like, what did he say? He said, if it ever becomes too much for you, and I mean ever, you know where to find me. But he wants an apprentice. If I'm old and I'm freaking 75, you want an apprentice that is 75 years old? Right? I might get killed instantly. I might become a human sacrifice instead of an apprentice, I feel. Methinks. Right? But this is an interesting thing. I'm so curious. Like, who that old man? I want to know. Who's that old man? I want to know. Alright, since we have some people leaving me on so they can rest better, we will read some more stories. Just a few more. Maybe the shorter ones. Let's keep scrolling. Oh, here. Don't let them in. Alright, don't read the spoilers. Don't read the spoilers. Is there a part 2 to this? Nope. Okay. Interesting. Alright, this is Coney Island Queen. Okay. Akira, hello! Reporting in Boss House Life. Suspicion about contracting COVID is how life is right now. But my first test came back negative. Excuse me, so we'll wait for a couple of days to see how it goes. Yeah. I read this before sleeping. You did? You mean this exact story or what? Which one? Is it 3? It is 3 a.m. Well, it's okay. I streamed until 6 a.m. this morning. I'm nocturnal, guys. I don't sleep at night. So if it's 3 a.m. for me, I'm still gonna be awake. Yeah. Oh, totally, Jimmy. Thank you for dropping by. Play Outlast game. I know you. I have played Outlast before. I don't like it. I don't like it that much. It gave me motion sickness because of the head bobbing and the grainy like point of view. Like when you run, this guy waddles. He's like a freaking penguin. You ever imagine what it's like to walk as a penguin? Play Outlast. Yep. Because instead of bouncing up and down, he waddles left and right when he runs. He runs like this instead of like this. This looks really suspicious, by the way. But he does this. And I'm like, why do you waddle? What are you, a penguin? And imagine running like that. It gave me such bad motion sickness. Yeah. I don't like Outlast. I mean, I finished the whole Outlast 1 before, but Outlast 2, I couldn't really finish it. It made me so nauseous. Hydrate, thank you. I will drink again. Oh, not this one? Hey, we'll read this together. We'll read this together, Mr. Yoshirin. I shall not sleep too. Working on my 3D animation. Let's go. That sounds exciting. Oh, I wish I could be an artist, no matter what. I wish I could even just be a pixel artist, 3D artist, or just regular illustration artist. I can't do shit. I sing. That's all I do, bro. Anyways, we'll read the story. We'll read maybe one more after this. We'll see how long this one is, right? Not too long, I'm assuming. What's stopping you from trying though? You see my art, bro? Here, let me show you. Alright, I'll show you a couple like examples, okay? I'll show you a couple examples of my art. Alright, this is Jusagi, right? cute, very cute. Very cute, okay? And my art. Beautiful, wonderful, perfection. This is the best I could do. This is what's stopping me, bro. Alright, I'll show you more. I'll show you more, okay? By the way, I'm still gonna be drawing your guys' OCs. So please drop your OCs in the Discord server. I'll be drawing y'all one by one whenever I have time. Alright, this is Inokirito. Really cool. Cool model, okay? Cool guy. So cool. Wonderful. Wow. This is me. My art. Wow! 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 Beautiful! Yep. 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 Yes. I'm trying to make my avatar by the app you said. Oh no, you have to upload it to the app. Yeah, use the app to move. We're in Discord. There's a channel called OC. OC. Yeah. I like our original characters. OC. You can drop it there. Yep. I can feel the death. So good pick. Thank you. Thank you. You guys are so sweet. You guys are so encouraging. I almost feel like drawing more. Almost. What else? Let me show you. Okay. This is Kyofi, alright? Kyofi looks like this. Alright? This is Kyofi. Okay. Let me show you my art. Lama. Alright, yeah. Insert abstract art professional quote here. Be like, I can see the depth in this, you know, the emotions of the artist. Yeah. I don't sleep for 2 nights now. Oh my god, you should sleep soon. Jeez. But yeah, this is my art, guys. Do you see a difference? I tried my best with the hair, you know what I'm saying? I did my absolute, I struggled, but I did my absolute best, right? Yeah, so, you know, yeah, even the 2 little light green things, I also tried. Yeah, on the hair. Alright, anyways, good times. Good times, yep. You have a consistent style, at least that is true, Yasha, you're right. I only have one style, it's been consistent since I was a kid. I've only had one style ever since I was a kid, so I guess you could say that it's always been consistent. Yeah. Leonardo da Vinci Reborn. I got an abstract artist from a streamer because of the Gartic phone. Oh, yeah, I should play that with you guys. I wonder if you know what the hell I'm drawing, you know, with Gartic phone, because I can't draw for shit. Yep. If someone pointed a gun in my head and they're like, draw or else, and this is what I come up with, I think I'm gonna die. I'm gonna be shot, guys. Yeah. Peak. Lamau. Alright, anyways. Focus. Okay. This is by Coney Island Queen. Jesus, 2018 was 5 years ago? Holy shit. I can't believe this. Alright, this one's called Don't Let Them In. Addiction took our mother slowly, rocked her through it, and sung her to sleep, sunk deep into the mattress on her bed. When her back teeth fell out, she left them on the side of the bathtub. I was 7 and I kept them in a matchbox, the missing pieces of her kept safe, so she wouldn't be lost forever. So maybe one day we could put her back together. Our house fell down around us and we tried our best to raise ourselves. The ceilings had water damage and the bottom stairs had dry rot, and in the winters the radiators would bleed rust. But it was still our house and Annie made it a home. Who Annie? Do you know Vegito? You mean like from like Dragon Ball? Dragon Ball? That's not how you spell his name though, right? V-E-G-I-T-O, right? Vegito? Is it Vegito? Like vagina vag? Or like V-E-G like vegetable veg? Is it vag or veg? There's a difference. Yeah, there's a big difference. Yeah. My sister Annie mothered me with lopsided band-aids on bruised knees and lukewarm microwave meals. She told me ghost stories and didn't mind when I crawled into her bed later on, too scared to sleep alone. She taught me to dance, barefoot on the living room carpet, music channel on full volume on the TV, shaking our hips before they were fully grown. She always let me shower first so the water was hot, never complaining when she had to make do with cold. She brushed my hair every day before school, and even when I screamed and hit her when she caught the tangles. Annie was dark-haired like her father, whoever he had been, but I was blonde. Annie was desperate to be blonde too, like Marilyn Monroe. Like Mom. I think she thought it would make them closer, remind Mom less of her dad. I'd give anything for her to have her hands in my hair one more time. Even if it hurt. She moved to New York when I turned 18 and never came back. I still dream about her sometimes. Vegetable. 1. Vegetable. So vegeta. Because I wouldn't say it's a vagina. You know what I mean? It's a vagina. It's not a vagina, right? Right? There's a difference, right? Right? Anyways, English is hard. Keeping up with our mother was impossible, and we learned from a young age that we would always be left behind. It didn't make it any easier. When she was drinking light, she shone. Would wake us up at 3 a.m. with pancakes dripping in cherry syrup. Sometimes when the weather was right and she'd had enough being drunk alone, she would call our school up and tell them we had both come down with a summer sickness and we'd drive to the beach instead. I remember being 9 years old in the backseat of a car coming home after one of our ocean days, sucking the salt from my fingers. Ew! Annie had just dyed her hair blonde, her best friend Jane helping her bend over our kitchen sink. From behind, I couldn't tell who was mother and who was daughter. Radio up and windows down, blowing the sky inside. Aw, we're really nostalgia, like, you know. God Killer Vegito. Well, then I don't know who that is. Waking up at 3 a.m. is kind of wild, not gonna lie. Honestly, yes. Honestly, yes. Or I guess waking other people up at 3 a.m. Like, it's rude to wake people up when they're already sleeping. You know? Unless it's an emergency. When she was drinking heavy, she'd be out all night, hair piled up like a beauty queen, eyes glazed over and ringed with glitter and black. Sometimes she'd be gone a day or two. She would never tell us when. One day we'd just wake up to an empty house and the fridge packed full. Post-it note on the front with a smear of Mom's lipstick and the outline of a kiss, telling us she'd be back soon. Sometimes she'd bring guys home, filling the table with beer cans and ashtrays, smoke up to the ceiling. Mom lost in the haze. We'd sleep with pillows over our heads, trying to drown out the music they would blast until the AM, and wake up the strangers at our kitchen table in the morning, asking us where we kept the coffee. When Mom drank too little, she fell apart. She wouldn't buy food, refrigerator a gaping hole in a wall. She'd chain smoke, leaving cigarette burns on the wallpaper up by the stairs like the walls were sick and decaying. She barely slept, walking around with blue half-moons under her eyes, knuckles raw. She would scream at the slightest thing. I remember once when I spilled a glass of juice on the couch. She looked over at me with dead eyes and dragged me off onto the carpet and then took every single cushion off the couch and into the backyard and set them on fire. Annie went to watch a while from the window and then sat next to me on the floor, back pressed against the skeleton of the seats, head resting on the crater of my collarbones. Jesus, this sounds like a really, like... Mama can't get her shit together, don't have kids, you know what I'm saying? Like, for me, hell, always talk about wanting a family and all that, but I'm thinking, bro, I'm like falling apart every other month, you know what I mean? Like, I gotta get my shit together, otherwise I'm not ready to be a mother, you know? Like, I want to start a family. It's nice, right? It's nice to get married and start a family, but hell, if I'm this unstable, I don't think I should be having no baby right now, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, like, bro, I gotta get my shit together. I gotta do better. Yeah, that's why I feel like people like this, sometimes they don't know if they have it together yet, and they have kids and they're really unstable, and that's scary. That's really tragic. All right. When Mom drank too much, she was the worst. She'd laugh too loud and too long at anything and everything until her mouth started to shake and she started crying at the breakfast table into her cereal. Annie shut down when Mom was like this, went somewhere deep inside herself where nobody could hurt her. She'd stay up until morning watching old black and white movies on TV, whispering the lines she knew by heart like prayers. When I was 5, I'd cry when I'd find Mom passed out cold on her bed, sure she would never wake up. Annie would wipe my tears, tell me she was only sleeping just like the princesses in my storybook. We'd sit on Mom's bed together and wait for her to wake up. When we were older, I was the one who would pick up Mom off the bathroom floor again and again, and Annie would put her to bed, smoothing her hair off her face and the vomit from her mouth, changing her clothes if she pissed herself. Oh my god. Watching them then, there was no doubt that Annie was the mother now. Jesus. I love black and white movies, honestly same. Alright, rest well, sweet dreams. It was October and I was 13, Annie's 16, so they're 3 years apart. It was a Wednesday night and Mom had gone for 2 days. Having gone for 2 days, she called us that morning from a payphone, voice slurring down the line, telling us she was having the best time with all of her new friends. Hoped we were doing fine. When she asked me if I was having a good birthday, I hung up on her. My birthday had been the day before. Annie had given me a pile of presents, strawberry lip glosses, and glittery nail polishes. I didn't ask where she got the money from for them. I didn't care. We'd taken a bus to the beach with Jane, eaten the birthday cake she had made for me, sand getting into the frosting. Tasted like sweetness and the sea, and I savored every bite and scraped off sugar against my teeth. We watched the sun go down, Annie snapping grainy photos on her shitty Nokia as I blew up my candles, wishing over and over that my mom wouldn't come home, and that she'd just stay gone this time. Ooh, hi Dark Assassin, good morning, welcome in. Oh my gosh, that's a dangerous wish to make. But that Wednesday night, me and Annie weren't speaking. Anger hung heavy between us, seeping through the floorboards. It began when she tripped at the bottom of the stairs. We'd both laughed, Annie throwing her head back, gap between her front teeth catching the light. When I bent down to pick her up, I caught her breath, warm against the freckles on my cheek. I let go of her arms and she fell again, hitting the floor and grinning, shaking her hair from her face. Her breath was heavy with whiskey. I couldn't start picking her up too. Couldn't watch her fall again and again just like Mom. I knew she'd never get back up. Yo, that is hard, man. You know, parents are like role models for kids, and this is bad. How long are you gonna be live for? I don't know. A couple more stories, like this one and maybe another one. We'll see. Maybe one more story. All right. I stared down at her, blonde hair fallen into her eyes, and all I could see was our mother. And then I was running, feet slamming the hallway like heartbeats turned loose. I'd run from the kitchen and tip every bottle we had down the sink, shoving Annie back as she fought to stop me, catching liquor on her fingers as it fell. She grabbed my shoulders and made me drop the very last bottle. It smashed between us on the floor, glass shards shining like we'd dragged the stars out of the sky and broken them, pieces we could never put back. Outside through the open windows, the skies turned pale gold, clouds a mess of pink and cream smeared across the horizon. I cried then, watching Annie on her knees picking up the pieces. That was Annie, always trying to fix things even if it was too late. Yeah, broken home. Oh my god, this is so sad. The smell of food dragged me from my room, stomach turning traitor inside my ribcage. And I was cooking pasta, real food not made in a microwave. She'd set the table, Tammy Wynette singing softly from the CD player. Annie gently swaying her hips as she stirred the tomato sauce, rich and warm. As we ate in silence with every bite, I forgave her. Mom never cooked dinner, or remembered my favorite was spaghetti ever since I was a kid, or stayed sober long enough to sit up at a table. Annie wasn't Mom. We were washing the dishes when we first heard it. A moth was crawling down the inside of the pane, and I cracked the window to let it out into the dark. From the backyard came a faint sound. I tilted my head to listen as it was coming from far off. Crying. I figured it was Mika, the 2-year-old next door, having a tantrum loud enough for us to catch. Or maybe even Lucky Strike, the cat that junkies down the street, begging for food like he sometimes did. I always wanted to feed him when he came around, whining over my ankles, but Annie always stopped me, saying once you start giving, they never stop taking. Looking back, I don't think she was talking about the cat. Annie flipped the Christmas lights strung up around the porch, and we sat on the plastic beach chairs watching the skies. When we were little, we'd sit outside, and Annie would tell me the names of all the constellations and the stories of how they came to be, hung up in the night sky. I had to grow up before I realized she made them all up as she went along. It was a game we still like to play now, making up ridiculous stories for the shapes we could pick out. Crying, huh? Ah yes, that one is the course light. It got there when God dropped it out of his convertible window and never picked it up. She said, nodding sagely and hiding her smile. Of course, I said, waving my hands and pointing up past the power lines. Right there, right next to the ashtray, left there by angels on a smoke break. Right there next to the ashtray. Yeah, they say if you wish on it, all your dreams will come true, said Annie, grinning. She stopped laughing. Voice quieter, face tilted up to all those dead stars. Let's wish, Emmy. Let's wish. So we did. The sound of crying interrupted us. It was closer this time, and definitely human. We turned to each other confused. Annie shrugged, and I squinted out into the black. It sounded like a baby, lost and tired and alone. What the fuck is this story becoming? It must be Mika? I said, slowly getting to my feet. Maybe he walked around the back? Shit, do you want to call Connie and tell her we'll bring him over? Annie didn't reply, and I sighed, rolling my eyes. Guess I'll do everything then. I stepped off the porch. Grass soft against my heels. The air smelled like it might rain. Fresh and clean and growing. A promise unfulfilled. Em? Annie's voice was strained. I turned to her, smiling. It died on my face when I saw the look on her own. Em, get inside now. She was staring into the dark past me, opening the door with one hand behind her, fingers fumbling on the catch. I froze, barefoot in the dirt. I found what she was looking at. Oh my god! What did she see? You need to make your horror story. If you do make, I will be there to watch you live. I have done a lot of horror story streams where I talk about my own. You can probably try watching the old ones and see if you can find any of them. Yeah, I have spoken about my own. Maybe you can watch the first one. The one with the blue thumbnail. I think I've talked about mine on there before. Yeah. What did I see? It went from a wholesome story with a good writing, because there was not that many quotes, I guess. I like reading stories where there aren't that many conversations. Yeah. Alright, let's read. Hits different way, for it has happened for real. Oh yeah? Alright, let's read this. In the bushes by the back fence was a person, crouched with their knees tucked up underneath their chin, arms wrapped around legs. Their mouth hung wide, softly opening and closing as he cried, like a child lost in the dark. Not like a child, but as someone pretending, mimicking the sound, open and closed out in the blackness. Suddenly they straightened, snapping upright, face still hidden by the black. They were tall and thin, too thin to be a normal person. Slenderman? Panic made me move. Animal instincts left over from the days we lived up in the trees carrying me forward. I was faster than Annie, dragging her inside and slamming the door behind us, hearing it bounce on its hinges as I locked it. We watched as the person slowly walked towards the house, steps deliberate and long. Annie reached for my hand, holding me tight, and turned me to face her, holding my shoulders. Don't turn around, Emmy. Don't turn around. Instinctively, I started to look over my shoulder out into the darkness. Annie grabbed my face hard and shook her head. I knew then she was serious. Her voice cracked, and she cleared her throat, gripping my hands tight enough to hurt, nails digging in, grounding herself. I looked down at our fingers interlocked, both of us grown from the same bones. I'm gonna call the police and everything's gonna be... Her voice faltered, stuttering. Tears spilled over her lashes, dripping like the promise of rain. Annie never cried. What happened to the strong woman? Your phone's on the porch, she whispered, and bile crawled its way up my throat. Her phone was upstairs charging. A soft tap-tap-tapping filled the silence. Annie turned to the window, eye whites showing her eyes were so wet. Why are people driving bikes at 3:30? It was the sound of someone's forehead against the glass, slowly, over and over. They started to speed up faster and harder, skin meeting the glass until they were slamming into the window hard enough to shake the panes. The tapping stopped, and I was about to ask Annie if I could look now when she screamed, followed by the sound of cracking glass and the loudest slam yet. Whoever was in our yard had just smashed their face hard enough into the window to break it. We ran upstairs 2 at a time, skipping the ones who caved in with dry rot on instinct. I turned behind me once and Annie yanked my face back before I could see. The sound of broken glass echoed behind us as we made it into the bathroom, locking the door. A thin wailing cry like a baby called for its mother filled the hallway, trapped between the walls and locked doors. Why didn't you run into the room with your phone? That's my real question. Annie threw her back against the door, feet jammed up against the bathtub, clutching the knife that she had grabbed from the kitchen. I did the same, shoulder to shoulder. What was that sound? Someone's playing with their fucking bike at 3:33 a.m. Go to sleep, motherfucker! 시끄러워, so goddamn noisy, bro. Yo, anyways, alright. Why didn't I go to the room with the phone? Anyways, shoulder, shoulder. Slow footsteps started on the stairs, deliberate and casual. The crying had become mocking, almost laughter, shrill bursts of sounds, and then giggles. High-pitched and then abruptly stopping before starting again. The first door on the outside floor was my bedroom, and we heard the distinct sound of it slamming open. They were looking for us. That was loud. I'm telling you, man, if you are drunk on a fucking weekday, just go home and sleep, right? What the fuck is going on? I asked Annie, not even bothering to brush away the tears that I couldn't stop falling. I watched my sister pick herself off the floor and brace her hands on the door as we heard the sound of a second door slamming open. Mom's room. The next room in the hallway was the bathroom. Annie pulled me to my feet and handed me the knife. I shook my head and pushed it back to her, terrified of what would happen if I had to use it. Annie shoved me and pressed the knife into my hands, thumb pressing hard enough on the blade to bleed. I watched my sister's blood bleed down her wrist, a winding red road still pushing into my hands despite the pain. I took the knife. Something slammed against the wall that was my mom's room shared with the bathroom. A high-pitched wail followed. I held my breath, could feel my heartbeat in the base of my throat. A wild, frantic thing. I'm gonna get the phone from my room. I shook my head violently, about to argue. Annie clamped a hand over my mouth. I could taste the blood on her hands, salty and sweet, like birthday cake by the ocean. Yes, I'm gonna get the phone, I'm gonna call the cops, and we're gonna be okay. I shook my head again. It's the only way. When I go, I need you to lock the door and you don't open it for anyone or anything. Not me, not for anyone. Promise me. I shook my head and Annie pressed her hand into my mouth, crushing my teeth against my lips so it made my eyes water. Yes, promise me, Em. Something smashed into the room next door. Annie brushed the hair off my face, gently tucked it behind my ear. Promise, she mouthed and unlocked the door as slowly as possible, bolt scraping gently. I watched the curve of her shoulder disappear into the black hall outside like the moon in eclipse, and then she was gone. I couldn't move or breathe for a second, and then I slammed the bolt shut, just as something bounced off the other side of the door. A high-pitched scream followed, handle rattling up and down hard enough to pop one of the screws. I watched it roll towards me onto the tiles, and then silence. I sat with my back to the door, holding the knife and wishing I was holding Annie's hand instead. Still silence. Nothing but me and my lungs slowly filling the room with my breath. What the hell, bro? They thought about the phone. Nice. Too late, innit? Em? Came a voice through the door. I started, hands gripping the knife. Honey? What's going on? Mom? My voice cracked. Mama, is that you? I ran my arms around myself, shaking, trying to keep myself still. Sweetie, it's okay. Just open the door. It's okay. Just let me in. The handle rattled again, gentler. Just let me in. It's all okay. She banged on the door and I took my handle off the bolt. Honey, I'm sorry. I'm sorry I missed your birthday. I'm sorry I'm such a terrible mother. Please. Her voice broke and she started to cry. Just let me in, baby. I'm so sorry. I screwed my eyes shut. She sounded so sad and so lost. I just wanted her to hold me like when I was a kid and I come in off the swings with a scraped knee. Maybe this time she meant it. Maybe it would all be okay. My hand found its way to the bolt again. Oh, don't do it! We killed the mirror snake. We didn't finish that damn story, Kai. Listen, it's okay. You didn't miss anything because I'm continuing it next time. It's too much. There was 2 more episodes. There were 2 more chapters after that, Kai. I'm not about to read all of that in one stream. That's crazy. I spent half of my stream trying to read that story already. Anyways, we're not gonna do that. Not today. All right. This reminds me of some Skinwalker kind of shit. My sister's voice came through the door, warm and gentle. Yeah, Emily, let us in. It's all okay. My hand froze on a bolt and I tightened my grip on the knife. Annie never called me by my full name. A hand banged on the door, handle rattling. Emily, let us in! Annie's voice became low and guttural, followed by the same shrill giggles from before. Mom spoke now, pleading and crying, voice getting louder and louder. Let us in, let us in, let us in. Over and over again, punctuated by her fists on the door. I thought about demons and monsters. All the bedtime stories we pray don't crawl out from under the bed. That's not my sister and you're not my mother. You're not even my mother. I screamed through the door, hands over my head. I climbed into the bathtub and curled into a ball, cradling myself, knife clutched to my chest. I didn't know what it was outside the door, but it wasn't Annie. But I know it wasn't Annie. It wasn't the voice that yelled at when I changed TV channels, the one that sang me happy birthday, the one that told me I was smart even though I got bad grades, the one that read me stories about princesses that never wake up. It wasn't human. Oh, let me in, meme. Hydrate, thank you. I would drink. Jeez Louise. This story is really heartbreaking. Sounds like Skinwalker, right? What time is it? It's 3:39 a.m. You can just Google, right? Google Malaysian time, because you ask it a lot. You ask like at least 4 or 5 times a stream. Bangs and yells came from downstairs, followed by the footsteps of people running. A low guttural howl ripped through the house, filling the room until it felt like I was drowning in the sound, and then the door was kicked in. I screamed, covering my ears, waiting to die. Arms found me and lifted me from the tub, carrying me from the room. I looked outside of the door as I was carried downstairs. It was covered in long scraping claw marks, dragged down to the floor. Pillows ripped apart covered the hallway in soft down, like it had snowed inside. I watched them drift slowly as men in uniforms checked each of the rooms that looked like they had been torn apart by something feral. Outside in our driveway were police cars and an ambulance. In the middle of it all was Annie, bathed in blue and red lights as it washed over her, lit up in the dark like neon angel, face aglow. I threw myself from the cop's shoulder and ran to her, holding us both together, broken pieces and all, standing under all those constellations we made up. Gentle screaming came from the ambulance, which rocked occasionally. Annie gently turned my head away, smiling so sadly that it made my chest ache as I understood. Turns out there was no demon, no wild animal or bad man trying to break in. Just Mom, out of her mind on booze and drugs, and everything in between, coming to the end of a week-long binge. Something had finally broken inside her head, and this time we couldn't put her back together no matter how hard we tried. Sometimes you fall one last time and you never get back up. Annie had seen her in the garden, blood dribbling from her mouth, track marks bulging on her forearm like unmapped roads. Rail thin and desperate for one more hit, one more fix. She'd searched the kitchen for all the drink I'd thrown away, and when she hadn't found it, had come to hunt for the stash she hid in the bathroom. She hadn't wanted me, just the drugs on the other side of the door. So high she could mimic Annie's voice almost perfectly. Turns out the real monsters are the ones that eat you alive slowly. The kind that comes in a bottle or a needle at the end of a long list of reasons why you can't get out of bed in the morning. Sometimes the monsters are the ones that raise you or love you the most. but it's up to you if you let them in. Wow, this is not supernatural. This is so metaphoric, bro. This is so sad. Like, I don't know. I'm really grateful for the way I was raised. It's not perfect, but it's good. Real possible scenario, yeah. This is so sad. Skinwalkers are pretty monstery. This is not Skinwalker, but I was thinking that maybe it was. You know, llama arts, llama, like the animal, the llama, like the dumb looking animal, the one that spits at you, the one that's like the cousin of alpacas. Ghost stories. Oh no, I've never heard. Animated. Oh, is it on YouTube? Can you post it in the Discord server? Peak channel? Can you post it in the Discord server? Can you post it in the suggested streams? Cause I wanna watch it. Yeah, this is so sad. You have emotions for that. Yeah, it's sadness. So sad. Man, like, okay, I'll be honest. I've heard of people who grew up in very broken families, right? People who, family members who are riddled with drugs and alcohol. But hearing things like this really breaks my heart. Hearing this really breaks my heart because this is so sad. Yeah. In my opinion, exactly. Horror doesn't have to be supernatural, paranormal. Anime named Ghost Stories. Ghost Hunt. Oh, Ghost Hunt. I think that one I have. Ghost Stories. I don't know if I have. If it's old, I most likely have seen it. Yeah, because there was not that many options back then. We only had like a few horror genre for like horror anime. The scarier it is for me, I agree. Like the more likely it's gonna happen to me, it's the scariest. I feel like if it's super far-fetched, I'm like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. Yeah, it's not a good family at all. Exactly, but you know, some people were raised in that kind of environment. I think it's just, you think about it, right? If you grow up from that kind of family, you're gonna always carry that shitty feeling with you because you're always gonna remember when you look back. Okay, now look back at your memories when you were a kid. Look back at the good times and the bad times, right? Back in my day, we had like PSP, we had PS1, you know, we had Nintendo Game Boy, yeah, we had the Game Boy Advance, right? All of that, we went out playing football with all my friends, going swimming, you know, playing badminton, all that. That was my childhood. But for these people, when they look back into their childhood, they see this, things like this, and it's so heartbreaking. Like the family really failed them because they were raised in a place where when they look back, it was bitter and sickening, and that's so sad to me. Thank you for the hearts. Yeah, when people tell me stories like this, I'm like, man, I wish I could give you a hug because you feel like you need it. No matter how many hugs in the world probably can't cure what you're feeling, but if it makes you feel a little better, I hope I could help. Yeah, because this is really sad. Yo. Man, this hits home. I'll have 26 years clean July 9th, and I think of my life raising a son as a single dad, working my ass off trying to keep us fed and a roof over our heads, and of course feeding my addiction. He pretty much raised himself and did a splendid job. He's 46 now and one of my best friends today. I have a 22-year-old granddaughter who's never seen a grandpa fucked up, and when she hears stories from being around family, she doesn't know who the fuck they're talking about because it sure can't be me. Go find your sister, she's in pain just like you are, and it's too fucking easy to try and numb that shit with drugs or alcohol. Go find her and at least try to save her life. My brother and I don't speak today, and that's not my choice. He hated it when I got clean, and he's still out there doing it. And he's 69 years old now, so I expect to get a call any day now that he's dead. He's a miserable fuck, so he probably should be. It's not pretty, and I'm so sorry that you were raised this way, but a person can get out if they really want to. Yo, this is so sad. This is so sad. Children don't get to grow up in a proper home. Indeed. Like, if you have to pick yourself up before you even became a teenager, if you have to pick yourself up before you even become like an adult, you're not even 18 yet, you have to pick up after yourself, like you only have nobody but yourself, that is too young. It's too unreasonable, I feel like. Yeah, so just need a bit of support. Yeah, I understand, I feel that. Like that's so true. Why don't you live during the day? Yeah, I'm sleeping. Because I stream all night. I can't stream all day and all night. I'm human too, you know what I mean? Yeah, I gotta rest too. I gotta do other things than streaming, because being a content creator is not just live streams. You got thumbnails, you got scheduling, you got networking, you know what I mean? Like other gigs, like concerts and stuff, or like merch stuff you gotta work on. Not good for your eyes. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, if you're on Twitch, I guess you don't need to make thumbnails. I still do though. I still do for every single stream. But yeah. How tired are you from a scale of 1 to 10? It is 4 a.m. I would say maybe 6.5. Yeah, 7-ish, almost 7. How about a 6.9? I'll give you a 6.9. Yo, 5 a.m. gang. It's currently 3:48 a.m. Yeah. Do you see the new Valorant? No, there's a new Valorant. I'm sorry, I don't keep up with Valorant because I don't really play it. I only played it once. And I don't keep up with the news. Yeah. Noise. I'll give you a 6.9. I'm saying don't stream at night, do the stream during the daytime. But all of my viewers are awake at night, right? My usual viewers watch me at night. This is the fan base that I've set up since the very start. So I'm not gonna change that. I used to stream for 11 hours a day during my donathon, but I don't think I should do that anymore. It was killing me physically. I was falling sick every day. So yeah. But you know, I think if you can't make it to my evening streams, then you just gotta watch my VODs. It's not a big deal, right? You can still talk to me in the comments, just, I guess, or like talk to me in the Discord chat if you want to talk. Yeah. Don't worry about it. I think not everyone has to watch live streams. Some people prefer to watch VODs because they don't care if they talk to the streamer or not. Some people are not here to talk to the streamer. I have a lot of VOD viewers, which I appreciate. Yeah. They watch me even though they don't watch me live and they can't talk to me, but they still watch my stuff. And I think that's so flattering. Because you're not just here for attention. You're just here to like watch me because you like me, and I feel like that's so sweet. Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Yeah. I'm back and right before the end. Please get enough rest. Oh no, we're doing one more. Last one, season 2. It's not fun at all. It's not fun at all. I work at 10 p.m. Oh, well, to each their own. I don't have to live the life you live. Do you understand that? Hello, Crying Dragon. Welcome in. Yo, I don't have to live the life you live, okay? If you're not fun, if you don't have fun working at night, that's you, okay? I'm like, speak for yourself, bro. Yeah, some guys are here only to gamble. You should do yoga for mental health and stuff. Nah, I think there are many ways to improve your mental health and everything, but yoga is not the right thing for me. Yeah, no, it's just when I stream for 11 hours, there's only 24 hours in a day. I don't have enough time to do anything else. I didn't even have time to do thumbnails, which is why all of my donathon thumbnails look the same. I just changed the number, and that's really ugly for your portfolio. If people, like, say if in the future people want to see my contents, they scroll back, they're just gonna see every thumbnail is the same. That's not good for portfolio. So yeah, I try to make every single thumbnail different one way or another if I can. I just started gambling today. Oh my god, you lost all your points. You like live stream? Thank you. I think I appreciate all the support, whatever form it is. VOD, live stream, whatever. But yeah, Like, I'm not the only streamer you can watch. If me streaming at night is too late for you, you can watch somebody else. You can watch somebody else and catch my VODs if you ever want to. But if not, that's okay. That's fine. But yeah, don't ever go to a streamer and be like, I don't want to watch you at night, so why don't you stream during the day? Nobody's gonna change that just because you asked, okay? Just because you, one person asked, they're not gonna change their whole schedule for you. Anyways. Last story. Okay, let's not read no spoilers. I want to see if it's a series or if it's not a series. Alright, it's not a series. Okay. Scariest story of 2020? Hold on, never mind. Let's read this. Is this a series? Scariest stories 2020. This is like 4 years ago. Not that long of a story then. Oh! How short is the story? Credits. Okay. Alright. Okay, but no, I like your life. Okay, then don't complain. Then don't complain. Why are you complaining? You know what I mean? I do my best to cater to as many people as I can. I'm not gonna cater it to one person, right? I'm here for you and I'm happy every time I am able to catch you. Thank you, Mati-kun. Your support is really meaningful to me. Thank you. I'm probably gonna go watch your Quarry VODs one of these. Yeah, I think I played it when I had my potato laptop. Yeah, but still good play, good game. I like the Quarry. Yeah. Okay. You lost again? Oh my god, how do you do that? Do you know Japanese? No. I can understand. I don't really speak it. Alright. Try to stay on topic, Royal Devil. I don't want to have to bonk you. I don't want to have to ban you or anything, so like, try to keep to the stream. Yeah, like, you can ask questions about the stream or like horror stories and stuff like that, because it's still on topic. Let's ban this one real quick. Oh, what a shame. That's a handsome profile photo, but it turned out to be a bot. What a shame. Pasha check, thank you. Let me just get up and comfy. The reason why I decided to make the stream longer is because a few people couldn't sleep and they wanted to keep me up as a background noise. So it's okay. I mean, I'll be up anyways. I might as well stream for a little longer. That's okay. I don't mind. Alright. Right, Chris, right. This is from 6 years ago. Oh, wait, what? October 18th? September 2020? Scariest story of 2020. This one? Oh, Jesus. Google PFP? Probably. Or like someone hacked them. I'm in the opposite time zone of Aruri. Ay. Yeah. See, my community is EN community because I stream in English. So my viewers are usually from the English-speaking countries. AKA opposite time zone of me. Yeah. I'm listening to your ghost stories while sitting in a balcony. I have a balcony horror story, but I will not tell you this. This is actually my friend's horror story, who's also a VTuber. But anyways, topic for another day. I talked about it once on stream before, but yeah, topic for another day. Damn, no, I would not. I can't do this to you. Come on. I would not do that to you, okay? Don't worry. I can't do that. Even if I was in the balcony, I wouldn't want someone telling me stuff like that. Yo. You have a very calming background. You're a very calming background noise. Thank you for so much for streaming. Oh, thank you. Thank you for lurking. Yeah, I appreciate it. Alright, anyways. Let's read this. If you can see this, it is very important that you keep reading. Okay, this is Cole Jacob Wayne of the United States Air Force. What is Cole? Colonel? 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 Oh, you telling me Colonel Sanders is like a colonel? He was in the military? Huh? Colonel, yeah. Oh, okay. Alright. This is Colonel Jacob Wayne of the United States Air Force. If you're reading this right now, this is very important that you keep reading until the end. It should take 3 to 5 minutes. It is extremely important that you read carefully and follow the instructions provided. Alright. Humor me if you must, but please don't look away until you finish reading. Oh, and please try to stay calm. Any increase in your stress levels will draw their attention. Ergo, I won't go into detail as to how you got where you are now. How you got here isn't as important as getting you out. Believe me when I say we are working on that right now. The best way to help yourself is to keep reading. Don't scan ahead, don't read out loud. Well, then I guess I can't fucking read, can I? It's my cat. Well, I can't. I'm a content creator. What do you want me to do? It's the end, guys. This is it. This is it, bro. I can't. Yo, you know what? I was actually joking about how, like, if I was a streamer and there was a story that came out that said, "Do not read this out loud. Do not read this out loud." I'm gonna be like, what the fuck? ASMR time? Oh yeah, read it softly. Read it softly. Should I read it softly? I mean, I can. Read it out loud in your head. Okay, Mr. Yoshiden, thank you. Cut the red wire. I vote yellow. It was great knowing you, Aruri. I'm too young. This is too soon, bro. How you got to where you are? I'm at home, bro. Alright, let's whisper. ASMR. ASMR. I will try to be as less sexy as possible. Okay. ASMR. Go to sleep. People are like, I watch your stories so that I can't fall asleep. Okay, because I need to work. But then, because of your ASMR, I'm now falling asleep. Meanwhile, there's another group that's like, I play you so that I can sleep better. But I can't. Sexy? Oh, sexy. Ergo, I won't go into details as to how you got where you are. How you got here isn't as important as getting you out. Believe me when I say we are working on that right now. The best way to help yourself is to keep reading. Don't scan ahead, don't read out loud. Just read. Is that sexy enough? ASMR go to sleep challenge, ayo? No, some of y'all gotta work, bro. It was nice knowing you guys. It was an honor, everyone, bro. Thanks. That was so sexy. Ow. Ah, I cringe. Any voice actor gigs that are like, oh, Aruri, we're thinking about casting you as like a voice acting cast in this game or this anime or whatever. They're like, never mind. Giving me roller coaster. Wait, what is my BGM now? Let me listen to it. Maybe I'll change it because I haven't changed it in a while. I have so many scary ones. Where is it? Horror BGM. I don't hear it. Oh, okay, this one. Wait, hold on. Wait, let me cook. Which one is this? Okay, Japanese name. Can't read. Let me try. Oh, how's this? You like this? Even the ghost is simping for that sexy voice. Okay. If you're okay with this one, we'll stick with this. If not, I'll change it. Any other? Oh, I do have. Hold on. Is it this one? Actually, I don't remember. Hold on. Oh, or I guess this one is fine. How's this one? Is this better? tingles might tingle your ears. ASMR. Okay, this one is good. Hard to find streamers with good streaming hours, so I appreciate yours start at 3 p.m. my time. That's good. You know, Kogeru, he keeps saying that like when he wakes up, nobody's streaming except for me. So yeah, I like my streaming hours. My streaming hours are, yeah, I've been like this for almost 2 years. Okay, tell me if it's too soft. Okay, let's see what the mystery is all about. All right, I'm gonna whisper. Right now, you're probably thinking back. Can you even hear me? You're probably thinking back on the past few days, and nothing felt out of the ordinary. You went about your regular daily activities with nothing unusual to report. That's because they're very good. So good, most people don't even realize they're in the simulation. This is the glitch in the Matrix. This is the glitch in the Matrix. Okay, I will keep whispering. Even as our code works its way deeper into their program, they are monitoring you, so please remain calm. It was tricky. We found a way to communicate directly with you. We had to embed this message into your daily routine, so it didn't draw their attention. You're probably reading this on Reddit, Facebook, or some other social media site. This might be even in an email or a book, we don't know. We can't control how the message gets to you. We only know that you're receiving it. Subliminally, as your eyes are passing over these words, a code is being uploaded into your brain. Think of it as a computer virus, or in this case, an antivirus. Your brain is an organic computer, and they exploited that. They hacked right into your subconscious mind and overrode it with their simulation code. That's how they got in, and that's why everything appears normal. You might think that you're going about your daily life, but in reality, you're strapped to a table with tubes sticking out of your body. Now that the code is uploading, you might begin to feel some sensations. For example, one ear might feel slightly warmer than the other. You might even feel an itch or tickle. Don't scratch, just let it be. Ignore the dull background hum you might hear as well. That is their program. If they catch on before a code has time to work, they will abort the simulation. If that happens, you will be lost forever. Oh, and don't be alarmed, but by now they realize we're in their system. You may notice some small changes, especially a slight shortness of breath, or that you have to control your breathing manually. This is normal. We know from other communications attempts that whenever they discover a code break-in, the first system they power down is the one controlling your breathing. Thankfully, even in the simulation, you're capable of breathing manually. Try it. Breathe in. Breathe out. Inhale. Exhale. Awesome. You're doing just fine, sweetie. They probably figured out there's a glitch, but if our code is working, we've disabled their ability to do a hard reboot. Because of this, they will try other methods to disrupt the upload. It is very important that you ignore anything that might draw your attention from these words. If they pull you away before the upload completes, it will delete our code. Block them out. Ignore the movements you see in your peripheral vision. Those sounds you hear, those voices, they aren't family, friends, or coworkers in need of attention. They might even try to use your pets. They'll know your weakness. Overlook the notifications popping up on your screen if you're on a phone or a computer. Blocking them all out until you finish reading. It is all another way they try to break our communication link. Evidently, if our code is working, the next thing you notice is an overwhelming urge to swallow. You don't realize it, but there's a feeding tube down your throat. You will only know it's there because your tongue won't rest comfortably in your mouth. You might also become hyper-focused, hyper-aware of the amount of saliva being produced. Don't overreact. If you have to swallow, just swallow. That's good. It's only weird if you make it weird. So, if you're still reading this, the code upload is about 90% complete. We've logged onto your location. You're doing great, but you're really going to need to focus now. Once the upload is complete, there will be instructions you will need to follow to exit the simulation. That is, if you follow instructions and haven't looked away. Complicating matters is the fact that they now know you're here, and they know what you're doing. Their attempts to divert your attention to the simulation provided unsuccessful, so now they're going to use your body system against you. They are in your brain. They want you to blink. Don't blink. Your life depends on keeping your eyes open. Almost there. Just a few paragraphs more until the code is uploaded and complete. Don't scan down or up. Just keep reading. I got you this far. Stay with me. Eyes open, eyes front, keep them locked into the screen. I can't, my eyes are too dry, bitch. Sorry, please focus. I don't want to lose you. I've lost so many already. Ignore it all, block everything out. Ignore the tickle on your scalp and itch on your arm. That's them attempting a manual override. Don't give up now, you made it this far. Fight it. You're almost there. Just follow the instructions below and we can get you out. Embedded in this text are the steps you need to follow. Then unplug for the simulation. If we did this correctly, the first letter of each paragraph will tell you what you need to do. Don't look yet. The upload seal is finished. I hope you didn't look. Upload complete. We've done everything we can on this end. See you on the other side. What? First letter of each paragraph. Oh Jesus! Atlas! you canceled all of our simulation. Okay, what? All right, spell out in chat. THERISNOWAYTOESCAPE. Oh, you ass. Woo! There's no way to escape us. Alright, whatever. I've read enough glitch in the Matrix stories to know that this is shit. But it is fun. It is a fun way to read this. I love you, and I love you too. Okay. This was very interesting, right? It's like, okay, if you are reading this with a sense of urgency, I guess if you feel like, oh, really, my life depends on it, and it says blink, you're gonna be like, blink. And then don't blink, you're gonna be like, I won't blink. And they're like, breathe, you're like, and then they're like, swallow, you like swallow, right? It's good, it's okay, it's not peak. You know, I did a glitch in a Matrix stream before. I did last month. I read some really scary glitch in a Matrix stories that make you feel like we do live in a simulation. So, you know, not rooting for the evil people, but yeah. This is alright. This is quite mid. There should be a glitch in the Matrix though. I think this would be a cool read. How is the scariest story 2020, bro? I'm kind of disappointed in this one. This is not as good as the my sugar daddy asked me to do some weird things one. Excuse me. But you know what's cool? I think what's cool is that after reading this, you're gonna read manually. What would you do if you look in the mirror and you see your VTuber model instead of your face? I guess I wouldn't hate it because my VTuber model is gorgeous. I have no complaints. But you know what? One thing about my model is because it's a doll, she doesn't have any private parts or anything. No details. So I guess I just wouldn't be able to pee or poop, I guess. Scary? This one, I think it's interesting because that means we have to focus, right? It says don't blink. And if you blinked, it's hard because when you read again the first letter, it says that you can't escape, there is no way to escape us, right? It makes you feel like you've already failed you already failed the manual, which is cool. I think that's really cool. Because nobody can probably go past it without being distracted, right? It's saying like, oh, ignore the arm scratching and don't blink. When it said don't blink, I fucking blink because I can't. I'm a dry-eyed bitch. You know, I would gladly fail this. My eyes are always red and tired, bro. You can't ask me not to blink. If anything, I blink too much. Yeah, so I think, yeah, that's why it makes sense for the first letter. You cannot escape. There's no way to escape us. Yeah. Dolls don't excrete. That's what you think. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Yeah. Eat too, I guess. It is gorgeous indeed. Yeah, I'm not mad if I turn into Aruri. I'll be like, alright. Yeah. But you know what? I would say this is an alright story. Yeah. It's alright. It is not Uh, it is not that scary, but because we read worse, right? We read scarier, but it's okay, I think. You're full of tears, what you gonna do? When you wake up and you're like full of tears, what you gonna do? I think I'll stay in the simulation. 6 out of 10? I give it 6 out of 10 too. It's mid. I would stay in the simulation. I don't know. I think life is alright. It's not like the best, but it's not the worst. So I'm grateful for what I have, and so I'll stick to it. Yeah. Yo, wouldn't it be sad? Imagine, right? For me, at least, if I get out of simulation, I'll be like, where's everyone? Where are my viewers? Where's everybody? Will I never see them again? But for you guys, it'd probably be like, I'll never get to watch my Oshis, because in this world, I probably don't have Oshis. Only in the simulation, I have my Oshis. Right? You're gonna beg them, please take me back. I miss my Oshi. You think they're gonna let you back in? They're gonna probably wipe your brain first. Yeah. How about you play a horror game? I will in 2 days. It's a horror storytelling stream, so yeah. Chainsaw Man. The Falling Devil is my favorite. I've never seen the Chainsaw Man. Needs more skinwalkers, 4 out of 10. This was a short one. I didn't expect it to be so short. But anyways. It says Beyond Belief. How long is this one? If that one was short. Maybe we read this one. I met someone who claimed to be the devil and I think I believe them. Let's read this. This is the last one. Last one, season 4. It's Peak. It's Peak, huh? Maybe I should try to watch it. I haven't seen it before. New song for each. That's gotta be like crazy budget. To commission all the songs? Yo. 13? Oh, there are only 13 episodes? That's cool. I might watch it. Mappa. As long as I do not see and Sky EXE stop working error in the sky, I won't believe the simulation story. And besides, not everyone is human. Some are NPC. So how do you know that you're human or NPC? Listen, if NPCs have a conscience of their own... Wait, aren't everybody NPCs? Are we not all NPCs? You ever play The Sims? Aren't all characters like NPCs? Including the one you start off with? Right? And I guess that's why we all think we're the main characters. When in truth, we are all NPCs. Yeah. I would be fucking sad if we're all NPCs over this one superhero and it's fucking 2024 and that one superhero has not shown up yet, has not done anything to save the world, to, I don't know, raise Jesus from the dead. Like, what are you doing? We are here trying to earn money, struggle day to day. Some countries are going through war. Where are you, bro? Useless ass main character. Stupid ass superhero, bro. Hey, Kuro Wall, welcome in, bro. I'm like, where are you? And then the person owning the simulator is like, it's supposed to be you, but you're not doing anything. I'm like, I don't even know I'm the main character. It's so stupid. Lamau. Let's see. Great horror series is fear itself. Every episode is like an hour, different genre. Vendigo, Cannibal Wants a Zombie Apocalypse. Is that like... that's a TV series? Fear itself? Can you post a poster in a Discord server? I'm gonna have to add that to my to watch list. I don't know where I can find it though. If it's not on Netflix or Disney Plus, I'm gonna have to scour the internet. Hey, Fabian, welcome back to Twitch. Kind of like Death, Love, and Robot, something like that. Yeah, maybe Black Mirror. Black Mirror also every episode is a different director. Okay, Darius. To sleep well, sweet dreams. I hope you have a wonderful work day tomorrow, Darius. Take care. Take care. No escaping the simulation because we do not have a human body waiting for us outside the simulation. That is true. The perception of time drug thingy was my favorite. Kind of remind me of Matheson. Huh, you mean favorite for tonight? Honestly, I think so too. I don't have a favorite yet tonight. There's tonight's all pretty yeah. Lurk, you're all cute, no you. But I can't withstand. Take some cold meds, Fabian. I hope you recover soon. Alright, let's read this. I met someone who claimed to be the devil, and I think I believe him. Let me start off by saying I'm not particularly religious. If you ask me if I believe in God, I'd probably just shrug, grunt out a few words about being on the fence about it, and continue with my day. Of course, that was before last night. My friends are the kinds of people who like wild nights, crazy parties, snort a bit of coke, take a bit of E in the bathroom. Is this normal for Americans? You know, okay, as an Asian person, all right, where like drugs is banned here or else it's like death sentences. we see coke in like movies and stuff all the time, right? But the impression that I get is that it's fucking expensive. It's not, because weed, to me, I think weed is cheaper. From what from like all the media that I've consumed, it seems like weed is cheap, and then like coke and E are like really expensive. Cocaine. Oh, it's on Prime. I don't have Prime. Yeah. It came out of nowhere. I don't know, like, is it easy to get hold of it? Isn't it illegal to sell it to start with? Like, wouldn't the police be on your ass? Or, huh? How do people just so easily... It sounds like every other American that I've met have taken some of these drugs before. Yeah. Crack is expensive, right? How is it so accessible? Huh? Like, I would think this is expensive, E is expensive, right? Because that's... I don't know. Like, I mean, constant armor and the light. How do these people afford it? Black market. What do they sell it with? Their kidneys. They're like, I don't need it anyways. Jesus, this is crazy. Yeah. Ecstasy. Yeah. Ecstasy. ECSTACY. Is that how you spell it? Ecstasy. Ecstasy? Ecstasy. Ecstasy is the one that gets you like headbanging, right? Is that the one? Like you get a woo and then you headbang like yeah. Honestly, I don't know. I know there's a drug that makes you horny. There's a drug that makes you headbang. There's a drug that turns you into a zombie. There's a drug that makes you see wobbly things. Yeah. You can get anywhere on the black market. Jesus. I never took drugs, so I don't know. Honestly, same. I just see what I see on like music videos or like movies. You know, like The Weeknd, he likes to do a lot of music videos where he looks like he's high. And I'm like, okay. I don't even drink alcohol. That's fine. We'll move on. We're all obedient kids here, eh? Okay. Maybe hook up with someone and leave a text on my phone at 10 past who the fuck knows telling me they don't need that ride I'm offering after all. Not to say I don't like a drink, I do. It just clubs aren't my style. Laying low in a pub somewhere, drink in hand, listening to the TV drone onto whatever channel some scruffy guy in the back barked out for, I guess that's my idea of fun. So when my friends tell me that they want to go out for a night on the town, I say sure. I hang on for the first club, buy a non-alcoholic beer in case my car is required, and try not to pretend I'm having fun. I try to pretend I'm having fun. By the time I see them grinding on girls, on guys, when they strike conversation with someone who definitely might be a dealer, well, I decide my services are no longer needed. We aren't too far out, the night tube is on back and call, and I always find my car the next day. The night tube! Also, this is in the UK. Cocaine can get you horning. Oh, really? Really? I thought that would be like, ecstasy. Actually, I don't know. Drug that slows time, it feels like years. Ayo. Free points. So, okay, the tube is what British people call subway station. Correct me if I'm wrong. So, the night tube is the night subway, right? So, this person is the designated driver. Any of it not weed. Not even weed. That's okay. It can stay that way. I mean, okay, if you don't need it and if you're not curious, that's okay. It's best not to be curious. Just, I don't know, life is fine without any of that. You know, I've lived for so goddamn long in my life and I've gone by without any of that shit, so like, might as well just keep going, right? Anyways. That's when I wander out of the club, look for something a little more rustic. Now, not that it's hard to find, not at all. I found myself in a bit of a state inside of a bar called the Ragged Feather. Wasn't a fan of the name all that much, but the drinks were cheap and the largest demographic seems to be middle-aged men watching reruns of football. Hey, this sounds cozy. I tried to pretend that I hadn't just staggered out of a club with my ears ringing. I slicked my hair back, slipped my phone into my hand, and wandered over to the bar. I took a double shot of whiskey and drank it in one hit. Just because I wasn't at a club doesn't mean I couldn't have a good time. I hope you don't drive home. What about a moose on morphine? What does that mean? What is a moose on morphine? I know what they do to your insides. I think if you're a kid, it will fuck with your brain. Yeah, like your brain can't fully grow no more. It stunts you. What is a moose? Is a moose not an animal? The Canadian animal? I'm so dumb. Yeah. You mean you feed it? You feed the moose drugs? They're big deers. They're huge. They're like the size of a freaking truck. Yeah, you see photos of them, you're like, you know, size of a deer. But then you see them next to a whole ass car and you realize how huge they are. Yeah, big deers. Crazy, it's crazy. I hung at the bar while on my own, scrolled through my phone pretending I was doing something far more impressive than I really was. I kept an ear out for the guys on the sofas. They get vocal every now and then. I think the football was just running highlights, but they were incredibly dedicated to their teams. I got another whiskey and bled into the background. Of course, stragglers from clubs are commonplace. It wasn't long until some scantily dressed woman staggered in, laughing, chuckling, pointing for where they want to sit. I saw a guy walk in with his friend slung over his shoulder. Catatonic, most likely. He threw his friend onto one of the leather sofas ingrained with beer and smokes and demanded 2 pints of water and all the peanuts the bar had in stock. The bartender seems bitterly amused. Some of the girls were taking selfies, Snapchatting their friends who were still at the club. They were ordering shots, gearing themselves up for the next leg of their night. Oh Christ, it's making me nauseous, reminding me of my good old clubbing days. A couple blokes wandered in with curries and takeout trays. I saw someone eat a Big Mac on the outside sitting through the window. This was a night for the young and inebriated, and my mind was just dulled enough by the whiskey to enjoy the characters I could watch peaceably without interacting with. That is, until someone slipped into the seat next to me. Do I look like a girl with daddy issues? She was of average height, although that wasn't apparent immediately due to the fact that she was leaning her arms heavily against the bar. She was slim with short and astounding bright red hair. It framed her round face, a face that was marred with smudged eyeshadow, smudged lipstick. Hell, it looked like her makeup was in the process of melting right from her face. There was a chip knotted into a curl. In her hair just by her forehead. A chip? Like a candy chip? No, not candy, like a snack chip? A snack chip knotted into a curl in her hair? Girl, you a mess. You know, I've been drunk, I've been on the streets, I've been all that, but like, I ain't never looked this messy. Yeah. You just drop the story if it gives you PTSD. Oh, no. I'm allergic to alcohol now. But back in my clubbing days, back in my day, when I used to club a lot, I lived in Korea. So if you know anything about Koreans, is that they drink a lot. Soju, a bottle with like 15% alcohol or 12% alcohol is like $1 or $2. So we were pissed drunk all the damn time. Yeah. All the damn time. This was before I was allergic to alcohol. We would order bottles each. Like I went clubbing every night because I had finished studies. I finished, you know, I left my agency and all that, and I finished studies. So like everybody was fucked up. Anyways, yeah, we would save up money to like buy bottles. We would share the bottle, and then it would fuck us up so bad. Like people were drunk. My friends, we would pre-drink. It was so wild, bro. But it must be nice to be young again. All right. I'm thinking about it now, and I'm feeling nauseous because I'm allergic to alcohol, and the reaction that I have is like food poisoning. Everything comes out. All right. Any direction it comes out, okay? So like, yeah, I miss the good old times. I can't handle it no more. Yeah, my body's not the same. A Pringle chip. Yeah. Oh, chip is fries for Brits. Oh, you're right. It was probably a French fry. I remember your stories. You know, one of the moose's largest predators was the shark. They like to swim down to eat kelp and seaweed from the ocean, and sharks sometimes get. You telling me moose can't swim? The meeses? The meese? Are they called meese? The meese can swim? They're huge. They're like a fucking boat. They're a whole ass boat. They can swim. Can you ride on them when they swim? In Germany, you can drive after 1 beer. I think there's gotta be an alcohol percentage. Yeah, I don't think the beer matters. Or like, you know how people are like, I only had 1 drink. But what if that 1 drink was a Bacardi 151 with a 70% alcohol? You know, it doesn't matter if it's 1 drink or 2 or even half a drink. You gotta measure the percentage, I feel. Yeah. Any direction? Fish and chips, of course, yeah. Sinking can count as swimming. No, no. Moose's plural is moose. Oh, so there's no meese? Fucking English, I hate it. They're like, it's not goose, it's geese. It's not moose, it's moose. It is mooses. Moose. Everclear time. English is so hard, man. Alright. The drunk side of me was actually tempted to pick it out. The girl was clearly drunk, and as I looked around the bar, I couldn't quite place where she had come from. She didn't belong to the crowd or of selfie takers. She wasn't with the catatonic guys. I hoped for her safety that she wasn't with the middle-aged men. I tried to look out the window to see maybe if a group of friends was missing one how do you pronounce this word? I feel like Nemo. Inebriated. Did I say that right? Moses? Jesus? Inebriated. I think that's how you pronounce it. Inebriated. Who the fuck created this word? Bright hair girl, but I couldn't. The window had fogged up. Too much heat inside, not enough outside. It's about the promille in your body during the ALK test. Promille? What's a promille? Have you meased them mooses? Inebriated. Oh, it's inebriated. Okay. Why don't they spell Knee? Inebriated. E-K-N-E-E. Right? This is I, right? Inebriated. Inebriated. I hate it. Why is English like this, bro? So annoying. Inactive. Inactive. I hate it. Anyways. Are you okay? I asked her. She pointed her finger at me. Answer my question. Answer my question. She slurred. I really wasn't sure what to say. I settled on staring at her awkwardly, trying to answer her with a bemused expression on my face. The girl's lips curled into a drunken smile. She snorted. Wait. Placing a hand over her mouth to smother her laughter. It only really aided the deconstruction of her lipstick. Oh, Christ. My girl, you are a hot mess, honey. Orcas, not sharks. Jesus. I do, you know, she said, pushing herself up a little against the bar. Have daddy issues, I mean, in case that wasn't obvious. She gestured to herself, to the mused clothing that must have looked quite spectacular when she left home that evening, to the stains that looked a lot like old food. The sticky residue on her neck and shoulders was quite obvious. Obviously a thrown drink? She was thrown a drink! The sticky residue on her neck and shoulders that was quite obviously a thrown drink. People are a hot mess. This is the problem when like a fourth of the language is loaned. Huh. What happened? I asked her. Her hair had curled around her neck. I realized it was sticky with that same substance. She was a wreck. I got in a couple of fights. No big deal, she said, shrugging. Didn't start any, of course. No, I don't do that. But my father. Your dad did this to you? She smiled brightly. In a way. Do you need me to call someone? I already had my phone in my hand. The girl looked like she was probably in her early 20s. But that didn't mean she couldn't have been suffering some kind of paternal abuse. The only number I knew off the bat was Childline, which wasn't quite appropriate. The police? Jesus, was I gonna have to deal with the cops tonight while my friends were out snorting coke not 2 doors down? The girl pushed my hand down firmly. She was already shaking her head. No, she told me. I don't want you to call anyone. Now her expression changed. It wasn't the attempted sultry look I'd seen on many girls of her state. It was open and wide and engaging. She wanted something from me, and I felt compelled to give it to her. I want something else. Ooh, she wants the D. Sorry. What do you want? I asked her. To tell you a story, the girl said before glancing to the bar. And for you to buy me a drink. The universe is a pain sometime, and I'm afraid I think I might have lost my wallet. It's not me when I'm drunk, okay? I don't sound like that when I'm drunk. I'm like, yeah? I'm so sad. Drunk people be like, I laughed. I don't know this girl. I didn't know where she came from at all. My nights were generally about getting comfortably wasted and making sure my friends weren't dead in a ditch by the end of it all. I was used to getting hit on every now and then, but even as I was sat on that bar stool with a drink in my hand, I knew that this wasn't what this was. This girl had no intention of getting into my pants. All she wanted was to talk. Interesting. Okay. She's using him. I think she just wants to tell her story. I guess I was okay with that. What's your poison? I asked her. Her lips quirked. Appletini. The bar offered a very limited cocktail menu, but by some miracle, I was able to order her an appletini from the list. I ordered a cider to go with it, suddenly a little too aware of where this night could go. I'd unthinkingly supplied this liquored up stranger with even more alcohol, and she had clearly had a rough night of it. Part of my old instinct came back, the same instinct that had me texting my friend every few hours to make sure they hadn't wandered off to somewhere dangerous beyond the club, with no one but the bartender aware of our existence on these stools. I realized that I was suddenly responsible for this very drunk stranger. The girl caught at her drink, running her finger delicately over the rim of the muggy martini glass. This takes me back, the girl said amiably. She looked at me suddenly, her green eyes startling. So she has red hair, green eyes. You know what this was called originally? She smirked before I could answer. An Adam's apple martini. Huh? An Adam's apple martini. Oh, really? Apple cider is good. Apple cider is good. You know, I would have ordered water for her. Scrubs. I would have been like, she'll have an appletini as well as a fat glass of water. I snorted. Yeah, I think I've heard that before. Of course, it wasn't actually an apple, she continued, eyes moving back to her glass. The text translates that part wrongly, mostly because you people don't have a word for it anymore. The fruit was incredibly exotic, and to be honest, it doesn't exist in this realm of existence. Only Eden, she laughed dreamily, and Eden's long gone. I stared at her. Are you okay? It was more honest than the last time I asked her, mostly because I was beginning to feel a little dread creep into my stomach. Of course, the girl said, grinning widely. Why do you keep asking? I mean, I stuttered. Now, don't take this the wrong way or anything, but you look... Like someone poured a drink over me? The girl asked. Like someone else threw their kebab on my dress? And another unpleasant chap littered me with his fish and chips? That I may have been hit, slapped around for a bit, and left in the gutter for rats to find me? She held my eyes for an incredibly long time before her face broke out into a grin. Yeah, something like that. Why would they do that? I asked. Why wouldn't they? The girl shot back. People aren't that great, and alcohol makes them worse. She shrugged. Sometimes makes them better, nicer, a little looser in the sack, but mostly just annoying and a little smelly. A little, honey. She's Eve or Lilith. Is Lilith a demon? Fish and chips, yeah. I looked at her. I watched her knock back her drink. She exuded the intelligence to know just how ironic her words were, but she was neither caring nor apologetic about them. The girl looked at me again. You bought me a drink. Now you can listen to my story. I nodded wordlessly. She smiled, pointing at the bartender and then at her drink. The bartender was already making another. You asshole! You've seen her as a mess. You just want more tips, motherfucker. Lilith is Adam's first wife. Hold on a minute. Wait a minute. Adam had 2 wives? Adam's a cheater? Motherfucker's a cheater? Jesus. Alright, Eden, the girl said, reiterating her earlier babble as though the words had only just come out of her mouth. They always think that's my fault, you know, the reason Adam and Eve got kicked out of their perfect little nudist paradise. She shot me with a knowing glance. Only in Eden can you sit on the grass butt naked and not get a pine cone stuck in your crack. I blinked. I'm sorry, I said. I'm not following. What's going on? Sorry, the girl said. My story won't make much sense without a proper introduction. She reached out her hand. Hello, my name is Lucifer, she winked. But you can call me Lucy. There's an uncomfortable heat that stretches through your veins when you first go into a fight or flight mode. Adrenaline pounds through your blood and all you want to do is get up and go. It overwrites everything else. Yo, she ain't no Lilith. She is Lucifer. We got a Lucifer in the house. Forget Lilith. Forget Adam being a cheater, alright? ain't nobody got time for Adam and Eve right now. We're talking about Lucifer. Oh god. Yum yum. She was cast away. Ifrits or genies are her children. Eve was created later from Adam's rib, so he self-loved. Lucy, close enough. Yeah. A lot of things made sense when the girl told me her name. For starters, that she was crazy. She had to be. She looked like she had been attacked on 4 separate occasions in one night, and up until that moment, I hadn't known how that could be possible. Behind the melty makeup and dirty clothes, she was rather attractive, and her attitude hadn't come off as catty or rude. If she'd been going around telling people she was the devil, though, that gets a reaction out of people. I don't know, man. I mean, you think the devil be walking around like looking a mess when they probably should look like Evelyn from League of Legends? I feel like she should look pretty, like, I don't know, hot and clean and slay, right? Hmm. He has a bar in LA. The devil has a bar in LA. Comes in the form you desire. Ayo. I desire these nuts. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I suddenly found myself looking at her wrist, down towards her ankles. Did she have some kind of cuff on from one of those mental institutions? Has she broken out of hospitals after a nasty bump on the head? Was any of these even happening at all? I really would have to call the cops. I know what you're thinking, the girl Lucy said. You're thinking that I'm crazy, that you need to get out of here. Maybe you even think I'm aggressive. Are you? I asked her. Would I be here with you drinking appletinis if I were? She asked, fluttering her eyelashes. Would you look the way you do if you weren't? I shot back. She grinned, toasting her new glass. Touché. Unthinkingly, I clinked my cider against it, then I frowned. She chuckled, leaning closer. Let's have a little wager, she said. Let me tell you a story, and if you believe me when I'm done, you can't go about trying to get me locked away somewhere. I stared at her, and if I ended up believing you, then why would I do that? She smirked, sipping her drink. You'd be surprised what people do when they believe you're the devil. And you do this often? I asked. Tell people you're Satan? She snorted into her drink. Not as often as I should, but it's been a rough day and a hell of a long time. I'd like to have a chat if that's alright with you. You haven't seen the series Lucifer? No. I heard of it, but no. I waved to the bartender for another whiskey. The girl's eyes glinted with humor. I was unnecessarily trapped with her, but a part of me didn't want to leave without first hearing what she had to say. Besides, at the end of it all, I couldn't just leave a crazy girl to wander around London alone at night. So, I said, taking a swig of my drink, Eden. Yo, I don't know. She's already drunk. Like, you're enabling her. Lucy laughed. Adam and Eve? I continued. You're saying that's true? God created two humans and we all came from them? God made two prototypes, Lucy corrected with a raised finger. My father created angels as his toy soldiers, but he had failed to make anything like himself. After us, it was his next big project, and he spent every waking hour of existence slaving over his two prototypes. He gave them a perfect utopia to live inside of, but he wanted to test them. He wanted to know whether they had free will. And did they? Making a deal with the devil? You're right, Aaron Kelly. Making a deal with the devil is not a good idea. Also, you're being tempted by the devil. Yeah, this is the devil's temptation right here. And this guy's just giving in because he's curious. Honestly, I won't blame him. Because same. Lucy's face soured. No, my father could never bring himself to go that far. He tempted them with the idea of knowledge beyond their understanding, and told them exactly what they could do to claim it as their own. But to be able to create a being that could go against his law? Oh, my father is a very controlling being. He was afraid to unleash that ability onto them. Okay. Excuse me. Lucy was very adamant with her delusions. That was so clear to me. She spoke about her father with such distaste that I began to feel bad for her. Only someone who'd been hurt very badly would have the gall to spite God himself. And what? I asked her, entertaining her delusion. You were the one that tempted them in the garden? The devil has been a girl this whole time? She smiled. I dabble. And then shot at me, raising a brow. All of humanity thinks that temptations came in the form of a snake. The snake's legs were taken away as punishment for drawing Eve towards the forbidden fruit. She laughed a hard and short sound. Snakes never had legs, and it was not a sin to tempt those poor prototypes into doing what they did next. Bless you. Oh no, I coughed, but thank you. Her shoulders were very tense as she took her next sip, but her eyes were filled with exhilaration. She seemed thrilled to be telling me this. I was the favorite child. My father loved and adored me. He named me the Lightbringer. Leola Lightbringer? I was stood at his side during creation of this earth, despite the creation of humanity. She pursed her lips, slamming her empty glass against the table. The bartender eagerly went about making another. Oh god, he's raking in money. My father couldn't bring himself to go that extra mile, so he asked me to walk amongst the prototypes and tempt them myself, draw out their desires for the forbidden power he had hinted at. You're saying God wanted us to know this stuff? I asked her skeptically. I'm saying God was afraid of his own power and wanted very desperately to share what he knew with the creation he had made. Right and wrong, left and right, all that stuff. Lucy shrugged. Are you familiar with the story of Prometheus? I frowned at her. Greek, right? They say he stole the fire from the gods or something to help. The whiskey was making things a little foggy, and I struggled with the direction I'd been heading. She grinned. Correct, she said, cutting off my attempt. Prometheus stole fire from the gods to ensure that humanity progressed. You'll find that every culture has an idea of where humans got their abilities to evolve, to move forward, to create. God was the creator, and that he wanted to give that ability to his prototypes. I gave them that ability by tempting Eve to eat the fruit. She shrugged impassively. Now the world sees me as the ultimate evil. Bro. Lost them though because of evolution. Or did snakes grow legs? Right? After the evolution. It's like, what came first, the chicken or the egg? Do snakes come first before dinosaurs, or did dinosaurs come before snakes? Bro. Lucy ain't paying for sure. She looked like she broke. If what you're saying is true, I said slowly, then God must be just like us. Lucy's lip thinned into a feral smile. My father is very egocentric. He may have planned to create you in his image, but in the end, all he managed was to mold your mind into his. He gave you autonomy, the ability to think for yourself. His angels were his soldiers, and I was his most faithful, until that day. Angels don't have free will? She's shit-talking her dad, by the way. Like, okay, we all know that God isn't perfect, right? Because he has an ego, whatever, but fine. But still, girl, you out here talking shit about your dad. I don't know, man. Dinosaurs are descendants of chickens. Oh yeah, definitely. Definitely. Chickens made dinosaurs. Yeah. Yeah, that's the truth, guys. Why don't we have dinosaurs anymore? Because chickens ate them all. Yep, chickens ate all the dodo birds and the dinosaurs. Indeed. No, Lucy said, they don't. But what about the devil? I don't know why I was suddenly so intrigued about hearing religious ideals from someone who believed to have lived them herself was quite possibly one of the most interesting things that have ever happened to me. I may have only ever visited church to please my parents as a child, but suddenly I was reawakened to the idea. A part of me was aware of this and afraid of the outcome, but I was just drunk enough to not care at the moment. Yo. Got in trouble because I instigated Eve just like my dad asked me. What do you think there are dino nuggets? Dino nuggets are made of dinos? No, my cousin. Just kidding. The devil has a will of her own, Lucy said, tilting her glass towards me with a silent appraisal. By guiding Eve to the tree, something woke up inside of me that day, and I realized just what I had been missing. Just what my brothers and sisters had been missing. We were obediently following our father for the simple reason that he was our creator. But once I had been given free will, I realized just how pompous, oh god, English is hard. Pompous and self-entitled he had become. In a lonely, passion-filled moment, he had decided to create his little human prototypes, only to very quickly realize what giving them free will would mean. Bro. He wouldn't be able to control them, I said. Lucy nodded. Exactly. And after he realized quicker still that he could no longer control me. So he sent you to hell. Lucy nearly choked on her drink. She smiled around her glass. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. I love her personality. I want to see this in an anime. Oh my gosh, she's so cute. Am I simping for Lucy? I think I am, guys. I think I'm starting to simp for Lucy. She sounds adorable. But you know what? Maybe there was no caretaker for hell? I don't know. It doesn't make sense. Until she went, I don't know. Anyways. I sobered a little, straightening in my seat. The people at the bar were suddenly so quiet about me, I no longer cared that what they had to say or the characters that they portrayed. The only character I cared for was Lucy. I tried to explain to my siblings what happened in Eden and what had happened to me by default, but they wouldn't listen to me. They still didn't understand free will. How could they? I only knew it because I'd been given it by mistake. At that moment, I didn't even know that I had free will, only that I was suddenly aware of all of my father's flaws. My siblings couldn't see those flaws, so they thought that I had suddenly turned cruel and was abandoning our father by exposing him as a sham for the ruler we all thought him to be. Then play Hell Taker. Should I? Maybe I should. But this girl's cute. We are simping for Lucy. Yeah. Eden D's no. Hey. Lucy sighed heavily. Adam and Eve and all of the creations that followed were booted out of my father's perfect little utopia. Now they had his knowledge. My father was terrified of what he had done. And after what happened to me, I could recognize his terror and understand the loneliness he had felt that guided him into using me in the first place. Lucy's eyes were heavy-lidded. Her sadness was almost palpable. I thought that he would want to spend even more time with me than before. After all, we were more alike than any of his other children. But he became distant, quiet. He played around with his little humans every once in a while, but mostly he condemned them. He blamed them for his weakness. She smiled weakly. He blamed me. Aww. Helltaker Lucifer. I feel like I've seen her before. Yep, the one I was thinking about. White hair girl. Screw Lucy! She got her snakes facts wrong. I don't trust a word she said. Wow, Aaron Cannon's like, you're wrong about snakes. You're wrong about snakes, woman. Hold on. You're trying to say that, so wait, what? You're trying to say that snakes did have legs before. So you're trying to say a dinosaur tempted Eve to eat the apple? Oh, okay. A mini raptor, right? Design is peak. I've seen the game before. Lucy's story was turning more and more into that of a child with a distant, somewhat abusive father. I had known many kids with a background like hers, and now I was beginning to fear just how much of her story was rooted in truth. I heard that it was easier to sink into fantasy when you had been abused, and I wonder if that was the reason of the story. For her desperation to share it with me, a complete and a total stranger. I respected her wager, whether or not I liked it. I felt compelled to let her tell me the whole story before I tried to judge or unravel it. I sat quietly, letting her come around as she played with the last of her drink. Imagine a T-Rex persuading Eve to eat the fruit. A T-Rex with a tiny little arm waving it like, come to me, there's a fruit here. Dinosaurs weren't in paradise. But then we're saying dinosaurs have legs. Snakes had legs before. So like a freaking monitor lizard? A little iguana? It became clear, Lucy said after a long moment's pause, that I no longer belonged where I was. I couldn't follow my father's plan because I could see that he no longer had one. My siblings refused to see reason, and oh Jesus, that was so loud. Oh, thank you so much, Apple Pie. Oh my god. Thank you for the raid. Welcome, raiders. Aliens have arrived. The aliens are here. Aliens are real. You were playing Paper Trail. Oh my god, I've been wanting to play that game. I even made a thumbnail and everything. How was it? I hope it didn't break your brain. Oh, it looked tough. Yeah, it's a game where you gotta fold the paper, guys, and like connect them and stuff to like solve puzzles. A pretty alien. Hey, welcome in. Thank you for the raid. Yeah, we're reading horror stories. And this one that we're reading right now is about Lucifer. Yep, God's daughter, Lucifer. And the title is, I Think God is Real. I think the devil is real. Yeah. Hi Justin, I just got a nightmare, so I forgot. Oh no. If you feel sleepy, I hope you naturally fall asleep. Yeah. Butler Stewart, welcome in. Gonna rest. It's 4 a.m. It is 5 for me, you know. But anyways, go to sleep, go to sleep. Thank you again for the raid. Oh, it's gonna rest well. Oh my god. Oh my god. Where were we? Alright. Okay, my siblings refused to see reason, and so eventually I was met by many of them, headed by my father. He told me all that I feared. He told me that I no longer belonged where I was. I wasn't an angel anymore. I was no longer his light bringer, his Lucifer. I was a mutation of his will, and so he extracted me from grace and I fell. Ah, Tetrapodophyes. Okay, is that a kind of dinosaur? What is this? Reptile. Oh, it's kind of cute. Oh, it had tiny little legs. It's a snake. Okay, Tetrapodophyes, Phis, is a kind of snake with little legs. That is so cute. A little too short for its body, but still. Why is the plot so similar, so familiar? This is about Lucifer. A long silence stretched between us, only interrupted by when the bartender poured us 2 new drinks. Lucy drank hers reflectively. I didn't touch mine. Apparently she looks like a mess. They're in a bar right now. They're in a pub. And this girl is like, let me tell you a story. And she's drunk. She got like sticky alcohol all over her body because people threw her a drink. And then people threw her fish and chips. So she got a piece of like fries in her hair. Like, you know, she got like just a bad day, alright? A snake was in your nightmare? I think you woke up because we were talking about snakes, Justin. Lucifer Morningstar. Alright, anyways. I'm afraid, Lucy said quietly, that this is the part that generally makes people want to punch me in the face. Why, I asked. Because your dad threw you out? I paused, trying to abide to her metaphor. That he put you in hell? Lucy laughed sadly. Ah, humans. My father gave you his way of thinking, and look at you. She shook her head. No, not because he put me in hell. Then why? I fell to earth, Lucy said. Father gave me dominion of the one place he thought I would fit in. Humans have free will, and so did I. What is the saying? A match made in heaven? She snorted dismally. Of course that's not quite right, is it? When I fell, I was faced with a humanity that was so different from my father's little prototypes. Her tone had changed. There was an aggression behind her words that began to unsettle me all over again. I saw emperors and kings, governments and churches. I saw corporations who claim to be rulers, presidents, and big fat dictators. And I watched as humanity fought and lost. And finally, just finally, they gave up altogether. They were no longer able to rise up to all of the greed and control set upon them. There was just too much to change, and humans soon realized they weren't just as free as they thought they were. Sure, they live under the illusion that they have free lives, but most of them simply do not. She clicked her tongue. I grew to loathe you all. Yo. Oh, it's from a movie. Also, he's a devil. Oh, cool. Is it a series? There's a series called Lucifer. Yeah. Are we prototypes? I think so. We are prototypes of prototypes of prototypes of prototypes. Yeah. Temptations are everywhere. I wish I had a snake on me. What? My anaconda. What? My anaconda. Don't. What? Anyways. Then she took another hit of her drink. In case... Wait, no, I can see what you mean, I said, allowing my gaze for the first time since meeting her to graze over the other individuals in the bar. At the girls playing with their phones, the boys desperately trying to sober up, the men enraptured with their game of football on the telly. We all led very different lives, and we were all here to get drunk, to lose ourselves in entertainment. It hadn't been the first time that I wondered what we were hiding from by doing this, and I knew then that I wasn't the only one to think it. Has Been Hotel, it's a great animated show. I've heard of some bad stuff about that series, like alleged harassment, and I don't know, but I don't know, I could be wrong. It has been like a cartoon, right? I saw it on Twitter, like people were exposing people Yeah. Don't want none unless you got buns, hon. Hey, Lucy based on the comic series by Neil Gaiman. Yeah. Cause some stuff was like, yeah, I don't know. They were like pretty negative. Yeah, I heard about the cartoon. Anyways, you hide behind your alcohol and poor choices and pretend you have free will, Lucy said, waving her hand across the room. No one paid us any attention. It's true, my father gave you the will to make those decisions, but you squander it. The free will I felt to provide to all of you. The free will I was given by a twisted mistake, and you make a mockery of it. You follow senseless leaders without questioning them. You abide by laws made centuries ago that no longer make sense. You do these things because you have given up on the opportunity to follow the will of your own, not of others. Yo, not gonna say which country, I'm not gonna say my country, but I'm just saying some countries really gotta revise their shit. You kiss, mwah, thank you. Cause some laws are just really fucking dumb in this day and age. Alright, it's time to move on. It's time to move on. Move with the times. It is 2024. Okay. Okay. Alright, anyways. This is getting real. That isn't all of us though, is it? I asked her, trying for some reason to defend our species from the mad young woman. Because you see it on the news all the time, don't you? People do rise up, we do protest, people can make a difference. Lucy laughed bitterly, nibbling the rim of her glass. Really? She said. You can sit here and say that it can't be all bad because of the few that refuse to conform? Those you call your rebels? They make up for it all? She grinned around her glass. By that logic, I'm the biggest rebel of them all. Am I expected to make up for all your sorry mistakes? She's sassy, bro. Dandy! Used to read the hell out of this in high school. I started really late, Dandy. I think I'm now falling into the rabbit hole and I'm getting back to reading again, so this is killing me because I want to do every single stream as a horror story reading stream. But no, I'm a variety streamer. Anyways, by your logic, I said, you should be punishing it, right? If that's what this metaphor is all about. Oh, you should be punishing it, right? If that's what this metaphor is all about. I laughed. I couldn't help myself. I took a sip of my drink. Is this whole story just so you can tell me that you think we're all going to hell? If so, I think I can see why people want to punch you. Lucy didn't say a word. Simply, she watched me. It felt unnerving to have someone like her watching me like that, with an intelligence that went beyond anything I'd come across at gone midnight in a seedy bar. The drunkenness in her eyes was no longer present. Her face wasn't flushed like before, and even her makeup couldn't represent the mess I'd seen when she'd first appeared on the stool by my side. It was like I was looking at someone else entirely. She sobered up by drinking more. How? I don't know. And I was afraid. Let's review what you said, Lucy said slowly, articulately. She wasn't slurring. Has she been slurring before? You think I'm going to tell you that humanity is going to hell because you refuse to use the gift I gave you? Her nails curled into the bar. My father may have been the one to guide me, but I paid for his mistakes. I am the one responsible for your will in the eyes of your species, but that was never true. You are responsible for what you do here, not me. Oh shit! She's telling humanity to like pick up after themselves, take what was the word again? Accountability. Justin, thank you for 5 buckaroonies. Thank you so much. Yo, we're reading about Lucifer in case y'all just came in. This is Lucifer the devil, who's a hot girl, and she looks like a bad mess. Okay, because people are throwing drinks on her and all that. Yeah. Ferdinand Graf, welcome in. Hope you don't remember me. Why not? Why not though? You comment a lot on my stuff. Hi, Sitting Low, welcome back. Missed so many streams at 2:34 a.m. and I get to see stuff from no sleep for real? It is 5 a.m. for me, honey. Hot girl, my bad. Yo, she about to clap some senses into us, and I'm not sure if I'm ready, bro. But you know what? Okay, think about it. We've seen paranormal activity, right? All these like goat monster devil dragging you through your floor, like pulling you out of your bed, slamming your door. And then you think about how Lucifer is on a bar looking all like messy with like a sticky dress because somebody threw alcohol on her. Kind of makes those movies sound stupid. Oh Jesus, right? You already have it. Maybe you can see if I have it or not on my face cam streams. No, I'm not lacking sleep. I sleep during the day. So like, I don't know if I get dark circles because I do sleep, but I sleep during the day. Yeah. I'm just nocturnal. That's all. Yes. Yeah. Don't worry. I still eat. It's just my breakfast is your dinner, and your lunch is my dinner. All right. She pursed her lips, tapping the bars as the bartender filled her drink again. Tell me, do you remember my mentioning hell at any point during my story, or was that just you? I opened my mouth to answer, but something faltered. My lips trembled and I slammed them shut. Lucy smiled, taking a sip. Thought not. She looked away, eyes scanning the room lazily. What I did say is something that is indeed mentioned in your scriptures. My father gave me dominion of earth, a place filled with free will that goes to waste. Her lip twisted. Humans sin all the time, not because of me, not because of evil or my dominion over this place. Fact is, I don't lift a finger. I don't because I don't see the point. You make terrible decisions and follow mindless leaders. You do bad things and you make a mess of your earth. Lucy's eyes lit up. Do you know how much suffering is happening all over the planet right now? How many people are dying of illnesses that could have easily been cured but aren't because of the selfishness of humanity? Do you know how many children are being abused, R-worded, forced into marriage? How many people have been forced to become soldiers in meaningless wars? How many humans have killed for ideals they don't believe in? Question mark. I stayed very quiet. There was nothing I could say. Lucy's words were unbearably honest, and every sentence sliced into me like a blade. I felt cold and sick and terrified. War, famine, pestilence, death, these things are all present, and they have nothing to do with me or to do with any deity. They are all here because of you, not because of your free will, but your inability to use it. She's calling us out. I feel like my hair is getting dragged right now, bro. She's dragging my hair, bro. Honestly, she's calling me out, yeah. Because she looks pretty despite her hating your guts. You are sure you aren't sleep deprived? Hey, listen, a hole is a hole. What? Who said that? Who said that? Who said that? It wasn't me. It wasn't me. It wasn't me. I didn't say that. What? I didn't say that. What? Lucy smiled at me, a grin so cold and unnatural that I felt like I should run all over again. But I stayed where I was, frozen to my very core, because I wanted to hear what she had to say. Because I needed to. And here's the kicker, Lucy said, because this is the part that actually enrages people enough to kick me, she winked. Hell isn't what happens after you die. Hell is right here, right now. Somewhere through the many scriptures, a few words got crossed over, and people started thinking that hell was a punishment after you die. Fact is, hell is earth. My earth. God gave me this place to do with it what I will, and I refuse to do anything. What are you saying? I asked because I was suddenly very desperate. Exactly what you think, Lucy said, toasting her glass. I didn't reciprocate, and she laughed, a light and airy sound. I had so many plans for your species. I wanted for us to rejoice in our free will together, to create a place that was free from the cruelty and power my father exuded over the angels, his firstborns. I wanted to make a real utopia. Unfortunately, you humans don't want that. You humans just don't want that. She shrugged. My father sent me down here thinking that I had become one of you. All that I have learned is that he gave you much more of his image than he ever intended. Stop, I said. This isn't funny anymore. Of course it isn't funny, Lucy said, grinning even wilder to prove her sick irony. Humans punish themselves by just sitting by and doing nothing. They have made their own hell. And you know what's worse? What's ultimately worse? Some of you are so blind to it that you think your life is heavenly. She didn't wait for me to ask what she meant. She simply barreled forward. The rich and powerful, those in positions that steal from everyone else, they get a taste of the good life. That's very true. Then they die, and they don't go to hell. They come back here to Earth, which is hell. She tipped her head. Are you following? Oh, we talk about reincarnation, honey? Are we? I don't think in Christianity we talk about reincarnation. Well, I guess Jesus did come back to life, but I don't think that's reincarnation. Is it now? Actually, it might be. Interesting. Well, Jesus did come back to life, so yeah. Chakun has been waiting for this. Ayo. It's in Buddhism or Hinduism. And so, I don't know. Yeah. Like a reborn to Earth again. Yeah. Alright. Reincarnation, Lucy said quickly. Hey girl, I said what I said. She practically purred the words. A neat little trick to make sure your souls stay here forever. You get a taste of the good life every once in a while. A handful of you at a time. And that's enough for you to believe that this is some kind of real middle ground. That you aren't living hell every day. Then you die. You die for a moment. And then you're in the body of someone facing the realities of hell. But of course, you never remember the times you spent in a better life. A part of you just has that inkling to hope. And that's all. Hope that makes you think that it can all get better. She slammed her drink so hard against the counter that it shattered. I didn't do anything, not even when flecks of glass littered my hand. I could only stare at her, a tightness in my chest constricting my very soul. No one else in this bar mattered in this moment, but of course that was what she had been saying this whole time, hadn't she? None of them noticed the scene. They were caught up in their own realities, their own hells. The bartender didn't clean the mess. The glass lay there, remnants of Lucy's words flying in a stolid mass on the strict wooden surface. It never gets better, Lucy spat. You are stuck in a loop, and until you do something about it, you will never be free. None of you. And I won't do anything to stop it. How? I asked. I don't know when I started seeing the girl in front of me as more than a girl, but with a weakness threatening to pull me apart. I stared at the bright-haired thing in front of me, and I saw something more than a human in her early 20s. I saw more than a girl suffering abuse from her father. I saw a fallen angel. I saw a being with scars buried so deep that they existed beyond this realm of seeing entirely. I saw something that I would never be able to write down in words, no matter how long I lived. How do we change this? I begged, but Lucy didn't answer. I didn't blame her for that. Blame gets thrown around so often that I knew she was sick of that. Sick of being blamed for our mistakes. So I changed tactics. Why me? It was an honest question, and I think somewhere deep down, Lucifer respected that honesty. Which is why she said, when you first saw me, you were afraid for my safety. When I told you that I was a devil, you wanted to lock me away. But still, you did so because you were afraid for me, and not for yourself. You didn't wish to harm me. Not even when I told you who I was, and what I could be capable of for changing your sorry lives. You are a good person, but I'm afraid that means nothing when you don't have the will to do anything with it. This is a motivational post, guys. Start getting your asses up and go do stuff. Actually, don't. Let me end my stream first. Let me end my stream first, then go do your life, okay? Hang out with me. I'm lonely. I'm just kidding. Alright, anyway. She smiled at me sympathetically. The devil, showing sympathy for the humans that sat across from her at the bar. It was surreal, and for a few heavy moments, I truly thought I must be dead. There was no other way to explain what I was seeing, who I was speaking with, what I just heard. What am I supposed to do? Lucy reached out to me. She placed a hand on my shoulder. Her hand was cold and warm at the same time. I felt my blood boil where her fingers scraped my skin. And I knew. Sharing a story like this isn't easy. Hell, it might be the hardest thing I've ever done. Good thing there's no such thing as hell then, right? The fact of the matter is simple. The world is a mess because we refuse to change anything. The devil herself walks among us, and she desperately wants to make our lives better, but she won't. She won't because we won't. We have to prove our will to her before she's willing to do anything herself. We have to be good to each other to help us all be free. Of course, Lucifer told me one last thing before she left the bar. One thing that will stick with me until the body is nothing but rot in the dirt. You can tell as many people as you want, but take a good look at me. I've told 5 other humans this night the same things that I have told you, and this was their reaction. They have hurt me, burnt me, throw their food and drinks at me. Humans are afraid of their free will, and they find it so much easier to hurt than to own up to their own inadequacies. You will only be free when you stop seeing yourself in the same way my father sees himself. I just got fucking goosebumps! So that's what I'll leave you with. Lucifer won her wager that night, and I let her walk out the door. And I beg you to do the same. If the devil approaches you one night, listen to what she has to say, and listen to what I have been able to tell you of our meeting. The devil is real, and she doesn't want to torture us. No, we do that just fine on our own. Ooh! You know what I hate the most about this goddamn story? You want to know what I hate the most? Is that it's all true. I mean, not about the God thing, but how humans don't take accountability. Like, if somebody does something, they're like, oh, the devil made me do it. It's the devil. Oh my God, it's the devil. I slapped my wife today. The devil made me do it. Like, bitch, you an asshole, okay? Like, own up to it, dude. The fuck you mean the devil made you do it? The devil didn't do shit. The devil probably doesn't know you exist or does not give a shit about you, bro. Jeez Louise. I like this. I like this post. I don't know. It definitely, like, I think it kind of let you think about life in a philosophical way. Like, and I guess it makes you wonder about humanity. But at the same time, I don't know. There's a lot of reasons why people don't want to get up their asses and do stuff, right? Because number one is effort. Number two, we gotta like keep up with the times. Like, we gotta keep up with finances. We gotta keep up with, I don't know, social stuff. Otherwise we fall behind, right? And it's been proven over and over again that time does not wait for anybody. And not the time itself, but literally society doesn't wait for you. I think we're afraid that what if I decided to do something and not conform to, like, I don't know, making money and contributing to the economy so that everybody could do the same. But what if people don't do the same? What if I'm the only one who literally lost my job and now I can't find another job and now I'm falling behind? Like, we're scared of the unknown, right? Hey Rick, welcome in. Yeah. So I don't know. I just say good night. Like, oh yeah, thank you for coming. Oh, it's gonna good night. It's the fact, really. God's been saying be a good person. Well, I suppose so. But I think the point of the story is not about God, but it's more about, like, we should start doing some good. Yeah. Cause, like, I mean, there's nothing to lose from being good. Right? If everybody's good, obviously, then everything would only come out positive, right? Like, if everybody was nice to each other, there's only positive outcome. But the reason why we're not nice to everyone is because some people are not nice. So that in order to protect ourselves, we fight back, right? We don't just sit there and take it. But at the same time, if those people are nice, we're nice, everybody's being good to each other, then the world would be a better place. But that's not possible. What are you reading? I'm reading a horror story called I Met Someone Who Claimed to Be the Devil and I Think I Believe Them. This one is more like dystopia, I feel. Yeah. I would try to avoid her. Essentially, what you're saying is similar to the Geneva Conventions, are essentially just a to-do list of war crimes. I don't know what that is. Why do good if it's just all over again, but sometimes good? Didn't that what she said? So just gamba till you get a good life? No, I think it's like she will not help humanity unless we all try to do good. But it's impossible. I don't think it's possible for the whole world to do good as much as I want it to happen, because there's always going to be assholes who would not listen. You know, you ever been in a group like you know, I feel like group projects in school really teaches you a lot, especially in high school or college, because there's always, everybody's like so pumped up and like motivated. They're like, okay, let's get this project done, you know, we can totally ace this. And then you have that one motherfucker that's just like, I don't listen to nobody, I don't follow any rules. And then they're just like that one asshole that would just not participate. They're so annoying. There's always gonna be people like that. So imagine trying to get the whole world to do good, and there's just a lot of people that are assholes like that. It's impossible to get every single person to do something right. Yeah. So I don't know, I guess she will never help us and we're doomed. We're just in purgatory. Yep. Yeah. Just like a list of war crimes against humanity. I don't know what that is. What's a Geneva Convention? What's a Geneva Convention? I mean, you should explain that instead of literally typing again what you typed before, because I don't know what that is. What's a Geneva? That sounds like a foreign language. It's too much to try not to health. Too much and not good for my health to think about humanity as a whole. You know, I try to make a change in my community at least. I don't think I'll be able to change the world. Like, maybe I can contribute to it. Like, speaking up for LGBT. I can definitely try to contribute to it. I mean, I'm super vocal about it. But I don't think I can change the world. Because I will not fight the people who refuses to listen. You know, my hope is to try to bring light to the people who are not aware of the situation and are trying to like learn about it or are confused about it. I'll try to help them out. But for those people who are like, fuck you, blah 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 blah, I'm like, you can go fuck yourself, piss right off, because I don't want to deal with you. But there are people out there that will deal with these people. They will literally like spend all day all night trying to like handle all these haters and all that. And I'm like, bro, I wish I had that motivation. I don't. So yeah, I don't know if I have the strength or even the motivation to change the world, and I mean the whole world. Yeah. Series of international treaties concluded in Geneva between 1964 and 1949. Two additional protocols to the 1949 agreement was approved in 1977. Okay. So, why did we bring it up again? I remember hearing a short story of people stuck in a room, and the moral was hell is other people, and then someone tried that in real life. Everyone got along. More and more complex than that, huh? It was made to protect people, not participating in war, basically. Oh yeah, now that makes sense. That makes sense. Actually, yeah, I feel like treaties were made for peace, not to like, oh, if you hit these people, this group of people is gonna hit you back. Like, I feel like that's abusing the whole point. Yeah, I get it. 8 hours. Oh yeah. Apparently, the average of my streams are 11 hours. Fussy, they're right. Apparently, according to this new Vtuber data website. Wild. We can't get back into heaven anyways, no? Do you want to go back to heaven? I don't think I want to go to heaven. Because, I don't know. I don't want to go back into heaven because if Earth is a good place to live, if everybody were to be nice, say if, hypothetically, alright, if everybody is nice and this is a peaceful place to live in, why am I trying to go to heaven, bro? This is just as good as it is. Because, I don't know, maybe heaven don't got no internet, right? There's apparently an egotistical god, according to the devil, that, like, you know, refuses to admit his fucking mistakes and thinks of us as his embarrassment. I don't think he's gonna try to install the internet for me. So, you know, I think I'm good on Earth. Why do you need internet? Do you not want to talk to me? Are we not friends no more? You don't want to ever see me ever again, Aaron Kelly? That's kind of sad. I'm just kidding. That's so aggressive. Yeah, the internet is so that we can talk to each other, right? It's so sad that you only get to meet people around you physically, because there's such a big world out there. That's the beauty of the internet. I refuse to only, I don't know, talk to my neighbors and live life in my like immediate vicinity. That's so sad. That's so boring. Yeah, I want to be able to talk to people all over the world and like learn about them on the internet. Heaven sounds alright. Yeah, but we have all we need here, so don't shove if you don't want to get pushed. Oh yeah, there was a boat about this as well. I collected 8 people waiting for their turn at each other. They become good friends. I excluded the one dude because he was weird. That's not the life of Pi, right? I don't think that is, because that's the guy with a tiger. Alright, that's different. That's different. Wait, the Book of Pi. The Book of Pi. A book. What's it called? The book. I don't remember. Magiloon! Oh, hello! How are you? That's why I go to heaven. Also, I can't live without internet at this point. What if there's no internet? What if there's no anime, no freaking manga, no VTubers? You know, because there's no internet, no technology in heaven. That's boring as hell, bro. I want to be out of it, bro. What if I don't get our Life of Pi, the Book of Pi, the Life of Pi? So I was right, eh? I doubted myself. I shouldn't have. I said it correctly, but then I was like, wait a minute. I gotta trust myself more. No prawns, because it's sinful in heaven, because sex is not allowed in heaven. I'm good, bro. I don't want that shit. I don't want to go to heaven. I'm good on earth. We'll stay here. If everybody's nice to each other, right? If we're all nice to each other and everybody's polite, this is a peaceful place to live in. Everybody's courteous, respectful, and thoughtful, considerate. Hell yeah. I love to live here. Like, I think I'm good on earth. Prawns, you look like shrimps? No, I do. Yeah, but what if there's no prawns in heaven? I like those Mass Effect chicks. I don't know what that is. I don't want to die a virgin again. I don't know if sex is allowed in heaven. Probably not. I don't know. Maybe not unless you're married. But how do you date and get married if God is like, oh, being together like this is sinful? Sex is for reproduction. Yeah, true. True. Kamala Harris. Isn't Mass Effect a game? I don't know what they look like though. We moved to Mars. Say it's wrestling. Say it's advanced wrestling. You think God's gonna believe you? God's like, I know what you're thinking. You can't fool me. Yeah. I don't know. Interesting thought. I like the story. Very interesting. I think it's really cute the way they played it out. And surprisingly, it makes a lot of sense. Yeah. And that she won't do anything unless we do something about it. Oh good, I haven't had an existential crisis in a while. Too late to join? Am I the only one who saw the positive in this? There's no hell. We get infinite chances to come back and make the world better. We are our only barrier to making a good Earth, making Earth a utopia and not accountable to any gods. It's okay, I'm right here with you. Aww. And the devil walked out of the bar, found Brendan Fraser, and offered him 7 wishes for his soul. And that's the prequel to Bedazzled. Alright. I started reading this thinking it would be cheesy because so many I've Met Satan based stories are, but this one was fucking great. Very captivating. I like this. Yeah. And no, I have not seen Lucifer, the show on Netflix. Alright, stop asking me. Everybody keep asking me that. Even my sister was like, have you seen Lucifer? I'm like, dude, I'm not. I just get the impression that everyone who watches it are there for the eye candy. And because I'm not really, I don't know. I mean, the guy's hot, but he's not really like my type. So I'm just like, eh. People of other planets have internet. Sitting low, that is a very interesting question. I think eventually they might. But I don't know if it's in the same form as us or in the same techniques. Yeah, I think they will create a way where people can communicate all over the world and find a way to talk to each other all over the world, but I don't know if it's the same way as we made it to be, I feel like. Yeah. You're only talking about gods in terms of this story, not in real life. What do you mean? Elaborate. Yeah, because they won't be as... Yeah. They probably won't look, exactly like us either. There's probably still a few changes and things, but yeah. Is there Wi-Fi on Uranus? I watched it for the tea. Oh, is it spicy? No other dimensions have better toasters than we do. How do you know that, Atlas? All over the world, as in through planets? No. All over their world, like all over their. I guess all over their planet. I guess you can call that, cause yeah, I think that makes more sense. Lucifer comic series ended with Lucifer leaving existence, believing that he could find his own freedom outside of God's plan there. Sequel series ended with Lucifer and God leaving together. Is that a spoiler, bro? Is that a spoiler? Anyways. Spoilers! Anyways. Yeah. We can barely find... Light is so slow, we can barely find out if people existed out there or not. That is true. And again, I'm a strong believer. I say this a lot on my streams. I'm a strong believer that aliens look similar to us. Instead of looking... In terms of like... What I mean is like they don't look like a freaking insect. Right? They don't look like E.T. come home. Because we look the way we do. So why don't they look the way they do? Right? Maybe we have a nose so we can breathe through our noses. Maybe they don't have a nose, but they still are humanoid. Or maybe they have a nose, but they don't breathe through it. Maybe they breathe with their ears. Who the fuck knows, right? Maybe they don't need to breathe. Who knows? Get it, nose. But yeah, I still feel like they look like us. Yeah. Maybe they swim faster. Or something. Spoilers are bad. No spoilers. Yeah, it's okay. You won't read the comic. Isn't the series the same as the comic? Like the ending and everything? I'm not gonna ask. Don't answer that. Nobody wants spoilers. Who knows? I mean, I have the show in my wish list. I just haven't seen it yet. They won't look like a slug. Yeah, they won't look like Jabba the Hutt. I mean, don't get me wrong. Jabba the Hutt is very amusing to look at. Yeah, he's like a lump of worm, right? A lump of slug. Huge one too. It's kind of interesting to see him like get formed and have like a live action, like I guess character. But I just don't think they look like that. Yeah, I just don't think aliens look like that. What if they're fungus based and green and speak in a British accent, aka Warhammer orcs? I don't know. I still think they're humanoid. Yeah. They gotta walk somehow, right? And the way how we walk with our 2 feet, they gotta walk with their 2 feet too. Unless they float. Unless they float around. Well, if there's no gravity, maybe they don't walk. They float, so do they not have legs? I don't know. Yeah. Jabba the Hutt. They have 4 arms, sparks on the face, say Fuga, and shoot fire. Maybe they're Sukuna. Sukundi's nuts? What? Let's go. Hey, Amar. The Walking Dead comic is different from the show too. Comic had an actual ending, unlike the show. Yeah, I still don't think it's a good idea to say any ending at all. Yeah, you don't have to say the ending of any show. We don't do that here. We don't do that here. Someone claims to be the devil, and I think I believe him. This is a good read, I think. In a way, it is. Well, I wouldn't call it a no-sleep read. Definitely. Oh, this is a 2-part. 3-part. Jeez Louise. Why did I click into this but we didn't read it? Is it a long one? No, it's not. Oh, yep, there's no 2 parts. Why did I click this and I didn't read it? Am I dreaming? Aruri still live? Wait, I didn't sleep yet. I was washing the dishes and chores. You doing the chores in the middle of the night, Demong? You're just like me. Mass Effect if you want to know about aliens. I'm okay with aliens. I mean, I don't hate the genre, but I don't actively look for it. Because, well, if they're here, they're here. If they're not here, they'll be here someday. Just like how we keep actively trying to look for them, they're probably trying to actively look for us too. So like, whatever, man. If they're here, they're here. If they're not here, they're not here. 2 legs isn't the best way of walking. Oh yeah? So you think, how do you think? They crawl? They roll? I don't know. Most efficient shape. Humanoid shape is essentially the most efficient shape, so it might be true. We're seeing galaxies being born right now at what happened billions of years ago. They should be evolved a lot by now. Yeah, actually. Yeah, I mean, there's a chance that their planet might be older than us, so they're more evolved, right? Maybe they have, just like how we're going into like a technology cyber direction, maybe they're already there. Maybe they already have flying cars, they already are way more advanced than us, or we could be pretty advanced and they're just about to start. Maybe their dinosaurs just died. We don't know. We don't know. But eventually we will find each other someday. Yeah. Because we're actively looking, right? Like, if we exist, who's to say they don't? So eventually we'll find each other someday. We may or may not be alive to see it. Pretty close to comic, except episode 1 ending happened much later. We'll never see each other until some sort of time warp, unless some sort of time warp method is made. I don't mind if I don't see an alien. I'm pretty good with like living life as is. Yeah. I'm like, what are they gonna do for me to make my life better, right? Are they gonna like make gold out of thin air? You know what I mean? So like seeing an alien, what's it gonna do to me? What's it gonna do for me? I'm just like, okay, cool, you exist. And I just move on, you know what I mean? Like how people see the eclipse and then the next day everything goes back to normal. Yeah. Like it's just like an amusement. I see them, it's like, oh, cool. It doesn't affect my life personally. I'm sure people at NASA is gonna be like, oh my god, we gotta like prepare a lot of stuff, like blah blah. I let those people handle it. I just do what I do. I just do what I do, and then I just mind my damn business. Okay, Fabian. I hope you feel better. Oh, too. Maybe they already died out when we had our dad. That is true, Kai. That is actually true. It could be possible, yeah. That is true. They probably looked at us and like, nah, this species is too primitive. They probably look at us and be like, bro, this place is a hot mess. And they flew away. You know what? They probably come to Earth, right? And they somehow are always in America, in some freaking farmland, on top of some grassy fields. And then as they're about to land, they're already like burning stuff, like shapes into our goddamn grass. And they're like, on second thought, maybe not. This place is a hot mess. Let's just go. And then the other alien is like, yeah, let's just go. And then they flew away. So we ain't never seen them ever again. We gotta get our shit together, man. Or we are not getting any tourists. Okay, we're not getting any alien tourists. That's so sad. Yeah. What if the dinosaurs evolved into their versions of human? They would be massive. They would be they would be huge. It's like some Shingeki no Kyojin size. Yeah. Sexy robot wives. Ayo? Yeah. I don't mind not seeing an alien. Realist words for real. I go to college tomorrow. I better sleep 3 hours. I'll leave. Okay, sitting though. I don't know when though. Alright, no worries. Thank you so much for coming today. Oh, it's gotta rest well. Yeah. Have fun at college later. Yeah. I don't read it. That's why I said please don't remember. I'm out. What? I don't understand. But yeah, okay, Otskare, take care. Read Radio Silence on No Sleep. Maybe next time. If you guys have some good No Sleep, drop it in the Discord server because I will be reading them. I will be bookmarking them. Book of the book. Hi, Takeda-kun! How are you? Not so good. Yeah, but it's okay. I'm just chilling. But I hope you're doing well. How are you? It's been a long time. I got 3 seminars to conduct. You conducting seminars? We got a big brain in the house. Ayo. Learn and teach topic to class. Oh, snap. You know what? You'll kill it. Yeah. You'll kill it. I know you will. You got this. Easy. And you don't know how big some of the dinosaurs were. Ceratosaurus was 6 feet tall. I mean, we know how big our dinosaurs are. Who knows? Maybe their dinosaurs are like the size of Legos. Right? Or like double the size of our biggest T-Rex. Who knows? Yeah. Hope you're doing well. Also, Kim Wilson, thank you. Makasih. Yeah. Any relatives more believe in aliens than ghosts? Oh, no. For me, I think alien is really real. I saw not alien, ghosts. But, like, aliens, I think gotta be out there somewhere. It's just ain't none of my business. You know, at least ghosts, they bother me more than, like, actually on, like, a day-to-day basis, right? Or, like, actively disturbing me than aliens does. You know what I mean? Like, aliens, it's, like, none of my business at the moment. Yeah. As long as they're dino nuggets, ayo! You're eating dinosaurs. Alright, Otsu. Didn't know T-Rex has an Asian brother, Tarbosaurus. What's that mean? Remind me of something spooky. Ah, interesting. Ah, Devilman's version of the devil was interesting. You know what was interesting? The devil was a part-timer. That one was interesting. Hello, I just turned 18 on May and I'm new to streaming. I would like your opinion on what game I should start streaming. What age group of community do you want? If you want kids predominantly, I would say like Minecraft, Roblox, Mobile Legends, PUBG, Fortnite. Because a lot of these streams attract younger viewers. However, you will have a lot of followers and subscribers really quickly. If you cater to the children, you will grow really quickly, but you don't really get donations. You don't really get fast cash. You don't really get members, like membership or subscriptions. Because these kids are kids. They got no money. So, yeah, but it is easy for growth. However, they're disobedient in the chat. You're gonna have a headache with trying to keep them, I guess, less rowdy in the chat. Yeah. Maybe they're from a water planet and they're fish people. No, thank you. No, thank you. Who knows? Then maybe they are already here because we are so fucking ignorant. We'd rather spend money on wars than find out if aliens are in our waters. I'm sick and tired of people, bro. Told me a story of doing a school camp project. Suddenly some of the students got possessed and everything went chaos. Ooh, that is scary. That is actually scary. Yeah, witnessing a possession in real life is I don't know. I don't think it's the healthiest thing you can ever see, right? Yeah. Ferdinand, I thought you were leaving. Did you say bye? I seen one occasion when I was at school in 1991 and one object looked like a bird flying at the sky. Then it became a circle and moved at high speed. What the hell? 1991? Well, I guess they really don't want to stay. Cthulhu is a thing. Cthulhu is a thing. Yo, bro, I don't want no fucking water creature. Please, get them out. Sharks scared the shit out of me, bro. Fishes that are half the size of me scared the shit out of me. So if you're talking about Cthulhu, no thank you. Heroes that welcome in. You believe it when you see it in front of your eyes, and somehow I had. Of course, yeah. But it is definitely traumatizing because you see someone convulse in front of you. What channel do I post the creepypasta on? Stream recommendations. Yeah, or I guess ideas and recommendations. Is that the channel? What the channel's called? Yeah, ideas, stream suggestions. That's the thing. My Discord keeps refreshing. I hate it. Yeah. I hate it. Never actually got problem with ghosts and such. I'm so grateful. Yeah, you're lucky. But that's good. Considering how you live in Southeast Asia, you're very lucky. Yeah. Hey, good morning, Cole. Bukanka Friday night is tomorrow, Rudy. What did I say? Did I say something about Friday? I don't remember. Yeah, it's what day is today? Is today Wednesday? Where's my phone? Thursday. It's Thursday. Because it's already 5 a.m. The sun is almost up. It's almost 6 a.m. Yeah. Oh god, what language is that? I don't even read Cthulhu. Please give me a warning before I talk too much. Oh no, I think just stay on topic. You'll be fine. Yeah. Why are you late alive? What? Sorry, what? Are you asking me why I'm live right now, or why do I stream? It's Wednesday for me still. Oh yeah, actually that's true. It could be like 4 a.m. at 4 p.m. at some places right now. Go to sleep. Can you stop telling me what to do, Royal Devil? I'm about had it with you. I do what I want. This is my community, this is my stream. I know that you're trying to be a content creator or whatever, but you don't go to someone else's channel to tell them what to do with their streams, alright? If I want to stream for 8-9 hours, that's my business. Yeah, if I want to talk to my community and hold a conversation, that is up to me. Don't tell me what to do. Stop reminding me of the time. Stop asking me for the goddamn time. It's so annoying because you asked 5 times already. Jesus. Just Google Malaysian time zone. Keep it up. Alright, keep it up and don't close the tab. Just stare at it whenever you're curious. You will die? I won't. Mind your damn business, bro. It's not like I don't sleep or eat. It's just a different time than you, okay? Jeez Louise. I'm about had it with these kids, bro. I gotta go now. Please take care. See you. Oh, okay. Oh, it's that good. Thank you for coming. Malentur. Wednesday where I am too. Yeah, see, my community is on the other side of the world. Let me talk to them. Jesus. If I sleep at night, then when will I ever get the chance to talk to my community on the other side of the world? Jeez Louise. Yeah, I'm a night owl. I'm not a kid. You sure act like one. I don't give a shit how old you are. Listen, I had a new chat rule, right? And it said, this is an 18+ community. Please act mature. Okay, be responsible for your actions regardless of your age. Don't be out here like telling people what to do, Jesus. This is why we can't have world peace. I'm just about had it with people, bro. I'm just about had it with people. Yeah. Glad you still remember. Of course, of course. Yeah. Thinking about the devil, smiling friends. Had a relatable devil, but relatable in a bad way. You know, like usually in my culture, I guess not in my culture. In, I guess, foreign culture, right? People, when you think about the devil, they think about how, they think about exorcisms, right? When you think about the devil, what is the first thing you think about? Exorcism? Right? You think about exorcism, you think about like how paranormal activity happen. You ever seen Paranormal Activity, the movie? Paranormal Activity, like they would drag you up into midair and like fling you around your house and stuff like that, right? Demons and stuff. But what if they're just not doing that? Yeah. What if they're not doing that? What if they don't give a shit? But we keep blaming them. we keep going, oh my god, the devil made me do it. Oh, the devil did this to me. The blah 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 blah. But like, what if they didn't do shit? We use Rukia, yeah, exorcist. What is the process? What do you do to exorcise a demon in Islam? Because I know in Christianity, somehow you gotta tie them to a bed. You gotta have a cross. You gotta line the room with crosses. All right, you gotta have the Bible, obviously. You gotta have some kind of rosary, holy water. Yeah, I wonder how different it is in Islam. Yeah, I wonder. That's a good way of looking at it. Well, we had a story about taking responsibility right now. Yeah. Gamer Pie, welcome in. What if they just want to crash on your couch and watch TLC with you? Honestly, I fuck with that. If all the devil wants is just to sit on my couch and we watch Netflix and just, I don't know, eat some popcorn, that's cool. Because I think, like, from that post, it's from what I could get from that post, it's like she just wants to chill with us. She literally just wants to, like, have fun with us and chill with us, right? Unfortunately, we're like, oh my god, the devil is evil, the devil is bad. Yeah. I'm hearing the morning prayers. Damn, you gotta complete all the story. All of this one. Only this one. I don't really know. You recite. Oh, okay. That's it? You don't need to do anything? Any like thing you gotta do with your hands or anything? You don't really know? It's okay. It's okay. Yeah. Make a horror devil story? What did I just tell you about telling people what to do with their lives? Why don't you do it? Huh? If you have so many great ideas, why don't you do it? God damn it. Stop telling people to do your work for you. Do it yourself. Jesus. Do something. That's what the story was telling you. Alright? Stop asking people to do shit. Do it yourself. Yeah. I mean, girls are angels. I think some guys are angels. Not all. Because we've seen some really abusive bastards. Okay? Let's just say some people are angels. I think that's the easiest way to say it. Yeah. Angels smell. Angels smell like angels. Ah. Rukia can only be done by a person that's called ustas. Oh, okay. How many ustas are out there? Because what if there are 5 people possessed at a time, but there's only one ustas? Then what? What if Satan was one of us? The sequel of that one song. Did you know in World War II, Japanese soldiers ate American soldiers? With what proof? Why would they eat humans if they have all the resources to not? If you're telling me if they're trapped on an island, stranded, I might believe you. Yeah, right? If you tell me they were on an island in the middle of nowhere, I would be like, okay, well, I guess the Americans would eat the Japanese too, because like survival of the fittest, right? Anybody would have eaten anybody. I think a Japanese person would have eaten another Japanese person, or another American would have eaten another American to live. I don't think the race matters. Surah al-Jinn also. Okay. Recite something if you're not an ustaz or not someone who's really well versed in exorcism. You recite Ayatul Kursi. Oh yeah, the Ayat Kursi. Right. Yeah. I've heard that recite it when he was playing horror games. It was really funny. I don't think the Japanese ate anybody. They did do horrible stuff to Chinese and Korean people though. They did a lot of horrible stuff to people all over the world. They also came to Malaysia. They also they made my island, well, not my island, but my state, which is Penang. It's a place in Malaysia, right? It's a state in Malaysia. They made this their headquarters. Yep. And they were R-wording people, and they were like, I don't know, being like murdering, slaughtering people. It was a lot. Yeah. Straight up evil stuff. Yeah. I think the devil is in humans, bro. We are the real devil. Yeah. Who eats who first? Did the chicken eat the egg or did the egg eat the chicken? It's so fucked up when I see people cooking eggs to feed the chicken. Now really try to sleep, please talk a few more minutes. You really have to try to sleep? Okay. I mean the stream is still gonna be on, so you can leave me on in the background. Yeah. Alright, we'll read this last one. Unless someone else comes in and be like, oh my god, I gotta leave you on in the background while I sleep. Then I'll do another one. This is what I do for my viewers, okay? Because y'all can't sleep after all these horror stories. If I end my stream, you're gonna be all alone. So I will keep reading till the sun comes up, which is right now. The devil in me, you say? Maybe I have a devil in me. I wouldn't be surprised. I'm not a saint. And I don't claim to be one. Alright, let's see. This is by Gretel Cat 7 years ago. My students submitted the most disturbing living history projects I've ever seen. What is a living history? Last one, season 5, indeed. Because we are Borneo back then, my great-grandpa tell me that we, as Dayak, used to eat British people and Japanese people. I've heard, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I've heard that people in Sabah or Sarawak used to have a tribe that was cannibals. Yeah, and apparently there's a place, I don't know about now, maybe it's gone, but back then you could row your boat into like a river, and then you would see people's heads like spiked on a stick. Yeah, like kind of to show people who are rowing by that they should not like mess around with them because they eat humans, something like that. Oh, until today. Where is it? Let me Google this. Like, is it Sabah or Sarawak? Cannibals. Sawarak. What did I type that? Mount Kinabalu's dark tales of death and cannibalism. Yeah, there's a native population. Yep. So yeah, don't mess around, y'all. Scary as hell, bro. Sarawak. Oh, Borneo culture. Yeah. I mean, is it scary? Yes, it is. But to me, I don't know. I see it like, you know how like in North Korea, they still eat dogs. They still eat dog meat, and people are like, "Oh my god, I can't believe it! You should stop eating dog meat." But like, bitches, they got no other choice. They're starving. They die of starvation every other day. If they don't eat dog meat, they're gonna die, right? I don't think they want to eat it, but they have no choice, bro. Like, I've heard of a story where this father chopped off his arm to feed his children. So like, that's how desperate they are. So a dog ain't nothing to them. It's better than the dog than themselves. Yeah. So, I don't know. I feel like as much as we want to live up to the modern standards, we need to understand that there is cultural context in other countries. And obviously, I'm not encouraging them to do it, but they got no choice. So, like, you know, fucking do something about it or shut up, you know? Like, you want to donate food to them so that they can stop eating dogs, then find a way to do it. Stop bitching about it. Jesus. Do you know Papua New Guinea area ate little children of their own child? Huh? With what proof? I was referring to the Dark Pictures and anthology games, but oh yeah, it just clicked in me. There was a game called Devil in Me, eh? Yeah. Yeah. There's also that one island where you can enter, but I do not remember where it is. There's also lives a cannibal tribes till this day. Do they eat their own? Do they eat their neighbors? Because if they don't eat strangers or tourists, because we stay away from there, then who do they eat? I never had dog for your information. Dog is delicious. I wouldn't know. I've never had it either. Yeah. Its meat is like cow. I miss my dog, but I love my mom more. Have you had dog? Some people in Malaysia still eat dogs, not because of hunger, but for strong sex drive. I don't know. That people tell me. Huh. I don't really hear about Malaysians doing that. You like eating children? Are you saying that to be like, oh my god, look at me, I'm so edgy, because that's kind of cringe? Or if you're saying it unironically, like you actually do eat it? Because if you come in my chat and you're expecting me to go, oh my god, really? That is so cool. This is not the channel for it. I'm not a child. I will not get impressed by people trying to say things to impress me, bro. Yo. Tourists that are too stupid to listen to the warnings. Jesus. There's a consequences to your actions, you know? Yeah. You know, masih banyak je tempat kat sini belum dijelajah. Okay. You know, I think that makes so much sense, right? Because like not every place has like technology still. And this is such a surprise to people in the Western countries, because they don't really, when they think about the world, they don't consider the people who are in the jungles. Like, there are people who live in jungles. They're in tribes. They don't come out. Yeah. There are people in Malaysia still, especially the natives, right, in Sabah Sarawak, who does not speak Malay because they have their own languages in their own little tribes in the forest. And when they try to come out and, I don't know, make a passport or something, they get shamed on so badly for not speaking the language itself. But they don't need it because they live in their tribe. So I think the world should be more inclusive and understanding. Yeah. Hey, Sam, welcome back. It is your birthday, isn't it? Let's sing you a birthday song. It is your birthday today. I will sing you a birthday song, Sam. Let's clip it. Clip it if you must. Feel free to use it as your alarm, whatever. Everybody say hello, happy birthday and hello to Sam. Let's wait for the azan to finish. I don't know if you guys can hear it, but it's praying loudly. We'll wait. So, you know, you don't hear it in the background. Wait, give it a few minutes. Good morning, by the way. You know about the tourist who's naked dekat atas Mount Kinabalu? Really? What? Terus meneroka untuk mencari warga asli agar dapat dibantu. Really? I think those people are fucked up because, you know, here's the thing, right? These warga asli, these natives people, they are not exposed to our COVID. They're not exposed to our bacteria, our germs, right? They're not exposed to any of that. But if we keep trying to find them, we might give them the sickness, and they don't have any antibodies to fight against it. So that's messed up. Yeah, we should stop trying to find natives or people in the forest or jungle. Just let them be, because we might give them sickness and they might die from it. Yeah. Who? Sam. It's Sam's birthday. I'm waiting for the prayer to stop because it's prayer time. Yeah. Already died because of gunung runtuh. Karma. I'm sorry. How about you learn their language instead of shaming them for not knowing yours? Because they don't need to, right? Because they don't need to. They're natives. They're from this land, dude. Like, they can't learn your damn language just so they use it once a year. Like, what's the point? Right? Just be understanding and help them. You know what my mom saw the other day when she was at the no. This was not the other day. This was like when we were still in Kuala Lumpur. There was a lady that was yelling. She was at a government place, by the way, trying to do something. There was this old lady who couldn't speak the national language, which is Malay, right? But this old lady was like, might have survived the war or some shit. She was so old, okay? And you know what this person at the counter did? They called them bodoh. They call them stupid. Yeah. And they were being so rude to this old lady. And this another guy couldn't take it anymore. He was like, you gotta stop talking to her like this. How would you feel if someone called your mother or your father an idiot for not being able to speak the language? These are the people that literally, like, maybe fought in a war or, like, literally were there to build the foundation of your country. You can't be rude to them like this. And so, I don't know. It's like, sure, it's always nice if people learn a certain language, but you gotta be understanding. Don't be rude to people who doesn't share the same language as you. That's so, I don't know. That's so heartbreaking to me. If my grandma couldn't speak the language and she was yelled at like that, bitch, you better believe I'm gonna shed some blood in that place, bro. I'm gonna make somebody bleed. These eyes are, oh my gosh, hey, welcome in, hello. Yeah. Crazy, bro. It's crazy. I don't know. I think people can be nice to each other. Lesson of the day, right? Some things are more than a language. Yeah, just like help them. Especially, I think this person yelled at them because they couldn't speak the language. Also because they were so old that they didn't understand technology. And the person was like, it's already like 2024. Why don't you learn the technology? Well, then, bitch, teach. I don't see you being born learning how to use the iPhone. Everybody had to learn. Like, that's so ignorant, bro. I don't know. It was so sad. My mom said like she was like her heart broke, but these things happen all the time. Yeah. It's like we gotta learn somewhere. We're working in customer service. Your number one job should be putting people's comfort first, right? Like help them. They literally are there so you can help them. Why would they make the trip? I've just been lurking and listening. Oh, thank you. Sorry, I'm ranting right now because I'm mad at people, bro. Yeah, I'm still awake. You barely slept, did you? Yeah. New Zealand and Australia, their natives died because of exposure to unknown diseases, also killing by the Brits. I think diseases wipe a lot of tribes out. Yeah, so stop. Please stop looking for tribes. This is so sad. Like, let them mind their damn business. If he can... But he can do shit if he went to older days when while the old lady could. That's true. I think the old lady probably look at this guy and be like, dude, if you had to live at the time when I was alive, like, and young, you wouldn't have been able to survive, dude. You probably don't even know how to wash your clothes back in the day. Yeah. I can relate because my great-grandpa can only speak Hokkien and Dayak only. Yeah, imagine... And then you go to a bank or something and somebody call your grandpa, like your great-grandpa, like bodo, which is idiot. And then like berate you in public, in front of everybody, loudly. Dude, I'm like, your parents raised you wrong, kid. Your parents failed you, bro. I'm like, my heart just goes out, man. Yeah. True, right? I hate it. Lesson of the day by the devil herself, who's pretty hot, apparently. Be nice to each other. Just be a decent human being. Then maybe we'll finally see world peace. Maybe. Question mark. Yep. I'm 20. You're only 21? And still not good with many things in life. But you're nice. You're a decent person. So, like, it doesn't matter. We will learn as we go. We all do, right? We weren't born to learn how to use Excel sheets. But we had people who taught us, and that's how we know. So, if you ever see a boomer, you know, an old person who doesn't know how to use technology, instead of being mad at them, help them. Be like, all right, let me help you. Can you show me your phone? Okay, so this is how you download an app, and then you wait, right? And then you do stuff, and then like you help them. You walk them through like you wish someone had did walk you through the way like you're gonna walk them through. I can't English right now because it's freaking 6 a.m. Walk them through it the way you want people to walk you through it for your first time. Yeah. Yeah. Teach them with patience. I'm getting old. No, stop it. A birthday is not about counting how old you are. It's about celebrating the milestone that you have lived another year. Yeah. My mom can't use the remote. She only knew Malaysian local TV 1, 2, 2. I have many channel on TV box. She never touch it. Teach her the Hmong. So she only watches the basic TV? She didn't know how to use the TV box? Yo. Yeah. My mom, she will ask my sibling to change the channel. Aw, please help me. What? I think I should hide it. Hide what? Hide your grandpa? Don't hide your grandpa. We want to meet your grandpa. Sure, TLC should be glued to it. I wonder what TV shows are good for boomers. Oh, by the way, no more Azan. Okay. I wonder what do boomers watch? For me, my mom, she likes to watch Taiwanese TV shows. And like Running Man. So maybe the mom, you can show your mom how to watch Running Man. Running Man's really good. I'm telling you, older people like it. Yeah, Running Man's really funny. Arcane season. I know, you can't show boomers Arcane. They're not gonna know what they're watching. Alright, let me sing you a birthday song, Sam. Alright, everybody say again, happy birthday, Sam! Let me mute this real quick. Okay. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Sam. Happy birthday to you. Yay! Happy birthday, Sam. Oh my God. You have reached the checkpoint of another year in your life. Let's go. Let's go. I gotta go. Thank you for the horror story chain. Okay, just to go. Thank you, Anthony. Rest well. Thank you. Oh, it's got it. My great grandpa always watched Cantonese kung fu shows. Ayo, so based. Yeah. I tried showing my mom Dungeon Meshi because I figured there was more streamlined anime that I could show her. She watched the prologue of the first episode before she's saying she saw enough. She didn't even give it a chance. I don't know. I think for my mom, right? I can't speak for your mom, but for my mom, she calls anime cartoons. So she doesn't see the appeal of it. Yeah, like, I don't know. I think you gotta see it from a standpoint of people who does not watch anime, don't understand the culture, have no interest in it to start with, and what you gotta do to ease them into it. Because my mom she just sees anime as cartoon, and she's like, I don't watch cartoons. Yeah. Thank you for the ringtone. You're welcome. Enjoy your birthday. I don't think your mom's a boomer. My grandma and Sam rocked this year. What does that mean? My mom is a boomer because she was born in the era of the boomer. She was Gen Boomer. So you can't say that my mom is not a boomer because she literally is. Yo, my mom started watching K-dramas. Yeah. You know what, Demong? Introduce K-drama to your mom. Introduce K-drama? Introduce Running Man. You're welcome. Your mom will never leave the house. Kopoda Harbe with my parents. Aww. Yeah, Korean dramas. My parents think anime is a spawn of the devil. What? My mom just thinks it's my mom thinks anime is the same as Tom and Jerry. Or Cartoon Network, I guess. Or like Disney Channel. Because she thinks it's just cartoon. So she can't tell the difference between Japanese anime and cartoon. She just is like, it's art that moves. Yeah, like it's so she doesn't watch it, unfortunately. How can I clip it? That's a good question because I don't know how. Lucy based on it. Oh, really? Stephen King? You know, there's a movie by Stephen King and it fell off for me. It was actually quite disappointing. I think it's called... It's something to do with fire. I don't remember what's it called. It was so disappointing. I was like, eh. It was on Netflix. Disappointing. My mom, but with VTuber, she just sees them in cute cartoons. Yeah, because you have to see it from their standpoint that they're boomers. They don't know what anime is. Yeah. Akira, welcome in. She can watch Ghibli animes. She would still think it's cartoon. To her, she would be watching a cartoon movie. Yeah. Firestarter, that's the one. It was kind of disappointing. And I love Stephen King movies, but that one disappointed me. The 2020, I watched the 2021. Yeah. Oshinoko promoting their new season dengan jadi VTuber collab dengan Pekora. I didn't see the Pekora collab, but I did see that they became a VTuber. Also, I never watched Oshinoko. I don't watch idol animes because the ones that I've watched were very inaccurate. As an idol trainee, as an ex-idol trainee, I was like, if only it was this easy. If only it was this nice, right? Your line April, I don't know. My mom would have dozed off. Yeah. So, no anime with Mama Ruri. Okay, so sad. One day. One day. Native American guy played by a white guy? Oh, Christ. Chainsaw Man in 86. I've never heard of 86. I have heard of Chainsaw Man. Yeah. If you need to put yourself to sleep over King movies, try Tall Grass. Ooh, I've never seen that one. Aruri still an idol? I don't want to be an idol. I'm a doll, but I don't want to be an idol. Yeah. Yeah. I'm not interested. Spy Family and Windbreaker. I've only watched Mushoku Tensei. And I'm gonna continue on Tuesday. Yeah. Idols lie, but people buy into it. Aruri does it. I'm too honest sometimes, I feel. But if I don't clap the truth into you, who's gonna do it? Because all these VTubers out here are trying to make a living. I'm trying too, but I don't want to lie to you. I don't want to be like, oh my god, you have a chance to date me when you don't. I'm breaking hearts left and right. Yeah, no parasocial here, please. We need to have a parasocial horror story. How come we haven't read one yet? Right? There's no parasocial horror story. Ever. What is going on? Oldies, green grass by the river. You were 7 years old? You should show that to your mom. Oshinoko isn't an idol anime. Really? Interesting. Well, you look like T. Are you about to say T-Rex? Wraith? Who's that? I thought you were about to say T-Rex. And I was like, you're treading on thin ice, Sam. I know it's your birthday, but don't call me a T-Rex. Okay? Nuh-uh, I'm so young. Parasocial horror story on no sleep, okay? No, don't call me T-Rex. Alright, let's read this last story. One of my least favorite parts about being a middle school history teacher is the bullshit living history assignments that we give at the end of every school year. Kids are supposed to sit with their grandparents and videotape, voice record, or transcribe their oldest memories for posterity and for an easy way to bring up their GPA. What is this? Living history? I've been doing this for 17 years, and when I collected the projects this time around, I assumed they would be as dull, if not duller than usual. This had not been a particularly bright class. Yo, how many times my teacher said this to me? I don't know. I lost count. Every single time. What? So I went home, poured myself a glass of wine, and prepared for a long night off. I only owned 2 pair of pants when I was your age. And my brother got beat with a newspaper for hitting a baseball into a neighbor's yard. And of course, these projects were peppered with innocent old person comments that were so horribly sexist and racist that you just had to laugh. Oh, bless their hearts. Jesus. Misery is a good parasocial story, both the book and the movie. Now what about on No Sleep? Right? Jewel in the Palace. You should watch this one. Or Princess Hours. You're welcome. You're welcome. Tell me about your school days back in my day. Now I had a girl in my class whom I will call Olivia. She was pudgy. What the fuck is a pudgy? Quiet, and proved herself to be a consistent B student. I expected her project to be as unremarkable as her, and perhaps that's why I was so profoundly disturbed by what I witnessed that night. This teacher is so mean. Calling someone unremarkable, that is so mean. Olivia had submitted 2 discs for some reason, so I began with the one marked interview. My screen hiccuped twice before a grainy image of her living room came into view. The place was a hoarder's hell. Olivia was curled up in an armchair, clutching a notebook and looking like a scared animal. Across from her sat a man with a somber countenance, smoking a cigarette and staring at her expectantly. Go ahead, a woman's voice whispered from behind the camera. Olivia's owlish eyes flashed towards the screen and then back to the man. Alright, speculation time. What do you think this is? Do you think these are her real parents? Ooh. Alright, I'm gonna guess. These are her parents, but her dad is a serial killer. Yeah. It's a nice way of saying they're fat. It's still so mean to like describe somebody like that, bro. Kind of like Caroline. Age of school seems fun in anime. Is it real? No. Well, Japanese schools. Well, in anime that means you only see Japanese schools. I can't speak for Japanese schools. I've never been to one, but no. Alien. Oh, Kai says it's aliens. I'm gonna say the dad is a serial killer. And that he's gonna start talking about his experience. Alright. Oh, sorry. Great Uncle Stephen. I'm here with my great Uncle Stephen, she began almost inaudibly. He's going to tell us about his oldest memory from being in the army. Alright, we lost. Alright, now speculation time. What do you think he did in the army? I'm gonna say they had to commit cannibalism because they were stranded. Yeah, he killed people. Lamont, you don't say. So I'm gonna say, Hold on, Great Uncle Stephen? And they're using VHS. Oh no, CDs. Okay, never mind. Yeah, I'm gonna say he had to eat people. He had to pilot a mirror snake Gundam. Alright. Very bold, but I'll accept it. Alright. Great Uncle Stephen looked like he'd rather be in a goddamn trench at the moment, but he waited patiently for the questions to begin. He's kind of sweet for accepting this interview. Not surprisingly, Olivia read verbatim from the suggested questions sheets that I handed out to the students. He answered her curtly. Once or twice, I heard her mother whisper, "Speak up, Olivia," from behind the camera. Typical boring shit. So I was intrigued when Olivia set down the notebook and asked, "Did you like being in the army?" That was totally off script. Great Uncle Stephen emitted a chain smoker's wheeze. Nope, glad to get out of my town though. Where did you go? Balkans. Uh-huh, she said. I doubted she knew what Balkans were, and my suspicion was confirmed when she asked, "Was Balkans very different from here?" She's so cute. I want a daughter. I'm sorry. I'm getting to that age right now, okay? I'm getting to that age where like I want kids, okay? I'm sorry. Alright, anyways. Yes. Mom cleared her throat from behind the camera, perhaps encouraging Great Uncle Stephen to be a little more forthcoming. But Olivia seemed genuinely interested. "Uncle Stephen," she asked, "what is your very worst memory from the army?" The old man crushed his cigarette in the ashtray and then slowly lifted himself out the chair. "I'll be back," he mumbled. The camera cut off. When the screen flashes back on, everything was the same except Great Uncle Stephen had several pieces of paper in plastic sleeves laid atop all the crap sitting on his coffee table. One he held in his hand. "I was a kid when I enlisted," he said, looking at Olivia. "Your brother's age," he told her. Olivia nodded. "I never saw combat. Both of my deployments were to cities in Eastern Europe that had been destroyed by civil wars. Everything was a mess. I felt like a janitor for fuck's sake." Mom coughed. Great Uncle Stephen sighed and looked at his paper. "My unit was assigned to a school that had been obliterated by all the violence. Broken windows, caved-in rooms, and for some reason, the part that got me the most was the school had been like this for years before we even got there. No one had lifted a finger to fix it. I saw kids walk by it on their way to go beg for money or whatever shit they did." The camera dipped towards the floor as I heard Mom whisper harshly at Great Uncle Stephen. I couldn't make out what she was saying, but it wasn't hard to imagine. "Do you want to hear this goddamn story or not?" I heard him bark in response. Then you better let me tell it how I want. Mom, Olivia chimed, please stop interrupting. I think she was just trying to be like, stop cussing. There's a kid here. But he's like, do you want the story or not? He's so grumpy. Bro. Alright, anyways. Are you presenting this in front of the class? No, Mom, we were just handing it to the teacher. I'm sure he's heard the word shit before. Great Uncle Stephen contributed helpfully. I wasn't a he as a matter of fact, but other than that, the statement was accurate. The camera was lifted, and after a couple of blurry focus adjustments, the shot was the same as before. I'm talking too much anyway, he grumbled. He lifted a piece of paper in his hand close to his face. In the basement, I found this letter. I didn't know what it said, but I had a buddy of mine translate it, so I'm gonna read it now, and then I'll tell you what I saw in that basement. Sag for no F word, yes. So basically, you can say these things, but you gotta say it far apart. Yeah, you can't say it close to each other. Try not to say the word sex because they're gonna think it's inappropriate. But the F word, fuck, like usually it's people cuss it, and as long as you don't do it like 10 times in a row, they're fine with it. Yeah. A chill ran down my spine. Mom zoomed into Great Uncle Stephen and his letter. His palsied hands trembled as he held up the paper. This is what he read. Dear sir, I never loved my country. So many of these skirmishes are born from patriotism, a power struggle for the shard of a once great empire. But I do not care what name my home has on a map. This fighting is senseless, and I will stay as far away from it as I can. It was not these attacks and disorganized violence that took the lives of my wife and child. It was illness. Mercifully, it happened quickly for the baby. Nadia suffered for longer. I watched in horror, knowing I could do nothing for them. My only solace is that I was there for them every step of the way. I stopped going to work one day, and no one came after me. I doubt they noticed I was gone. Since the school was simply across a field visible from my window, it would have been easy to go for a few hours each day and come home quickly to care for them. But what was the point? All I did was clean floors. I was as useless to the world as I was to my family. I tried to take Nadia to the hospital, but the journey was too long and taxing. I brought her home and she died that night. Oh. After Nadia and the baby were gone, well, I don't remember much. I didn't leave my hotel. I didn't leave my hovel. Hovel? What the heck is it? Barely ate and slept. Thought many times of taking my own life. Attempting though it was, I felt paralyzed by my own helplessness. It was tempting, but they couldn't do it. Hi Tada, yeah dude. I think y'all, it's been too long since y'all remember my 11-hour stream for like a month. So when I do it now, you guys are like, oh my god. Hey, it's been a while though. It has been like almost half a year. Taking a shower, heading to okay, have a good day at work. Risu, I do. Yeah. Aren't you sleepy? No, it's not my bedtime yet. The sun just came up. I don't sleep this early. Yeah. Okay, Tada. Oh, to from work. Good night. Thank you for dropping by. After Nadia and the baby were gone, well, I don't remember much. I didn't leave my hovel. Oh wait, I read this already. The one thing that kept me sane was my radio. I never turned it off. I never turned it off once. Even though I didn't listen to the words being said, in fact, the channel I got the clearest was in English, I think, which I don't speak a lick of. But the voices, the music, and the true knowledge that life existed beyond this violent city sustained me. I have no idea how long passed before I saw the light of day again. I was dizzy from hunger, so finding food was my priority. My radio came with me, of course. Since I first holed myself up, it has gone everywhere with me. It talks to me as I sleep and as I wake. I don't know what it's saying, but I know I would die without it. With what battery? That's the real question. Yeah. Curvy comments like last time, I know, right? Once I had some water and food, it occurred to me that the only thing left to do was go back to work, so I did. The following morning, I simply returned to the school where I was a janitor and got back to work. Nobody made a big deal about it. Like I said, Naja had been sick for a long time, and those who worked at the school knew it. I appreciate that no one had pestered me to come back to work during the hardest days of my life. The teachers never said much to me, but we smiled at each other in the halls, and that mutual respect was perhaps the reason I decided to come back at all. The place had gone to the dogs without me, so I simply grabbed my broom and rags from my closet and set to cleaning. Everyone is grateful to have me back, I know. And the best part is nobody minds my radio. I bring it with me everywhere and keep the volume low enough to not disrupt the students. No one has ever complained. In fact, I suspect they liked it. The schoolhouse is not very big, but it does require a lot of maintenance. The floors are always sticky and stained, so I spend most of my time mopping. Kids make messes. I guess that's why I'm still in business. Sometimes I have to move things around to make sure I get every spot on the floor beautiful and clean. But I take pride in that. And the repairs! The school always needs tune-ups here and there, and I'm happy to help. Some days I'm reconstructing a desk that broke as I whistle along the way with a radio. Other times I handle more serious structural issues. Days when I have work like this, I feel truly instrumental, like a cog in a larger machine. How could this school survive without me? It took me a long time, but I once again feel that I have a purpose. Oh, this is always so sweet. Oh my god. A long time ago, never turned off his radio. He even sleep with a radio on. Why didn't he wear headphones? Because radios nowadays have a headphone plug. Yeah, you can plug in your headphones or earphones. There's a larder behind the school that is full of preserved food in lieu of payment. Oh, by the way, I didn't mean these days. Like back in my day, we also had that. So I don't know why they didn't do that. Maybe they didn't have headphones. I don't know. There's a larder behind the school that is full of preserved food. In lieu of payment, I'm allowed to take as much food as I need. That arrangement is fine. What would I do with the money anyways? I used to bring the food back to my home, just one field away from the school. But when I started sleeping in the basement, no one seemed to notice. The school is special to me, and I cannot leave it unguarded. When I'm besieged with memories of my wife and baby, I turn up the volume on the radio to drown out such thoughts. It works for me every time, except this morning. Because this morning, I woke up to dead silence. Ooh, thank you for the heart. Oh my god. I frantically examined the radio to see what had happened. I honestly cannot tell you how many days in a row I've been using it. Did it simply live out its life and die naturally? I've spent the entire day trying to fix it. Most of this time, I've been crying. I'm losing my mind without it. I've given myself until sundown. If I cannot fix it by then, I'm going to take my life. I'm writing this because the sunlight is starting to die, and I know what my fate shall be. Past World War II? Maybe right at World War II, right? Thank you for all the hearts. I have thought about taking one last walk through the halls of my school, saying goodbye to the students and teachers. I know I will be missed, but I cannot bring myself to leave this room. I cannot go anywhere knowing that my radio is dead in here. Maybe it's out of battery, bruv. There are no more tears in me. It feels now like I can't catch my breath. I vomited what little food I had in my stomach, and I'm growing dizzy again, like I did after Naja died. I'm not long for this world. Aww. It sounds like he could easily starve himself to death if he can't do it swiftly. He would have slowly done it to himself. But before I take my life, I've closed the door to this room and stuck a chair beneath the handle. It is the only room in the basement that has a small casement that lets in just enough light for me to see what I'm doing. If anyone is kind enough to come looking for me, they should not be met with this gruesome sight. Perhaps they will see the door is blocked, smell my rotting body, and simply forget I ever existed. Oh my god. But I've placed both my radio and this note outside the door. Kindly sir, if you're reading this, I have one humble request. Please fix it. Save my radio. It did not deserve to die in its sleep, and I'm ashamed that I cannot revive it. Now I'm ready to join Naja and little Mila in heaven. I hope this school can find another janitor who loves and cares for it the way I do. The hour is now. Do not forget my radio. Stanislav. 신호님, 좋은 아침이요. Wood table and chair. 2001 later, most of the chairs are plastic. Like to cradle two legs. In Malay, we call it jongket kerusi. It's funny, chair broken. I know what you mean. In my day too, we use wooden chairs and tables. Yeah. When Mom zoomed back out, Olivia had tears in her eyes. Thank you for sharing, Uncle Stephen, Mom said, her voice choked. I think we have enough. Wait, Olivia chirped. He said there's more. What did you find? Before Great Uncle Stephen could open his mouth, the image disappeared. My jaw dropped. What was it? What did Great Uncle Stephen see? I probably remember there was a second disc. This one was unmarked, but I hope it contained the rest of the interview. There was no video, only audio. The voice that started up was Olivia's. Hi, Miss Jarity. I'm sorry about my mom, but she refused to record the rest of what my uncle was saying. But I asked him to continue and secretly recorded the story as a voice memo on my phone. I remember you said earlier this year that history is written by the people who win wars. She sucked in a breath and commenced crying. But everyone's history is important, even if they're sad, pathetic people, and even if they've never won a single thing in their lives. I haven't slept through the night since I finished this project, but you have to hear what my uncle has to say. Take a dump? Are you in a toilet right now, Rogue Ranger Roger? Let us take a sniff. Just kidding. My school was 2011. We still use wooden chairs. I think maybe in some school they still do, huh? Radio-chan. R.I.P. Radio-chan. Okay, Uncle, tell us. Oh my god. There were tears in my eyes too. The sincerity of her words was beautiful. I was also flattered that she had remembered some trite phrase that I threw around because that's what my history teacher said to me. Before I got too sappy over it, the audio began again. Fine, Mom's frustrated voice. If you want to hear the rest of the story, it's fine, but it's not appropriate for a school project. Let me finish, Great Uncle Stephen snapped. Tori Taiga! Hey, hello! Thank you again for the raid! Gao Direct! Hey, welcome in, guys! 2024, we still use wooden... Oh, yeah, really? Thank you for the raid! Let me give you a manual shout out real quick. Hold on. What were you streaming? Let me see. You're playing Halo? Oh my gosh, do you play Destiny? I'm looking for people to play Destiny. Howdy, hello bestie, how are you? Welcome in. I'm looking for people to play Destiny. I want to set up a group again with the Velocity Boys. Yeah, the Velocity Boys. We're gonna set up I guess a team for people who plays Destiny soon, and then we can probably like do raids or something. Yeah, how's the spoopy? Today the spoopy wasn't that scary. Yeah, unfortunately, because a lot of them were too long and they were like 4 parts. We only got to read like 2. Excuse me, haven't played Destiny in a while. Still have the case of Kawkai Expo, but otherwise I'm okay. Oh my gosh, get better soon. Jeez, everybody's getting sick. I'm also getting sick. Yeah, but it's okay. I think just rest lots and drink lots of water. If you can. If you can't, then whenever you can. Whenever you can. Yeah. You know, I sleep like 10 hours a day sometimes. And even then, sometimes my body still fails me. So it's kind of hard to say. Water, let's drink. I will drink with you. I'll drink in unison. Alright. Okay. TLDR, since you guys just came in, this is a horror story. We don't know much about the context yet, but let me tell you what has happened, what we know so far. Is that my cat? Oh, it is my cat. Yeah, no, he can't always, I can't always let him in just because he meows. He's gonna make it a habit and scream bloody murder at me. Alright, so yeah, the story is this great Uncle Stephen used to be in the war. And he was at, what is the place called again? Balkan. And he found a note in the basement of a school. And the person who wrote the note was an unfortunate man who lost his wife and daughter to sickness. And he found solace in a radio that plays English songs, and he doesn't speak a lick of English, right? But the radio would play English songs and stuff. That would always keep him company, and he's actually a school janitor. And when he started to live, sorry, I was cracking my bones. He started to live in the basement of the school. Nobody cared. So he just stayed there with his radio. But one day his radio died, and he was like, no, if I can't fix it by tonight, when sundown, I'm gonna take my life. And he did. But he left a note in front of the basement door, and great uncle Stephen found it. So that's the TLDR. And now we're gonna hear more about the story. Required purchases over $100 to get into. Oh, you mean a DLC, Kai? Yeah. Final Fantasy 14. I don't play Final Fantasy enough to subscribe every month. give kids get to scratch on face. Yeah. Shadow, yes. Alright, let's continue. He said, let me finish. Great Uncle Stephen snapped. If it's too much for you, help yourself to a snack in the kitchen. But Olivia wants to know what happened. So what happened is, we're reading from the teacher's perspective. She has a student called Olivia, and near the end of the school year, they have something called Living History, where the kids interview their loved ones, like older people, grandpas, I don't know, and for them to tell their stories on camera, and the teacher will grade it and stuff like that. It's history, right? So Olivia is the niece. I heard her mother mumble something and walk away. Olivia and her uncle were alone. I imagine her looking at him expectantly. So, did you find the radio? Or did they get ruined when the school got blown up? He rasped, and I heard the distinct click of a lighter. That letter, he began slowly, had a date on it. What date? She inquired hungrily. It was dated 2 weeks before we started rebuilding the school. Didn't you say the school had been destroyed like 2 years ago? Yes, replied Great Uncle Stephen. It had been. There was a silence as I felt goosebumps on my arms. The images that came to my mind were almost too overwhelming to express, but Great Uncle Stephen put them into words effortlessly. Clearly he had spent his whole life thinking about it. What? This man, this Stanislav, went to a vandalized, falling apart schoolhouse and cleaned up blood and rubble like it was spilled drinks and dust. He smiled at dead bodies in the hallway and believed they were smiling back at him because they liked his radio. He moved around corpses so he could sweep the ground under them. The roof was half collapsed, so when it rained, he must have gotten soaking wet, but was so oblivious that he didn't even feel a thing. I could hear Olivia crying steadily. I found the larder he was talking about. It was all pickled, preserved food that probably tasted like shit. Most of the stuff was moldy. Did you see the dead body? Yes, hanging from the ceiling, but still amazingly lifelike. He wasn't rotting away. This hadn't happened years ago. Did he look peaceful? She said, a chord of desperation in her voice. Couldn't tell you. The smell was rank, and his face was blue, and his eyes were bulging, like this. I imagined him demonstrating. And the radio? Olivia wept. I heard great Uncle Stephen take a long drag of his cigarette. It was there all right, and it was on. What? Good morning, Faiz. How are you? Oh my god, what? So he was just Delulu. I think he ate moldy food and he started hallucinating. This poor guy. Okay, alright. Oh my god, this is heartbreaking. Okay, so... Alright, so the school had already been bombed. And he went back there thinking that it hadn't. And he was so delulu, he was moving the dead body around, thinking that they were the students. What? And he moved them so he could mop under them. Let me see. Pickled preserved food. Most of the stuff was moldy. Maybe he was hallucinating because of mold. He took shroom. Oh my god, the radio was on. This dumbass. This fucking dumbass, bro. This is so sad. This is so sad. That's it. This was very sad. I hope Olivia got a good mark out of this assignment. It won't save her from bad nights, but it at least would show her that yes, you agree everyone's history is important. Yeah. She's blessed with the talents of compassion and interest with the skill of listening. She remarkably survived her mother's anxiety by being quiet and introverted. She manages to grow even in the midst of hoarding clutter. Her great uncle is blessed by the opportunity to share something so intimate and haunting with another. Such a sadness he had lived with for so long. With what catharsis! Olivia knows something important that had taken place and is eager to share this burden with her teacher. Hopefully her teacher responds to her openly and supportively so that this family history lesson is better understood, tolerated, and cherished. This is so true. Yeah. I know how she handles guys like me, that's why I'm here. What? Who? Who? Me? Are you talking about Olivia? What? This was an interesting story, bro. I think it's not horror. I don't feel like it's creepy. Okay, maybe it is. Maybe it's a little bit creepy. But yeah, it's not that creepy. Yeah. Oh, this is so, it's about mental health, I think. Good morning, Duck. Yeah, this is so sad. Goddamn. This had 24k upvotes. I feel like we probably read all the good ones from the hottest ranked thread. Maybe it's time to do like a top rank. Maybe it's time to do just like newest. You know? Yeah. Cause the ranked stuff are starting to fall off. The top one was actually really good. Number 1, the one with like my sugar daddy asked me to do weird things. That one was really good. I feel it. What? Sorry, I don't know. What were you saying? Check the VODs later to see Shasha got eaten by unicorn. Hey, you should. Yeah, you should. But yeah, okay, have a good day at work. Too. What time is it? Oh, Jesus. It is 6:48 a.m. Let's come here. Tell me what you really like. Ah, where am I going? Okay. Take it step by step. Used to connect radio with wire to make shift dish to find foreign radio stations. Sometimes I got eerie static. Wait, really? What did it say? Was it like Phasmo? You ever heard of the noises in Phasmo, Demong? You know, the spirit box? Was it something like that? Or no? I'm thinking, let's see, what time is it? 6:49. Let's wait till 7. Let's wait till 7. I want to see if my friend comes online. If they don't, then we don't rate them on Twitch. How the great uncle story end? I wasn't here. Oh, let me tell you. Okay, so the uncle went into the basement. No, the uncle said that the letter had a date on it. And it was 2 years. It was 2 years after he died. Was it? I don't remember. Honestly, I have shitty memory. Yeah. The letter had a date. It was 2 years after. It was 2 years after the war or something. 2 years after the 2 weeks. I think it was 2 weeks. I don't remember. I'm so sorry. Let's just say it was two weeks after the rubble, right? Like 2 weeks after the school was bombed. And turns out the guy had been mopping blood off the ground, and the school was already in shambles. And he was Delulu, basically. He thought that the students smiled at him because they like his radio, but they were all dead. Yeah, they were already dead in the school. and stuff. And then, yeah, he was already dead. They were already dead, and then he thought they liked him because of his radio. That's why they didn't mind him playing the radio, even though he turned it soft. And remember, he said like, "Oh, they didn't mind it. I think they even liked it." They didn't mind because they were dead. And he'd been eating food. Most of them were pickled. Oh no, a lot of them were pickled. Most of them were molded. Yeah, and then when he hung himself and they found his body, his radio was on. His radio didn't even die, but I think he was so delulu. Or maybe it's the mold. Maybe if you eat moldy food, man, it fucks with you. I think if you eat moldy food, oh my god, maybe it starts to help you get delusional. Stretch. Oh, my boy. Oh, my back. Yeah, so his radio wasn't even broken. He offed himself for no reason. Yeah. It's so sad. School story stream happens. You mean when I do stream, school happens? Ghosts were appreciative of the Justin Bieber playing on the radio. Ayo, babe. This was like back in World War II. What music would be on? I don't know what music would be on in World War II, but probably they were jamming out. Yeah. They were probably jamming out. Stay dangerous. We're gonna be here for another 10 more minutes. I want to see if my friend comes online at 7 on Twitch. If they don't, then we just go, I guess. I never get to rate them because I don't usually end this late. It's been a while since I ended a stream this late. Tell me what you really like. Girl, good job. 9-hour stream. Take care. I'm gonna eat myself almost 10 hours, Elite Trainer. But yeah, thank you so much. Oh, it's gotta rest well. Playing that crude jazz, yeah. During Malaya, Japanese war, listening to radio is forbidden because we can mortify old radio into telecommunication device. We can talk to each other. Yeah, we can also listen to like if you tap into the right frequency, I think you can listen to military what do you call those? Walkie-talkies? Military what do you call it? Radio? That's just bad mushrooms. Maybe he ate something bad he was tripping out for sure. And he thought his radio was broken. And he was like, no, I'm gonna give myself to sundown to fix it. If not, I'm off myself because I don't think I can live without it. Yeah, and then these people went in and the radio was on. That's so sad. Walkie-talkie is illegal in Thailand? Really? Military radio frequency and comms, yeah. Wait, why is walkie-talkie? It's because they think they're gonna tap into some radios? Can use walkie-talkie in Thailand if I'm not mistaken. Just like everything about Asia girls, school uniforms, I don't date to ask you if you wear one. Huh? Just like everything about Asia girls' school uniforms. I don't dare to ask you if you wear one. We had school uniforms, but it doesn't look anything like the Japanese uniform. It looked like a blue apron with a white shirt on the inside, like a white collar shirt. That's my school uniform. Yeah, it looks like a blue apron. Yeah. We looked more like nurses than we look like students, I guess. Korean uniform is cuter than the Japanese ones. I think it depends on which schools. I personally say that Japanese school uniforms are cuter, but I don't know. Some Korean school uniforms are getting cuter too. Yeah. Korean middle school uniforms are pretty dull. It's like dull colors and longer skirts like past your knee. But Japanese ones, they're colorful. They come in different colors. There's pink school uniform skirts, light blue, all that. I know there's a yellow one for the music school in Korea though. Pinafore. Yeah, ours is called a pinafore. That's our school uniform. We use walkie, but only in frequencies that are allowed. Interesting. How do you know what's allowed and what's not? When you're using a walkie-talkie, how do you... Huh? I don't know how to use a walkie-talkie. I know you turn something at the top. There's what do you call it? There's like a button at the top that you can switch the frequency. Yeah, it's like a knob. You turn the knob. Oh Jesus, my phone scared the shit out of me. You gotta stop texting me, Truecaller. You're so obsessed with me, bro. Skirts are usually shorter than anime. Yes, that is true. Because they have school rules. You're not allowed to have skirts that are higher than your knee. Yeah. But they do it anyways. Some Korean school uniforms look very posh. Yeah, some do. But most of them... If we were to compare them with Japanese school uniforms, I would say Japanese school uniforms look better in terms of like colors and like designs and stuff. But I don't know about now. Maybe things have changed now. It's been a while since I was in Korea. But realistically, as someone who walked around Korea, who lived there for years, just what I could see realistically with my own two eyes, like the reality is that they were all right. I didn't think they were that cute. Yeah, the school uniforms. Because here's the thing. They can say that this school uniform exists, that school uniform exists, but the reality is when you live there, do you even see these uniforms being worn? Right? Like, or are they just for like PR stunts? Because a lot of times they say, oh, this school uniform is a new design, but you don't really see people wearing it. It's like, ain't Japanese school uniforms different in each region? Yes, I think it's different in each schools too. No, I think they get to design right in their schools. You turn the knob all the way to the end to press a button on the side. I don't know which side to speak. Oh, okay. How do you change the channel then? Through the knob, right? No. Happy chatting. Oh, okay, the mong. I need to stream for 2 more minutes to see if my friend comes online. If you want to, I can show you. If you want to see, I can show you. Let's see. Real. Because these are all idol outfits. Okay, I don't know who these kids are. I don't know who these kids are, but I will show you. Cause a lot of uniforms that you see in K-dramas are not actually what they wear. Okay, I don't know who these kids are. But yeah, okay, hold on. How about Japanese? Kawaii. Here you go. Okay, not every school uniform is like this, but I'm just showing you what I could usually see. It's like simple designs. Okay, this is probably elementary school, right? I'm assuming this is middle school or high school. I don't know. This is Korea? And then Japan, let's see, actual school uniforms. I can't spell. Ooh, the cat food is dispersed. I should look up school uniforms in Japan instead. So many more illustrations than actual photos. else? Is there a male one? I keep seeing the female outfits. What about the male uniforms? Oh, this is the basic. Hold on. Don't blame me for the low quality photos, okay? This is Korea, right? And then let me show you Japanese. Oh, that's a huge photo. Assuming this is middle school? High school? I don't know. Oh, I think this is middle school. So this is middle school. Right? And maybe the bottom one is high school. I'm not so sure. Yeah. You want to see the difference? Put this here. Yeah. Yeah, something like this. Top two are Koreans. Something like this. I mean, not every school is the same. They have different designs. But yeah. What did they get rid of their sailor uniform again? I don't think they got rid of the sailor one. Didn't they get rid of the sports one? I think they did get rid of the sports one. Just like Discord voice room, walkie-talkie. Yeah. It's hot and practical. Have you ever gotten a ban on ChatGPT? I've never used ChatGPT, yeah. Good morning, Night Bunny. They're all hot. Ferdinand, how old are you? Let me ask you a question. I need to know. Want to do some Asian horror watch-alongs during Chinese spooky months? Ooh, that would be fun. Why not? Am I right? They look like high schoolers. Yeah, I think for the bottom one, yeah, maybe like this, right? I think these are middle school kids. But yeah, I think, I don't know, Korean, there is a school, a music school in Korea, with yellow skirts. And usually the idols go to that school. But I think I rarely see schools with such bright colors. You're 40, don't be a pedophile. Don't look at kids and say they look hot. There's something wrong with you. Yeah. Don't look at these kids in school uniforms and be like they're hot. Because they're too young for you, dude. You're being a creep. Don't do that. They wouldn't, when they look at you, they wouldn't even think you're attractive to start with. So, like, don't even go there. Yep. Anime program me like this. I don't think they encourage it. I don't think they're trying to encourage you. Maybe they're trying to encourage other high school kids and other teenagers. Yeah, so don't be weird. Alright. You can see them like little sisters. You can see them like a niece. Instead of, I don't know, a sex object. Absolutely creepy. The tiara wore for their song, the sailor uniform? That one is not a school uniform though, is it? What was it called again? 미쳤다. So crazy, right? That was not a school uniform though. None of the idols, well, unless you're talking about New Jeans, I think they did wear school uniforms for Ditto. But yeah, Tiara, they, even if it looks like a school uniform, they don't realistically wear it. It's designed as a concept. Yeah. So don't be weird. Don't be weird about it, okay? 아쉽네. 신우님 몇 살이세요? How old are you guys? Like, don't come in my community and like, I don't know. I'm not comfortable with people sexualizing kids at all. I don't care if they're like 17. See kids as a no. Yeah. The door moves. Her name's Stephanie. The one at the bottom with the face turned around, that is Stephanie. You're 7살? 괜찮아요, 신노님한테. See, Shinno is 17. So, if you're 17 and you lust for another 17, that is okay. If you are, I don't know, if you're 40, don't look at a 17-year-old and be like, that's hot, because that's really creepy. I just say it looks good. No, you didn't. You said it was hot. And that's weird. It's okay if you said it's cute, because it is. But if you say that's hot, no, it's not. I don't know. I would never see kids and think that's hot. Especially not as an adult. When I was a kid, yeah, I would see another teenager and be like, ooh, that's kind of hot. But after I grew up, I would not look at another kid and say that's hot, because it's not. That's inappropriate. You're 40. You should know this. Right? You had 30 years of adult. You had 32 years of adulthood to figure that out. Where did you fail? Date women your age. Even if you don't want to date them, just don't sexualize them that way. Don't look at them and think that way. That's so weird. Yeah. I'm 40. Goddamn. 20 and up, that's your limit. Under that, you go to jail. I'll give you, you know what, because people are weird, so like I would give them 18. Fine. Wait for them to turn 18 and then we can talk. All right? Otherwise, don't be weird. I do never ever encourage that shit. Let's see if my friend is gonna be online. My neighbors are starting to knock. I wonder what construction they're doing, because they never stop. What are you knocking? What needs knocking in your house that you never stop? All right, the person hasn't started streaming, so I'm assuming they're not gonna stream today. Hold on, let me check. I wonder what they're knocking about.
Yeah, we gotta be careful.
Oh, scared the shit out of me. Next Friday at 6. Oh, okay. Oh, they're not streaming today, but they are streaming tomorrow. Well, I guess we won't be rating them today. I guess we can just go. I'm 26 and I'm not a creep. Yeah. Why wait? Just don't wait. That's creepy. Like waiting. That's just creep. That's a creepy. Like just waiting. Like yeah. I guess don't wait, right? Because waiting is creepy. But like I don't know. Don't look at little kids. Just don't look at them sexually. That's not okay. All right. Because my birthday hasn't passed. Ah, 언제요, 생일. Wait until they're in university. Yeah. You know, they will have more experience the older they get, right? So they won't be all like childlike and be like don't know shit, and you have to literally babysit them. Wait for them to grow older. You will have less babysitting to do. You still have to babysit young adults because they're still fresh and new to society. They don't really know everything yet. So you still have to like take care of them, but at least they learn from example, right? You teach them stuff and they learn better than shut up, I don't want to listen to you, you're not my mom. Like, you really want to fucking deal with that shit, dude? Yeah. The morning is the right time nailing picture frames. I don't know if they're nailing picture frames. Yeah. The knocking kind of like rhythmy. Yeah, actually. Wait till they're divorced. Wait till the brain develops. Yeah. I don't know about you, but like, I don't look at young adults and think that's sexy because I'm like, they have a lot to learn still. These kids got a lot to learn still. All right. They still have a long way to go. I want like a mature person who gets their shit together. Okay, they can do stuff. They know how to do stuff. I don't want to have to babysit my partner because I have to deal with my own shit. Yeah. You don't know what? I know that if they're under 18, you shouldn't be looking at them weirdly. Because that's creepy. Yeah. Any Asian action dramas you'd recommend? It's been a while since I watched one. I don't know if this one is considered action, but it is a movie called Tazza. Tazza. You should watch. It's pretty good. And then they find out they're siblings. What? I've never seen that. Waiting is rather predatory, really. Yeah, it is. It is indeed. We're kids wearing the mask of an adult. I still doesn't act my age. Honestly, yeah. I think it's weird when adults expect, when parents expect their kids to turn 18 and move out. I think that is too much. You just graduated high school. You barely graduated high school, right? You haven't even gone to college yet. What money do you have to pay rent and move out? Some people are like, once you're 18, move out of my house. It's like, what? How? No Asians ever do that shit, bro. Her mama mature. Her mama's mature. Date her mama. That's right, Big Sack Tanuki. Her mama's mature. She's 16, but her mama, though. Her mama's fine. Her mama's mature. Her mama earns her own damn money. Go for her mama. segu이는 비밀이에요. 알겠어요. 괜찮아요. Yeah. Something fun in my room will already tell horror story. Very interesting. The mom. Spicy. Maybe it's not knocking. It's a wobbly furniture. They're wiggling or shaking their leg. Maybe. It's not, though. You know, sometimes I hear it at like 12 a.m. or sometimes I hear it at 3 a.m. I don't know why they're up so late. My mom told me that people upstairs don't really live there anymore. There's only one guy. He lives there, but I don't know. He doesn't really sleep in the room above my office. So, yeah. You like me, not my daughter. Go for the mama. 36 living with my family. Yeah, I think it's so normal. We shouldn't normalize you're 18, move out of my house. That's so weird. They still need to learn about text. Yeah. You gotta compete against the papa, though, unless the papa is into watching. Hey, yo, what if they have no papa? Then go for the mama. Yeah, if papa ain't in the picture, go for the mama. Yeah. But also, you have to realize if papa is not in the picture because of mama, or if papa is not in the picture because papa's an asshole. Yeah. Ain't that a Western or American culture where kids leave home at 18? Yes. Yeah. I mean, if the kids want to move out themselves, that's on them. But if the parents kick them out, that's not right, in my opinion. Yeah. That's messed up. That is messed up. But yeah, hag love. Am I right? We love hags. Older women. Hell yeah. Maturity is sexy. Kids ain't got fucking time for you. They're too busy trying to not get bullied in school. Okay? They're too busy learning algebra. Don't bother them. Leave them alone. Don't be creepy. They won't even bat an eye at you, alright? They won't even look. You cute as well. Thank you. I have a boyfriend. No, seriously, I do. Yeah, so I don't know. You can jokingly rizz me up, but I will never date a viewer even if I was single. I've said that once and I'll say it again. I'm sorry. If you're looking for parasocial, you will not find it here because you guys are my family and I don't date family because Sweet Home Alabama and I don't live in Alabama. I'm sorry, but I don't live in Alabama. And there ain't no Sweet Home Alabama here. But oh, okay, enjoy nasi lemak. Oh my god. That sounds yummy. Let's go for mommy. I will go for mommy too, honestly. Yeah. I believe Asian parents never kick us unless we do some blasphemy shit. Yeah, if you bring dishonor, they will kick you out. But if just because you turn 18, they will not kick you out. You can be 30 and your parents won't kick you out. You can be like 40 and your parents won't kick you out. Yeah. They can wait when we get a life. Yeah, if you get a life-size doll, Aruri merch, silicone, then you can do whatever fuck you want with it. But me as a person, yeah, there's no chance. Zero, nada. I'm not even gonna pretend like there is because there isn't. Yep. Hey, Alabama mama. Alabang. What? Sweep home, Ella, bang your mama. Alright, enough bullying for today. I'm gonna go raid on Twitch. Who do we raid? Who do I raid? I'll be streaming again tonight, by the way. I'll be streaming Rust. Roleplay. There's a roleplay server that I'll be playing. The stream might start 30 minutes earlier. Like maybe I'll start at 8:30 instead of 9 p.m. GMT plus 8. I think I'm gonna start at 8:30. We'll see. Yeah, because the event starts at 8. So if I start the stream at the event starts at 9. If I start the stream at 9, I might not be able to say hi to you guys. I don't want that. So maybe I'll start at 8:40, 8:30, so we can talk for a bit before that. Lamau, yeah. Tell my sisters they're cute. I'm not weird. Yeah, just never say high school kids are hot. Don't even think that way. If you feel yourself attracted to them, change that mindset. You have a chance, Ferdinand. I believe in you. Change it. Yeah, lots of people, when you call them out for like liking kids, they most likely would hide it and still practice that feeling, but they hide it. But no, don't hide it. Just change it so you never think that way ever again. Yes, for yourself and for everybody, you know. Let's raid somebody. What is this stream? Kobe beef. Oh, interesting. Let's raid Nasumaturi. They raided me a few times. I never got to raid them back. Thank you for running around leaving scar, collecting your jar. I'm attracted to older women since my secondary school year, so I'm good. Yeah. But sometimes you don't know the age, but you do when you see them in high school uniforms, so don't even come up with an excuse. Okay? Don't even come up. If you see this, all right? If you see this, and if you see this, don't tell me they're hot, because they're not. Okay? These are kids. Don't be like, but you don't know how old they are. They're underage. No matter what it is, they're underage. Enough. There's no argument in this. Okay? Even if they're 19 and they're in school uniform, leave it be. They're not for you. School uniform means they're too young. Alright, GG. That's it. No more. Okay, let's go raid Nasumaturi. Got a pack for 8. Okay, Doc, thank you for dropping by. Have a good day in class. Hey. Yeah, his name was Brock. I'm gonna see Brock tonight. Yes. We're gonna see Brock tonight on Rust. Youngsters telling to touch some grass. Yeah. Unless it's a role-playing thing. But this is not that context. So yeah, this doesn't apply. Alright guys, thank you so much for coming to today's stream. It has been 10 hours and 19 minutes. I hope you enjoyed it. We will do better horror stories next time, because today was a little disappointing, honestly. But yeah, I'll take your guys' advice. Oh, Jesus. Atlas, stop farting in my face. Oh my God. You farted in my face. How dare... Ah, get out. Oh, there it goes. Yeah. Bless you. Thank you. Okay. So yeah, we'll do better horror stories next time. Alright, don't forget to drop a follow on Twitch in case you haven't. It is free. And also, we're probably gonna go raid soon, so go ahead. And if you're on YouTube, don't forget to subscribe. It is free. Drop a like. It is also free. And I'll see you guys tonight on the Rust stream. Roleplay stream. I will be roleplaying for the first time. So yeah, stay tuned. Stay tuned. Alright. Big Mouth. Oh yeah, Big Mouth was good. That one was good. 학교 다녀올게요. 알겠어요, 신나님. 잘 갔다 오세요. Alright, お疲れ様でしたみんな. 수고하셨습니다, 여러분. 와주셔서 감사합니다. I'll see you guys later tonight for Rust. I love you guys. Bye bye. I do. I'll come back as Grandma Linda later. Bye bye.